Mark Newton, Fundstrat, Global Head of Technical Strategy. After last week, it's Mark, it's good to see you. After last week, are we below certain indicators that are indicators that are signaling more selling, or is there any type of Mark Newton stabilization or basing pattern that you saw?
Yeah, thank you, Joe, and good morning to everybody. Look, I think it's less about the day-to-day volatility and more about the fact that we've seen a meaningful divergence between technology and the rest of the market, and that started, right around July. So tech had gone straight higher, whereas the rest of the market had largely gone sideways and not participated. So, when you look at the S&P, it's a little bit of a mirage because you see the market going straight up, but obviously that's changed in the last few weeks. We've had one of the worst Novembers now since 2008. We're down about 2%, but obviously that followed a much more resilient August, September, and October this year until the end of October. As to what's to come, my thinking is it's going to be a little choppier.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, you said the worst October, the worst November or something, sorry.
As to what's to come, my thinking is it's going to be in the last few weeks. We've had one of the worst Novembers now since 2008. We're down about 2%, but obviously that followed
one of the worst Novembers since
August,
2008.
September, and October this year until the end of October. As to what's to come, my thinking is it's going to be a little choppier. It's certainly an unorthodox time for markets to be going down or sideways. But a lot of it is about lining up, the expectations of when the next Fed cut is. They say the market hates uncertainty. That's true with regards to whether or not we're going to cut or not.
Quick legal disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. This video is for information and educational purposes only. Time is 9:27. The market is opening in 3 minutes.
6,400. But I think the
today,
maximum is
IWM
7,000 now between now and the end of the year.
Leading the
so
pack.
I'm not expecting, although I do see
the market update video shows that IWM had an inside day
it's tough for me to say
on Friday
the races
of the Thursday, big candle, Friday big candle as well, and we are trying to break out somewhere above the Thursday high.
Opinions from Tom Lee.
It is important to mark the Thursday high, as well as the 4 p.m. close, and the 9:30 open on IWM. IWM is up 2.83%.
Yeah, both of us were
SPY
positive
is up
this year.
1%.
I rate technical
QQQ
analysis,
is up
obviously my target was
0.76.
650. We're largely in line. We're talking with one another as we head towards the end of the year as to what next year has in store. Obviously, it's a midterm election year. Things tend to get a little.
Good morning, Zach. Good morning, Damien. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Good. Good morning, Steven. Good morning, Insider. Good morning.
Also going to be 15.
Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, Constantine. Good morning, Sid. Good morning, Harry, Donna, Damien, Edison, Dill, Vinny, Kevin, and Shakima.
The AI trend.
So you're at 66.50 still for the end of the year.
Yeah, I try not to change that on a week-to-week basis.
Tom's at 7,000, I think, isn't he? Or where is he?
Yeah, he was right around my level. I think he raised it a few months ago to right around 7. We got to 7. It's difficult to nitpick on levels. It's more just looking at the market as a whole, what's happening with interest rates and the dollar.
Good morning, Alexis. Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. And good morning, everyone in the YouTube chat. Good morning, Brand, Lewis, Kevin, Tati,
that happened also this time
Tanita.
last year.
Good morning, Chris. Good
And
morning,
it also
Derek.
happened back in 2021. And so we need to see evidence of financials starting to participate, industrials, discretionary. Obviously, tech is the elephant in the room. It's important to see tech working 30% of the market, but tech's gotten very overdone.
IWM has
still delivering a lot of the earnings. Earnings have been great. The economy largely is in a good shape.
The advance has been overdone, not the sell-off. You expect
one more video before the market really opens. Okay, we have 2. All right, here we go in 30 seconds. We are right above the J. Powell FOMC candle.
Watch with Stephanie Link, Chief Investment Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Hightower Advisors. Of course, she is a contributor at CNBC as well. And it's nice to see you with the Christmas tree up. This is, you know, the Christmas tree up being, it makes sense now.
QQQ opening at 595.
But now I'm with
I want to see how 595 does. I want to see how JPOC candle does. I want to see how IWM at 4 p.m. does. I want to see how Nvidia does at 180.
What do you make of this news, this Novo Nordisk news? Because this is, I think, a surprise. A lot of people have been pinning their hopes actually on this drug being able to help with Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it's negative news and it's very disappointing, but I don't think there were a lot of numbers into the model.
Opening at a 3/3, all these bears are getting hurt right now. It is still cycle
I think
extending.
Obviously it's disappointing today, and the reaction is understandable. But I think the bulls, Andrew, are going to focus on the Wegovy pill launch in the U.S., updated guidance coming, and lower price.
You're talking about bullshit, though. Talking about Bitcoin
down more than 22% in a month. Joining us right now is Anthony Pompliano. He's the founder and CEO of Professional.
We are right on QQQ's downward trend line.
We need to understand sort of where you stand on all this. Also, I should say there's been a bigger even fall in some of the other cryptocurrencies, but you've been a Bitcoin man. So where do you see the floor at this point, and where do you see the upside?
Yeah, well, let's put this all in context real quick. So over the last decade, Bitcoin has drawn down 30% or more, 21 different
trying to go bullish on the 1 minute, creating an algo range at 930 or going into 935. Bulls are
every year and a half for a decade. So Bitcoiners are used to this. Now, who's not used to this are the people who are coming from Wall Street. They're not used to this type of volatility. You know, global financial crisis, there is literally people still fearful of that happening again. And so I think that what we're watching is as the rotator,
I wonder what MSTR is. I wanted to short MSTR literally two weeks ago, and I thought I was late.
There's things around bonuses. People are trying to figure out, should I actually sell this asset that I thought I was really excited about? And I think that's putting some downward pressure on the price. Now, in terms of that drawdown, given that there's been 21, 30+% drawdowns, I do think that a 35% drawdown that we've seen from the all-time high is a pretty healthy reset. And I think that there's a question in the industry.
Wind direction is north from 930
very large drawdowns
to 935.
That we've seen in some of these bear markets of 70, 80%? Or is this simply something that is more normal, and we should expect this reset to then provide a new base, and then we go back to all-time highs over the next couple of weeks or months?
And where do you stand on that question that you just posed yourself?
You know, I heard something pretty interesting.
All these people, they already broke Friday's high on QQQ. SPY is testing.
In terms of Bitcoin's volatility,
Friday's high right now
over the last year or two. And so if that's the case, if we're used to 80% drawdowns, maybe now the drawdowns are about 40%.
Cycle
You'd
trying to extend
if the
higher.
volatility's been cut in half. Well, we just saw a 36, 37% drawdown, and so I do think that as volatility compresses, people will be disappointed to the upside because it's not going to have these
they are going wind direction 930
but also there may be some,
into 935 at the minimum.
In terms of these 80% drawdowns
I'm not
are
chasing
gone
that.
as well.
I called that out in the WhatsApp group 1 minute ago at 932 though. I said, hey, they are going 930 to 935 wind direction showing at the minimum.
For Bitcoin, 6 in equities.
I'm waiting for a morning cycle here.
You can't stay there that long. And so I think that we might just go
they
sideways
are
for a while
breaking
here,
Friday's high
kind of
on SPY and QQQ, extending the cycle at the minimum into today's open. That's what it's showing.
And whether there gets to be a point, and I don't know what the inflection point is, where there
this cycle does not say 1/3, 2/3. Remember, it pulled
becomes
back from 230 all day long or all afternoon on Friday, right? Why? Because people were saying, oh, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and I say on the market update video, it could not break this low. It could break this high too, and that's what they're doing, burning overnight. There's something going on.
Well, there's a lot more leverage in the system on October 8th and 9th, right before the big liquidation. And so I think that, again, part of that healthy reset is that we went from higher degrees of open interest and leverage to today something that is much more normal. And I think that, again, that fear and greed index is a great signal as to how bullish people are.
It's a gap on
there's always
SPX
the
and
quote of you want to buy when there's blood in the streets.
IWM.
I don't think I've ever seen the equity fear and greed index at 6. The Bitcoin one going to 8 is very, very rare. And so I think that you're not going to see high degrees of leverage whenever you get that fear, and so that gives me great confidence that we're probably not that far from having bottomed.
QQQ is now leading.
So are you buying right
now?
And what do you
went
see
from
as the upside
590 on Friday to 598
even
market
12
open.
months out? Because we've heard lots of predictions that would mean that the value would effectively have to double, triple, or more actually to reach some of the expectations we heard probably 12 months ago?
Yeah, I've been coming on the show for a long time, and every year I try to end up with more Bitcoin than I started the year with. This year I will have accomplished that, and also I will end Q4 with more Bitcoin than I started Q4 with. And so I think that if you've been doing this for a while, you understand that this is part of the volatility.
Rocketing up. Rocketing up at market open. Broke Friday's high already. No cycle, just literally going.
You need volatility for the asset to go up. Bitcoin is up 240x. Over the last decade. It's about 70%.
This is either they're extending the range higher and they're going to play up there, burning Friday's bears and then figure it out, or they're tempting people at market open. But wow,
you're going to outperform equities, and I think that's why a lot of Bitcoiners are very excited about this asset as part of their portfolio.
Can't lie, right? The cycle says what? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from 230 into market close, but they burnt them all. They burnt everyone thinking what? More than 0 DT, more than 1 DT, more than 1 weekly, more than 1 month, more than 2 months,
okay, Bitcoin will be the lead in terms
this is
of
literally just market cycling up or down. Even if it's before it, even if it goes higher or lower, it's going to bounce and cycle. That's what it's doing.
I think people expected. And so instead what we've seen is that Bitcoin has remained kind of the dominant asset. A big part of that is that Wall Street embraced it first. Now, over the last couple of weeks and months, we have
I did good here. I think I did good here too. I don't even know. I don't even know if I played up, but like I did good somewhere here. But like literally, if you held or some shit, hypothetically speaking, that's what it's doing. Because it's erasing the cycle 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bear cycle, and it's in a completely new 3/3 bullish cycle in a bigger cycle.
Doesn't mean that investors aren't going to go put that in their portfolio.
Somewhere up here, they go even higher and reject and be like, oh, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 now creating.
So much capital flowing
I mean, this could be a fake out, whatever, trap for literally 2 hours, 1 hour, 1 day, 2 days. That's what's going on, though. Happens intraday, is happening multi-day using cycle, right? Time confirmation and more. But this is literally 3/3 just extending and whatever, creating whatever you want to call it.
Stocks obviously hit by fears of an AI bubble last week. We did see some profit taking
and then we wait for market.
Joining us right now for more on the semi-sector now, though, is Stacy Raskin, Bernstein senior analyst. And Stacy, the dust has cleared a little bit from the big release last week. Everybody was waiting to hear what Nvidia had to say. Turns out they had
see this
much
shit
better
on
numbers
SPX
than
too, right?
anticipated,
1/3,
much better
2/3, what?
guidance than
3/3
people had
extended.
anticipated, and yet the
Something like
stock
this.
sold off, at least initially.
Not this high, but it's going
initially
this
it didn't,
high.
right? Initially it
Until
went
somewhere.
up.
Initially it didn't, and
Could go higher, I'm just saying.
But then it gave
now
back
cycle is creating
for
out the
trading
roof.
session. The first full trading session after the release of earnings, you definitely saw a huge chunk of the stock taken out.
No cycle confirmation
but it
shorting.
wasn't just Nvidia, right?
I'm going in tiny.
Off. And in fact, Nvidia actually outperformed the semi-sector that day. So it wasn't just. And I'm not convinced that the sell-off we saw that day was necessarily like Nvidia driven. Although I do think you're right. People are starting to get,
Let's get the morning lights up, folks.
AI. I mean, they've been nervous, right, about bubbles and everything, but that did sort of come to the forefront, partially just because the numbers are getting so big so quickly. There were some other events last week as well. We had the release of Gemini 3 from Google, which looks like a great model. And some of the other settings, you mentioned AMD, for example, which was down a bunch. Some of the other names that are more dependent on OpenAI sold off more, I think, on the fact that Google's Gemini looks really good. So I think there were a lot of factors going on.
I went with no cycle confirmation here, but let's see. I'm expecting somewhere below, somewhere here, and then cycle create with bears strapped down here more. Let's see. I want to see how Nvidia 180 does today. I want to see how IWM 4 p.m. close does today at 235.60 something.
Your earnings estimates pretty substantially.
Yeah.
I guess if I'm trying to figure out where things stand at this point, how much of this is it easy for you to do as an analyst, where you say, these are my expectations for earnings, this is how
doubling down right now.
Compute this out, and
2.6K now.
If you've got a lot that's riding on sentiment right now, how do you factor that in?
Well, I mean, here's our earnings and here's everything. That's the easy part, right? I mean, actually getting it right
for 2.6.
And look, sentiment and everything else is always part of this. Where I feel okay about Nvidia right now, there's, like I said, it's not like everybody has to jack up the multiple to get to the targets to where they. I mean, and I've said this many times, on this station, like the stock today is much, much cheaper than it was before any of this started a few years ago. Like the stock is up a ton, but the earnings have more than kept pace with it. Like the
Friday closed,
trading
and then
in
they reverted it with market open.
Price to forward earnings right now.
And now
it's not even aggressive if you think the numbers are anywhere close to right. So the earnings, and
this
is the issue, right?
Bull trap and go a little bit lower.
You see something like that, what it means is that the market is anticipating that those numbers are not sustainable, that it is a peak. And so, I mean, that is the debate now.
Bearish.
How long can this go on?
And
you
bullish
start to look
right
at it, though.
Something weird.
I've been
something is a little bit weird.
At some point, presumably there'll be an air pocket or something. Nothing goes up into the right forever, but it's clearly
just
not
happening
now.
mad
like,
fast, probably
it's
morning
not now.
open.
It's not this year.
They're going crazy.
It certainly doesn't look like it's next year.
Crazy.
I mean, it
out.
may not.
They're ranging big time
either.
now.
Like things look pretty robust at the moment.
Back to 9:30 open.
Have these really fast.
All right, there's an algo range at 9:30 actually happened, I guess. A little weird ass fucking candle at 9:31 now. Time is 9:40. We are at VWAP. I'm out right now. 3.1K. Beautiful. I'm out. $3,120.
But then you also have this threat of the ASICs, the custom AI chips, that all of the big purchasers of Nvidia chips, AMD
10
chips,
contracts
are also looking
out.
to make their own.
Time is 9:40.
Get your arms around that.
I'm expecting a cycle to be created with some sort of algo range here, to be honest.
Google, like the only
that shit went
really
super fast and went literally like butter cakes.
At-scale volumes is
fucking
Google.
butter
and
cakes.
to be fair, they've been doing this for well over 10 years. Like this is
too
why
easy butter
everybody
cakes.
else
I don't
is
know
much
why.
earlier in the process. It takes time. Even Amazon, they've deployed.
But I'll take it. Damn, dude, that shit went from morning open at 662 to 665 real fucking quick, and now we are right at the middle, right at the fucking middle. God damn, that was fucking fast.
I get the competition worry, and look, this is semiconductors. There's always competition.
That
There's
was super fast on SPY,
and it's
especially.
Imperative on you to make sure that doesn't happen. At the
barely
same
moved.
time, though, I don't really worry
SPY
too
went
much
more
there.
here.
I think it's the wrong question. The question right now is not who's winning or losing, in my opinion. It's
IWM flipped at 938 as well. I might have gotten lucky on that shit, but
is it sustainable or is it not?
Nvidia pushed lower into 942.
We're not in a saturated, mature market. Like
Cycle happening here at morning open already. Gapped up on the 1 minute candle. This is the SPX or SPY 1 minute gap is most likely going to fill. It's already filled. Okay. I was going to say SPY and SPX gaps are more unvolatile and they're more likely to fill way faster than IWM or QQQ. I don't know why. But I've seen SPX gap up 3 times into like it was from like 3:50 to like 4 p.m. This was last year. I think it was like December when we were running up like really fast. And it gap, and we literally filled 1 or 2, and then the next day we filled it crazy.
I think they're both winners. We like them both.
Gaps are being played. Nvidia is evaluating this level. This is a very, very important level. Critical level 180. Right, why? Somewhere here, I was saying Nvidia gonna go to sub 180 and come back up, and then figure out what it's gonna do, and it's figuring out what it's gonna do clearly. QQQ, bearish. This is a bull trap, right? This is a bull trap right now. Bigger, medium size. Cycle confirmation happening. But this is the 3/3, and morning cycles. It's gonna be nasty and fucking fast as fuck. Algo ranging, I think. I'm gonna draw the hypothetical algo range that I have in my mind right now, but this is my mental mindset. This is something that I am personally thinking there's an algo range here, but I know there's an algo range here because I've been in some bullshit like this where I don't notice until it's too late. But I literally am noticing some bullshit like this because I've been in it before, and I've struggled in it before, going long or short, and I've been in the cycle before, and I've literally sit here and watched the fucking candles going against me or for me, and I'm like, what the fuck is against, you know what I mean? What the fuck is wrong with me? And clearly this is 3/3 bearish right now, okay? 3/3 bearish. Clearly. Morning cycles. Right, LOD breaking most likely here. on SPY, and then divergence. LOD will be created. Then we'll see what happens. MACD RSI is bearish still in the 3/3. IWM is going straight down the fucking gutter. IWM is going straight down the fucking gutter. All right. Why is it risky to play long here? Because this is the 3/3. It doesn't matter if they could fucking, you know, trap this bearish and go higher. They could go higher. It's just all that's going on is this. There was a top on Friday, and it got extended into morning open. That means they can pull back and break this low or hold this whenever they want. Whenever they want, as in the market. The market will decide together what to do. LOD is clearly not breaking. What I'm saying does not have to happen, clearly, right now. Right? That shit could be a whole ass bear trap to go higher right now. Clearly, that's what it's showing. So, we'll see. There is an algo range at 940 as well. Things are about to get nasty. They might go lower here and then can bounce it and bull or bear trap even more. Why? This 945 is not higher than 940. Something nasty is happening here. That's all I can say. You don't have to believe me or not. I don't really, you know, I just call out what I see. That's all it is. All right, reality for reality. You got to come to love it. You got to come to respect it. You got to come to be okay with it. That's all it is. That's literally the calmest shit I could literally say to myself. And I do say that on a daily basis. Like, you got to just have a talk with yourself and just be reasonable. Is all it is. You know what I mean? That's literally all we do. Just be reasonable. So, be logical. Be reasonable. Be sharp. Be aware. Be goddamn blessed. I'm sorry for the word damn. Be blessed. Be, you know, energetic. Be happy. Right? Be happy and blessed for the good weekend to receive and have a good week. It's just be alert is the most important thing in life. Being alert, not just being blind or, you know, IWM is bouncing, Nvidia is dropping. Something different going on now. Right now, SPY and IWM is holding the what? LOD and floor. They are LOD floor hoping, trapping. IWM is, and Nvidia and QQQ is going lower. Right? Something different happening. I thought they were going to go low here, break the LOD, and then bear trap, but they're not even doing that right now. They're showing a bear trap right now, so I don't know if they're shaking and then going lower, or I don't know if they're bear trapping right now and then bouncing already and then figuring out what to do, but clearly something is going on right now. Clearly something is going on right now. It doesn't even matter if I think this right this minute. They could change it and then change it and then change it. So HOD is breaking into. It's happening really fast. It's like you gotta give me a second to basically draw everything out to 950. 945 bounced. 945 did not reject. 940 rejected. So something different's going on clearly. IWM is running now. I thought it was gonna go lower here in bear trap, but they're bear trapping right now at VWAP and they're figuring out what to do. 237.14. It's not going below 235.87. That's what I was expecting, to be honest. SPY and IWM, and then I thought they would bear trap, but something different cycle happening. This is the 3/3. There's a risk. Why? There's no confirmation long here. There's no confirmation. Nothing. But the candles are heavily bearish since 935. So there's a lot of bears that could cook. QQQ already doing it, forming a W, and SPY is like halfway doing it, being like, "Oh, are we doing it or not?" And it's just kind of, yeah, scary. Things look different. This is the 3/3 bullish cycle. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. Why? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 pivot point playing somehow. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 pivot point playing somehow. This is still bearish. Right? Because of that. And time confirm. Everything's bearish right now. Right, I'm gonna go in 1K SPY put here. Everything's still bearish. Alright, 1.2K right now. LOD is breaking. All right, this is a bull trap. Ripping it down. Let's see how far this goes now. J-Pow FOMC candle at the minimum I'm expecting here. I'm already at 1,400. Bears are strong. Bears are fucking heavy. Wow. I'm out. I'm leaving right now. Holy shit. $1,510. Holy shit. Yo, $300 in 1 minute. I'm out. Wow. Let's go! Wow. Wow, I fucking entered while I was typing in the WhatsApp group too. Oh my fucking god, I'm out. Holy shit. That is fucking crazy. 1.5k from 1.2. That is crazy fucking fast. I joined right fucking here as I was fucking verbally saying, wow. Market fucking order. This is why I love Robinhood, dude. People talk fucking shit about Robinhood, but I just fucking be literally swiping. I'd be fucking swiping, like, oh god. All right, perfect. 1,000. 500. All right, bounce trying already. This is target destination 3/3 playing 950. Dude, this shit is amazing. The MACD RSI still. The 3/3 playing right now. This is up to the bears to release control here or not. 950. They can go lower and then pop back up using the J-Powell FOMC candle, or they go lower, break this low, and then be like, oh, we're in a new 1/3, 2/3, and then rip that hoe down. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm no longer on my end. This is the 3/3. I don't give a fuck. Beautiful. They can bear trap right here. I really don't know. This is one candle trying. Candle is doing whatever the fuck it wants. There's a 1 minute gap on SPX now. 1 minute gap on SPY. Let's see. That is a bear trap. All right, trying to build now. Something dangerous happening. Why? This is still right. This is pivot point trading now at the floor. There's a 1 minute gap here. Candle is wilding. 950 is bouncing into 950. There's a 1 minute gap here. Let's see what happens. This shit could hold for 20 minutes and it will burn everybody. Or I don't know. It could hold for 1 hour. It could hold for 2 minutes. I have no idea. All I know is there's a 1 minute gap and the candle is wilding right now. Let's see. That was great. That was fucking great. 1 minute fucking scalp J-Powell Danny candle. They're bouncing. That's fucking nuts. I was expecting this shit somewhere here though, honestly. I just didn't go until the massive volume started coming in. MACD. There's 1/3, 2/3 trying to create bullish now. We are at VWAP. This is dangerous shit. Burning bulls, burning bears, creating what to do. Oh, just instantly. There's a 1 minute gap here at 662.44. Right, that's gonna fill later on in the day. It's just it could not fill for 1 hour. If it doesn't fill for 1 hour, it would burn everybody. How are they doing this? IWM. How are they doing this? Nvidia. All at the same time, but I mean, this shit is IWM. I don't know. This shit is probably IWM and Nvidia taking its turn together. 955. Their bulls are here for 5 minutes and they're burning it all. I'm talking about the 3/3 bears from 940 to 950 at the minimum. And this shit was literally bearish, but it was playing with 3/3. This shit was bearish, but it was playing with the 3/3. What happens in the 3/3? Prices go higher, prices go lower, but at some point it gets completely confused, trapped, and the retail, the majority in the world, gets using what? Candles. Candles fuck people up. Candles make people forget about setup. Candles make people not care about other shit. Candles make people forget about their strategy and the things they were thinking about before they come into the day. Candles make people forget about what they're looking at the chart right now live and nothing else. Candles are what make people dream. You need to realize that. All right, there's a massive algo range creating on IWM, right? There's some big ass shit going on there. I call this a cornucopia actioning. This is a massive bull trap forming with this cycle, but that could also be trapped for 40 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go lower now, but I mean, for some reason, I think 6,600 SPX is going to come. That shit might be bad thinking like that because the MACD and volume bullish right now. So if they bear trap all this and run, they could do it tomorrow. Why? Doesn't like it could, this thing could go higher. All I'm saying is nobody knows if this is the real true top. Nobody knew if it was a real true top yesterday, but the volume, the MACD, the setup was saying, hey, let's do it and go behind the top of the trend line. And now we popped up right above it. So what I see is they're evaluating this trend line, top of the SPX. They lost 180 on Nvidia. IWM is still holding 235.88. SPY and QQQ all is bugging out. All right, 1 minute gap is, let's see, not filling yet. One minute gap is not filling yet, and this is turning into a nasty bull and a bear trap off of everything, every single candle. QQQ helping to do that. I can't possibly call out what's the true direction here. I'm going to watch and see what the hell happens. This is the 33rd. I don't really care what happens here. That's literally my mindset. I don't really care what happens here. I don't really give a shit about the candles here. I don't really care about what they're trying to show here. I don't really care about nothing here because the setup has been used, the setup is being used, and the setup is being created. So, if that is true, I will patiently wait. Wind direction is north on IWM. Let's draw it. This thing could go higher, but it is true that IWM is in a bullish cycle off of morning open. SPY was bullish and then bearish since 9:35. QQQ, same. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I have to take a leak. Let's all hit the like button, folks. Thank you all very much. We are having a very, very choppy market open. We will also look at the CNBC video when I come back real quick. But thank you very much. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you. And also, watch the market update video. Highly recommend. Oh man, I'm back. I did a little quick scalp off morning open. I'm happy with what's going on. IWM is bullish, so people that are long or bullish on IWM is happy. Nvidia is bearish. Things are looking weird. Things are going up because of IWM, but we're also chopping because of Nvidia. All right, we have the opening bell. This is what I was waiting for. The opening bell for today. No views just came out. So let's go, people. God bless. Let's get a God bless America in chat, right? I'm literally going to start doing the American Pledge Allegiance in the next couple of months with cars going off, fireworks going off in the background. I mean, 10 a.m. Bulls are pushing crazy right now on IWM. Russell 2000. Dude, you know what's crazy? It looked like IWM wasn't moving at all, right? It looked like IWM wasn't moving at all when the market was doing everything, and now look what's flying. IWM is up 1%. Right? What does our channel say? Right? What does our live stream say? Somebody please say it in chat, please. The Empire strikes back. The IWM Russell 2000 strikes back. Oh my, all right, this is bullish right now. This is bullish right now. IWM and QQQ is leading. QQQ is up crazy to 1.6. IWM flew and everything else flying now. QQQ up 1.6% now off of pre-market. Bullish news as well. This gap is holding and it's bear trapping everybody. The gap is holding and it's bear trapping everybody. It is turning into a crazy pullback from 935 into 950. 950 into 10, and 10 is about to go break the roof or not. All I know is there's a 1 minute gap here. So if they're bullish for 20 minutes, if they're bullish for 1 hour, if they're bullish for 2 hours, if they're bullish for a whole day, something is pushing a crazy high right now. That is true. All right, mad dash on an Amazon. We gotta see this. Amazon. Something is crazy pushing on. Bullish high right now. IWM broke out crazy from 236 to 238. So IWM nice.
Just saying game set match for Amazon going into
Nvidia. Wow, look at this SPX 1 minute gap now. Right, look at this SPX 5 minute gap, folks.
I don't see
there's an SPX 1 minute gap.
OpenAI challenging Amazon retail. Meta, maybe they're the
notice how it's at different spots too, right? Right at 10 a.m. What is the SPY one at? At 9:51. So there's technically two 1 minute gaps here. Let's see what happens. That's what I'm trying to say. They could go break the roof here. They could go, and then come back and fill one, and then leave the other one for later, or they could fill both now, or like we're about to see. All I know, look at this shit. 1 minute gap. There's a 5 minute gap. Call this a SPX gap.
This doesn't really even show how high it went intraday. Yeah. This is one that might trust.
Right. This is something. This is only happens when the market is super bullish, super trapping or something.
Has it not, Jim? Yes, but you can go back.
MACD, RSI, super bullish still on QQQ. This shit only happens when it's super bullish. I swear. But that also means something happening.
That's right. That's fabulous.
43% in 5 years is fabulous.
Put up what the OpenAI equity would look like.
No, don't change the subject on me. Don't change the subject. Why is that fabulous? That's 5 years. Why is that fabulous?
Well, because you have to look at because if you're not trading and you own Amazon from when the president attacked it the first time off of FedEx.
10 a.m. HOD testing. 10 a.m. HOD broke.
Okay, what do you want? Great.
That's all I want.
Right, now there's a divergence at the roof.
That's fine. It's not fabulous.
You want great? Apple. Apple's the winner. AI. Keep hearing what Apple's the loser.
330 is being extended on QQQ.
Apple, and then they're number one. May I suggest that right now, at this moment, these guys should, because Gemini right now, why not be affiliated with that?
All right, wind direction is south from pre-market into 930. Wind direction is north from 930 to 10, showing on the Qs. SPY about to go high and break the divergence at the roof now, looks like, or later. And then there's a 1 minute gap that exists down there. Let's do a poll. I think the divergence up there is going to clear now or 20 minutes later or something. And then maybe they're going to hover it up crazy bullish. And then this 1 minute gap, 5 minute gap is going to fill. I don't know. I'm not chasing this shit bullish though, but I have seen this shit back in December. I have seen this shit back in time, not in even December, but you got to remember what happens here. I'm telling you, you might think, oh, this is really bad. You might think this is all really good, but all I'm saying is remember what is going on. Remember how it's going on right now, live, before it happens, and literally remember that. That is the only reason how people know what the fuck to do, what the hell is going on, and how people become professional and become better individually minded and person. You know what I mean? There's no way you literally learn unless you try to remember things like this while it happens. So all I could say is I've already been through this shit, so this is the reason why I'm drawing it. Because I'm telling you, people even sit here trading for 40 years, 50 years, and they don't even care about it. So that is straight up not a professional thing. Professional traders care about everything. All the important things that are going on, what the market is showing, what the market is making a whatever it is, right? Line, whatever you know, call it is, oh, line drawing, oh, technical, whatever. It doesn't even matter. They don't do it. And that does not allow them to see cycles and time confirmation, and that makes them super biased. So be careful. But be careful with what you fucking believe on this online bullshit is what I'm trying to say. HOD testing. I think we should do a poll right now. HOD breaking, no poll, no poll. HOD breaking. All right, divergence cleared. They're so bullish right now. The bulls are the ones that are. They're trapping everything. Going 3/3, cycle extending right now. This is a fake what? Top again. Cycle extending 3/3 showing. Right, that's what it's doing. Even though this could do it for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, and then come back down, doesn't matter. They're extending the cycle. They, as in the market. The market has decided to pull back and went flying nuke with the SPX 5-minute gap, 1-minute gap, and SPY 1-minute gap down below. HOD is just cleared into 10:05. HOD is just cleared into 10:05. So they are not leaving a divergence at the roof now. They cleared the divergence and set the roof into 10:05. I want to create the HOD and the LOD. I'm low-key going to short right now. I think I might be super fast when I'm doing SPX. There's one. I might be super fast. Bullish into 10:05 on QQQ and SPY. They broke the HOD, but IWM and SPY, IWM and Nvidia did not. It's a bull trap building with no cycle confirmation here. There's advanced level shit going on. Advanced level shit, and market is going up and down fucking crazy fast right now. Time is 10:10 already. $10 a.m. level. Alright, bears are in control here. One, two, three massive red candles. They could be leaving and letting the cycle create, which is what's happening on SPX. And IWM going lower without cycle now, or maybe not, or Nvidia. Look at this shit. Different times, different everything. No cycle going lower on Nvidia now. Right, spine, yeah, bearish. Fucking weird. I'm about to. One more red candle. 30 seconds, please. This fucking red candle. This is right at previous day. HOD on Friday. I'm expecting a big-ass red candle here now, to be honest. I'm expecting a fucking huge red candle here. I could be wrong. SPY's coming in with a huge green. Just on the fact that they're holding it, but I mean now they're bear trapping, so fuck. Squeeze, come on, oh my god, this candle crazy. Oh my god, this candle fucking crazy. Come on. What the fuck? Yo, please. Squeeze. SPX moving fucking wild. Squeeze. Wow. I'm scared. Okay, I'm leaving. Wow. Alright, I'm out. 2.1K. Oh my god, that was fucking crazy. I'm out! Let's go! 2.1K. Let's go. Fuck me. Oh my god, that was fucking crazy. I was about to leave on that fucking spike down on that fucking squeeze candle at the bottom right. Oh my god. Market, yes. Robinhood fucking slow as shit, but it's working. Oh my god. I don't know if it's my fucking internet or what, but my chart is literally slow as shit on Robinhood by like 15-20 seconds now. Fucking great. Gap filled on what? I think on 1. Not yet. I'm telling you, I told you this shit was advanced level shit, right? Advanced level. Advanced level. Advanced level. I literally said in the WhatsApp group at 10:07, bull trap building with no cycle confirmation with gaps below on the 1 and 5 minute SPX SPY right now. Advanced level shit going on at 10:07, 10:08. 10:07, 10:08 was right here. 10:07, 10:08. The first 2 red candles. I said they're building a bearish cycle right now with no cycle confirmation, and they're just fucking making it bearish. And the candles coming in crazy. I don't know anymore. They're making the gap hold and hope. Faking out. Bear trapping or what? Candle crazy. People said there's a delay in the YouTube live stream. Yeah, I heard there's like a 15-30 second delay, but I mean there's like 10 people, you know, in the WhatsApp group that constantly do I mean I try to post, I do post live 24, like what I do, honestly, I show right now for free and the shit. But yeah, I don't have like a Discord live right now or nothing, so until I do start it, I guess for like a week or 2 or a month, I don't know. I think it's coming like a week or 2 though. I think I'm ready. I'm just doing small ass trades right now, though. I'm kind of living life, to be honest. I'm not fucking trying to stress myself. I don't want to do bad, so I'm just chilling out every day, trying to make my profits so I can go on a fucking break and get a new iPhone, even more for my friends and my friend on the other side. I'm just glad, because literally the market makes it look bearish and bullish, and it does fucking crazy shit. So I'm just glad I am able to somehow make it out of this shit, because this is crazy. I don't even know where it was gonna go at 10:10. You know what I mean? But I mean, all I'm saying is the market changes, market switches, market flips, and whatever you want to call it, in a heartbeat. Like, what the fuck is that not gap filling? Can't even make this up. This shit is like 0 DT gaming cycle now creating after there was no cycle confirmation. From 10:05 to 10:10, I literally said at 10:07, there's no cycle confirmation, but they're going lower. And the reason why was they were creating a cycle. 10:05 to 10:10. I was literally saying, oh, 1, 2, 3 red candles. I think smart people might have left and they're going to let the cycle create. I don't know if this shit was a cycle or not. I don't think it was. It was just dragging down from 10:05 to 10:10, and now it's cycle creating at the top. So this is still some advanced level shit going on, but it's literally tempting both sides of the aisle perfectly at the most absolute time, going to the most absolute top, going to the most absolute middle, and most absolute bottom, and it just fucking tricks and craps like on everyone. No cap. Doesn't even cap on, doesn't even, you know what I mean? Doesn't even fucking poop on bulls, doesn't even poop on bears. It literally poops on both sides, if you really think about it, using everything. Using cycle, most importantly, cycle. This shit I'm talking about, how this extended from 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 Friday, and then it burned all calls from there on Friday. And then it burned what? All puts into this morning. And then it what? It burned all calls there. And then it what? It killed all puts. And then it killed all calls. And then what? It's killing all puts anyway because of this gap. The market is insane, dude. You cannot lie. This is what I mean by like I just want to freaking. There's no way I can get every single shit right. So I mean, sometimes I just like to sit out and let the market be and like let the fucking candles do whatever. Honestly, I'm in awe too. That's what I'm trying to say, because I'm in fucking awe of what it's doing. It always does the most craziest shit at the most absolute vulnerable, most weirdest, most unexpected, and most frustrated times when people are most given up. That's what I literally have noticed throughout my entire career of trying this options and 0 DTE shit. So absolutely. This is why, you know, when you see setups and sometimes you say, oh, they're setting something up, it sounds like you're the crazy person because you are technically against the majority. And you don't want to be against the majority, right? That's basically being against the trend, but it's also at the same time being aware, being not too biasly pushed, I guess, stuck on something, not able to see certain things. IWM is up 1.14%, SPY is up 0.94%, and QQQ is up 1.76, 1.75. So it is bullish, but it's also pulling back and being bullish. So I mean, you know, I guess it's fucking cycling. It is. That's what I think. So we have some videos coming from CNBC, former Boston Fed president. Very confident that Powell will be successful in getting a 25 basis point cut in December. December coming up. I don't even want to think of nothing here. Even if they show bearish here, I'm just going to chill out. I don't really care. I'm scared. Why? The 1 minute gap is held. They can hold this shit until whenever. They could drop it down, fill it, or not. I don't know. All I know is a lot of retail traders don't even give a fuck about none of what I just said for the last 40 minutes. So we'll see what happens to the end of the day as well.
Well, he had some sway because normally the president of the New York Fed wouldn't take a position different than what the chair does. And so normally he does show his speeches to the chair,
confirmation building, cycle, pivot point cycling. I was trying to say cycle, pivot point trading, but I don't want to say the word trading. So it's like pivot point market deciding, right? Hedge fund managers are saying, oh, this is pivot point cycle, blah, blah, blah. It's dangerous.
It's not at all surprising to me that the markets reacted quite significantly when he gave such a strong statement in support
there is
of
multiple gaps. One gap at 959.10
reading the tea
on
leaves.
SPX.
That's useful.
There is one gap at 951 on SPY. 662.41. There's a gap at 664
Powell can get it all the way down to,
I don't know when they're gonna fill, but
9.2 or something.
one of them might fill, and then they might use the other one on the bottom to bear trap or not. I mean, I've seen it all. That's what I'm trying to say. I've seen it all. So I don't want to sit here and speculate and be like, oh, they're both gonna fill now, or like I'm not gonna sit here and speculate. Oh, they're gonna do this now. I'm just gonna say when it does happen, I will be able to have a better understanding of what's going on and how they're trying to show this and how they're trying to trap this using cycle and time confirmation, blah 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 blah, more than people that don't care. That is a reality. That is something that will never change. So more and more you understand that, the more and more you understand that's an advantage and a smart money thing, deductor thing.
Those guys remind me
better
of
it is.
sell-side analysts. Doesn't matter. They're sitting on the sidelines. They can say whatever they want.
This
they
is
don't have to put their money where they're
dangerous unless they start going first. What does they start going first
think the
mean?
risks are more to the
Momentum, volume,
to the labor market
or
right now, Eric,
like
or
setup.
we were,
Like, oh,
I'm
we
not
just
trying to put
created
words in your mouth. You
HOD,
think
the
it's still
reject or
inflation
something. We're
is the
trying to
biggest
gap
fear,
fill. I don't know.
or
Maybe
a
that shit was a
slowing
little
labor
bit.
market is
I don't know.
more
I
the
see
Fed's
I see different things, I guess, in different
Well, the
ways.
labor
But I
market's
mean, I don't
definitely
know.
weak, and there's no doubt about that.
Shit looks definitely mixed.
We don't have a lot of
That's
data,
for sure
but
here.
the unemployment rate for
Nvidia
September,
looking
which came
bearish.
out relatively recently,
IWM
was
looking
at
bullish.
4.4%, but the payroll employment number was
Yet
reasonably
SPY's the one
strong
looking
at
bearish and QQQ
119,000. So I think,
bullish. Like it's
yes,
just
we have a
mixed.
weak
Everything
labor
mixed
market.
right
The
now.
question is
These are
it going to get a lot
crazy.
weaker? And for that, I think you do have to think about
Kevin said, didn't know you could have intraday gaps to learn something new. That's exactly how I was when I learned it, you know? This is exactly the mindset how I literally was verbally saying. I was like, oh, what are these 1 minute gaps? Oh, what are these 5 minute gaps? Oh, these are what? Intraday index gaps on what? IWM, SPY, SPX at different times, different places using different things. And I was like, wow, why does this happen? And I literally sat there and I've literally traded with it and I traded against it and I literally sat there going long or short and I've gotten fucked on it and I've made banks on it and I was like, wow, there's something more. Like I need to learn about this and this is how I learned. I literally learned that those are called setup. It's just things that the majority of the people do not know. It's things that majority of the people do not care about. And when people do find out, the majority of the people hope on it. The majority of the people guess on what both sides of it. And I realized, you know, this shit being a probability matrix, if a setup exists, both sides of the aisle can have a both chance at both things, meaning this is a probability possibility, you know what I mean? Not a you should choose one side and be, oh, this is gonna go up, or it's gonna go down, right now, right later. It's always deciding, always choosing. So how the fuck does anybody know anything? Right here, right now, into 20 minutes later. All anyone can know is right here, right now, into the next time checkpoint, which is about 5, 15, 20 minutes later, using setup, using higher time, higher probability, higher setup shit, nothing more. Smart money, smart deductions, whatever you want to call it, nothing more.
You can look at it where it does look restrictive.
HOD hovering right now with all these bears trapped. This is bullish, sadly, for all these bears.
I think,
hovering.
With very little data and having seen some weak labor numbers, one of the challenges is distinguishing between labor supply shocks. For example,
I thought there was a divergence at the roof, and I was going to say, oh, they can do this because of there's a divergence at the roof, but I mean, there is no divergence at the roof, so candles are showing bullish. Let's see if it's real. I don't know. I honestly just said it's looking bullish based on candles, but I mean, watch it reject big time. Watch it kick. Watch it cook the majority. People gonna be crying. They gonna come back saying, "Oh, what happened now?" And I'm just gonna say, "Go away," because I swear there's always about 10 or 15 every single day, and it's fucking annoying. It's fucking goddamn annoying. So, thank you all, the realest viewers that are here trying to learn, but it literally truly pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I literally just stay away, but it's just going, there's like 10 or 15, 20 people that goes in and out based on candles, and it's fucking brain dead. That's what I think, dude. I might be coming off very rude and mean right now, but I mean, it is what it is. That's what I truly think.
Tariffs and somewhat more.
I don't give because I don't give a fuck about candles. I care about cycles and I care about setup. And those 135, 140 people that are here constantly that are trying to do this shit is literally caring about setup. That's all I know, not candles. But I do know that those that care about candles only, those that care about the narrative that wants to fit their story only, wants to see what they want to see only. That is why it pisses me off, because that's how I was, and that's the one thing that will completely screw over anybody doing anything. I swear. I'm not even trying to come off like in any way right now, but I am coming off in some way right now. But I swear, I'm trying to be real here. There's nothing the candles are gonna teach. There's nothing being right is gonna teach. Being wrong, being not candle-based biased is gonna teach everything. No matter how much you want to fucking argue with me or be like, oh, this kid's a fucking lying ass, this kid's young, or whatever you want to say. No matter how much, whatever they want to say, ain't nothing gonna change what I've just said verbally. It's just people don't listen to what they hear verbally. They just wanna see the loot. I don't care about the goddamn loot. I care about the goddamn gaps. The setup. Well, let's see what the. You know what's crazy? It's not even one setup. What's the other setup on Nvidia? 180. When did we talk about Nvidia? Pre-market. You guys realize we're not even talking about this shit after the fact, right? That's what I'm saying. The problem arises when people are looking at candles and there's a lot of amateur traders that pretend like they're professional traders and they're like, oh, look, I told you that happened. Oh, look, and it's just literally fucking candles. They're bullshitting. When the fuck did I call this shit out? This was gonna happen literally the day before. When the fuck did I call out this shit was probably gonna happen? Literally the day before, last week. So when the fuck did when did I call out this was gonna most likely I was gonna look at what Nvidia, IWM, everything? When? Somebody please tell me. 8:30 in the morning. Lol. Oh my god. Alright, auto payments are at a near high, folks.
Auto prices, but that may be a tall order.
They're using this gap to bull trap, bear trap everybody.
Good morning, Becky. When
using
you take a look at what's happened
they're hoping on all sides right now. Right? Both sides hoping.
Up, but I'm not sure they appreciate just how much they have gone up. We've asked Cox Automotive to calculate the average transaction price going back, starting in October of this year, going all the way back to 2018. Look at the change.
That SPY and SPX gap is nasty work, I think. It's trapping both sides. Just on candles right now.
Was just under $50,000.
Bears are hoping it's going to go gap fill here and break this low. Bulls are hoping it's going to go higher and higher and higher.
An increase of 29.5%. And you really see it reflected in terms of the auto loan monthly payments. According to TransUnion, they now are above $750. They've been steadily edging higher. The real increase was during the pandemic, but they continue to move higher. And again, this is from TransUnion showing the average monthly new vehicle auto loan payment is more than $750. So a couple of things have been
I don't even know if there's a 1 minute gap here now, but I mean, I don't think there was, but they're right back up to the top.
On higher trim levels. I know everybody says, well, what about the base price? Someone will order a vehicle with a base model.
It's looking crazy because Nvidia's grinding lower and then it's popping up on every single candle in IWM. So
people want the technology and the features
almost turn my chart off.
Become used to in automobiles. So as a result, higher trim levels are what they're focusing on. Those are the vehicles that are selling, and they're
I think we should do a poll. It's looking so bullish and looking so bearish right now.
Well, let's
we are hovering at the roof for the last 5, 10, 15, 25 minutes. Time is 10:30. The poll is: are we gonna go to 660?
Whether it's the
10:30. Are we gonna break the HOD? If you think we're gonna break the HOD and fly, say HOD and fly. If you think VWAP is coming, say VWAP. This is the first
increased cost. Excuse me. So the bottom line is this: as you take a look at GM, Ford, and Stellantis, there will be a hearing next month, or in January, I should say. Senator Ted Cruz wants to take a look at auto affordability. Becky, it will be interesting to see what comes out of this. Yes, people are not happy that auto monthly loan payments are more than $750 for a new vehicle. But they've also gone up, Becky, for used vehicles. It's about $150 to $170.
Candles are definitely saying new HOD. Setups are trying to show VWAP in some way, but I mean that is more of a hope at this point because the cycles are, I don't know, in some way looking bullish. Both way.
They have plateaued to a certain extent, but there's no indication that they're going to be coming back down.
All right. I'm not voting yet because I don't know.
Joe,
I'm just thinking and watching until everyone votes.
When inflation moderates,
8 people voting new HOD. 1 person voted
You're still at these elevated levels.
10 people voted HOD.
Inflation
1
over
person
time
voted
naturally
VWAP
pushes
in
higher.
the WhatsApp group. Nope says HOD.
It's really
Kevin
tough
says
to get
VWAP.
to kind of
Ochoa
get
says
rid of that jump without
bull
dealing
trap
with all of the input costs,
BS
the labor costs, and everything else that has gone higher as a result.
Bull and bear trap.
That almost sounds like it's a near
Chris says VWAP.
impossible
1036 Rich says HOD and fly. Money fly sign. I like that. Don Font says VWAP.
And the
Flatten now says price above the cloud.
I would buy a more
True.
modestly priced vehicle.
I should honestly have an SPX chart with the Ichimoku cloud. I love the Ichimoku cloud. I just don't want to have it on the small chart
at least
time.
as a starting price.
Chris said IWM faking bull is nasty work. Damien says HOD. Chaya says it has been like this for the last 30 minutes. Yeah.
As consumers,
candles coming in literally. It looks super bullish. It looks super bearish. Dude, nobody knows.
And that's what the automakers are focusing on. They realize that nobody buys a base price.
Man, I really wanted to go in the video right now, going lower, and they flipping it higher, so I'm going to chill my ass out. Chill my ass out a little bit. I'm voting with the 1 person voting VWAP in the WhatsApp group.
If I didn't have GPS, I
Frankie,
care about a few things, but you can't even
we
go
have
into the
13 people voting new HOD. I don't really put too much importance on my vote, but I'm just going to vote with the minority.
Buy a Jeep without doors. So, you know, with him, he's remember, Phil? I mean,
the way everybody wants it.
Man, candles are life or death right now.
You give me a
for the
Husky
bulls
and a Jeep
to
without
break
doors,
out,
I can drive
bears
around
are
for the rest of my life
hoping.
and be as
Every
content
single
as
candle.
Out in the wilderness with an
squeezing.
EV. Good luck. Better bring a Generac. Can you bring one of those?
Every single candle. It's lightning
who said anything about
testing. Some sort of a bullish.
That was
third bullish.
Well, that's
spike on IWM into 1032, so HOD into 1030 still.
Yes, Joe. Do you know that there are people who drive around in the suburbs with Jeeps without doors? Oh my goodness! Have you been
tested
out and
the roof
this?
on SPX
it happens
as well?
all the time.
I don't get out.
Maybe
I don't
not
get out much.
in New Jersey. Not in New Jersey. Get out away from the East Coast, Joe.
Wow,
and
15 people voting new HOD now.
Okay.
2.
I just did that
VWAP.
actually. I'll do that, but I still don't see a lot without.
Real
without,
quick HOD
without
break.
doors. Where do you store the door? Is it hard to put them on? Can you do that?
I don't even know if we broke it.
Does
It
the
is
dealer have to do
Get
that?
used to it. I mean, no, you can do it. I mean, it's always
665,
been that way.
77.
With those
665,
with Jeeps, or if you wanna do that
75.
with,
It
let's
did
say,
break
a
the
Ford
HOD
Bronco where you can
by
take the doors
cents.
off. Yes, you can do that. It's it depends on the people who I don't know.
It
many
did break
people
the
who like to
HOD
do it
by
on a
cents
daily
here.
basis. Generally speaking,
There's a
depending on the
divergence
weather
at the
where
roof.
they live, they either keep them on or keep them off.
Build a website you love.
There's a gap down below
with Wix.
on SPX and SPY, and they're making a divergence at the roof, making long-term and medium-term shorting even dangerous, even to think about. But I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna be like that, but it's why? Because it's different every single time. What happens every single time, set up different, every single time, environment different. But I'm just saying, they're showing different things here and there too. Oh wow, really bad news on Tesla.
Sales dropping to a 3-year low last month. Eunice Yoon joins us this morning from Beijing.
Tesla's China sales hit 3-year lows.
Thanks, Andrew. Well, Tesla's share of the Chinese EV market shrank from 8.7% in September to 3.2% last month. So I took a look
last week, but I mean, I don't know about right now.
Tesla's newest direct competitor in the upper echelon of the Chinese EV market is China's Xiaomi. The smartphone makers U7
I literally can't even go long here. I can't even go short here because this is the 3/3 bullish cycle.
Accidents that raised concerns about the car's safety.
The EV newbie sold nearly 109,000 cars
I don't
in
even need to explain this shit.
compared to 170,000 for
went
Tesla.
up higher, went lower, and then
EV
creating a
unit
bullish.
just turned a
So
profit
I mean,
for the first time. Late bloomer
trying to extend.
Motor is pressuring Tesla too. The Chinese EV startup has been around for 10
Oh, it
years.
looks the
but
box
only
looks
this
weird
year
because I'm drawing the
started
bigger
beating
box
out its
over the
Chinese
smaller box.
peers
That's
in terms
why.
of sales and stock price. Its C10 mid-sized SUV is priced roughly half of a Model Y. Leap Motor also has a JV partnership with Europe's Stellantis. Foreign companies
Weren't people bullish on NIO since
barely make a
2020,
dent in the EV market
2022 though? I think it took a beating, and then like now recently people are now going back into NIO or something, right? I think I've seen some social media posts about NIO too, yeah, like a week ago.
End of the market with its sub $10,000 price tag. Yet it's an indication of where Chinese buyers are at. Budget conscious.
Where Chinese buyers are at Xiaomi cars. They got dancing cars.
Automakers like Geely making inroads in EVs. That trend is turning Huawei into a more notable Tesla rival. The Chinese tech giant partners with old-line car makers like Seres, Chery, and Beijing Auto.
Goddamn iPhone rival. Look at that car, bro. Look like a damn iPhone.
Has become a top seller among high-end SUVs.
That shit look like a damn iPhone. All right, Tesla iPhone.
The Model Y is still holding up, though, ranking 6th in the overall market, but do expect even more fierce competition in this market.
Right
the
now.
Chinese government said that it is ending its tax rebate program for EV buyers at the end of December. Guys?
330 is flying higher right
Eunice, two things. One, you mentioned Xiaomi, and you mentioned some of the safety concerns. What are they exactly?
666 SPY, this is.
Well, there were some accidents involving the Xiaomi cars, which were related to the driver assistance program. So because of that, the government here put in place more strict rules to be able to ensure that people were very aware when it came to using that driver assistance program. But since then, there has been a lot of interest still in the Xiaomi cars, and there has been an investigation into exactly what went wrong. Still seems to be very, very popular among the population here.
And then, Eunice, real quick,
there was
just
a massive run on QQQ now.
The cost of a Tesla versus a Xiaomi or some of these other
595 to
vehicles.
601. What the fuck?
And once you get rid of the rebates and the like, what happens?
Look at QQQ and look at SPY.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be a lot more competition because one of the problems that you see with Tesla is really an industry-wide problem.
Look at QQQ and look at Nvidia right now. No fucking difference. I mean, there's a major difference.
There are a lot of companies that are state-backed, state-invested, even if they're private companies, and we have seen some consolidation when it comes to sales.
I don't know if they're going to hover here for an hour or until the end of the day and then go gap fill or what, but I mean, that's what it's looking like now. I don't know. It's looking
not exiting. So that's
like
one
of
issue.
those
and then also with
grind
Tesla,
up until when
that
question.
a lot of analysts talk about,
I don't know if it's
going
to reject her or what, but I mean, this new HOD divergence cleared on everything. I'm just chilling and watching. There's no cycle confirmation.
Constantly releasing new models.
Most likely
and
something higher
Tesla is not refreshing
they're about to dump off
and
this new
especially
HOD.
at the same pace. And so because of that, analysts are saying that it would be better, that Tesla would be better served if it was able to refresh models more quickly.
Cycle was to confirm higher, but I mean, it literally went for 1, 2, 3 minutes. 1, 2 minutes. So unless somebody went at the bottom of the pullback and then waited for a new HOD, that was good. But you know, it's just no money to chase at the tippity top to get literally scraps and then get fucked on by the hammer trying to eat literal scraps.
An executive order signed by President Trump removing tariffs on Brazilian coffee and beef is expected to ease food costs for Americans. Joining us now, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. You came to New York.
I did. Great to be here.
You're on set. It's nice to have you here.
Yeah,
Great to be here.
Affordability. Yes. I saw Secretary Besson. I kind of liked it.
Yes. IW is up 1.21%. SPY is up 1.08.
Up, I don't know.
QQQ is up
8%,
1.91.
Like and I think he said,
is so damn volatile. When it goes up and down, it goes up and down crazy.
He said, excuse me? He said, how much does your arm weigh? When you measure your weight, do you measure your arm or do you look at it the entire...
Right now, honestly, this shit holding like crazy. That 1 minute gap is being used as a hope factor until who knows when, but it really is.
And that might flow through, setting up 2026 to be much more affordable. Is that the way to view it?
That's it. And first of all, it's so fun to be with you all and not in a black box, right, looking into a camera lens. So thanks for having me. Yeah, this administration has been incredibly focused on getting the American dream back into every American's home and goals, et cetera. And affordability is a huge piece of that. Of course, I'm the agriculture secretary, so food
burning all bears on it. They did go lower literally one time, but it did not get
Joe Biden the last 4 years,
every bear since then has been burning since
interest rate 73%,
10 to 1040 at the minimum. This shit crazy now.
Labor increased 47%. Not surprising that the driver, and of course, no new trade deals during those 4 years, no way to move the food out. So when you look at all of that in total, it's no surprise that what we inherited was an absolute economic mess. But those numbers are coming down. There are a few outliers, and you mentioned Secretary Bessent talked about a couple of those
bullish,
yesterday.
But this is looking
we're working on those extremely diligently. But as we're restructuring the entire economy, as we're bringing down inflation, bringing down fuel, bringing down labor, Americans, we believe, will see real relief very, very soon. Those numbers are already down, but much more to come.
I can't go long here, nor am I going short against this shit. So
I guess are coming off. What was the thinking there? What's the thinking now?
5-minute pullback.
Do we not? It'd be nice if we made everything.
Right above
we can't
gap.
Possibly produce everything
They're using the gap
in the United States.
Was
that
everybody.
the wrong move? Now all of a sudden we need these things. Prices are up, so the tariffs come off. Was it ill-conceived? The original tariff?
Listen, the president who I was his domestic policy chief in the first administration. Built the America First Policy Institute in the interim. I mean, I have been next to him on policy for a really long time now. His vision of realigning the entire world economy around putting American products first and America first, but also using tariffs as a really important economic tool to make sure that we are doing everything we can for our country and to keep our country at the top of the world. So when it comes to Brazil, for example, there was a whole background on that, and this is more probably Secretary Rubio's
IWM did this shit on Friday.
But what the president did was using these as economic tools,
from
but
the
also
bottom of the trend line to the top.
Foreign policy tools as well.
That's what
now, what happened with Brazil with those tariffs coming off is this: we're now just back to where we were in February when Liberation Day was announced. Meaning that, for example, on a lot of goods, including beef and others, we're back to the 25% tariff that is congressionally authorized. So when they say we're taking the tariffs off of Brazil, all we're doing is going back to what was there originally, which was 25%. So the president continues, I believe, to move America forward in such a remarkable way. All of these achievements over the last just 10 months, that's kind of amazing. Some days it feels like 10 years, but we've really only been 10 months.
Last week.
And there's so much good left to do.
Friday, from the bottom to the top, and then broke out on hover.
That hasn't happened yet, right? $15 billion, is it in the works?
We bounced on the top of the IWM top and then hovered.
That's to try to accomplish one thing, but that hurts. That has unintended consequences maybe with farmers, so we're using this $15 billion. Was it a good idea? Was it positive in the end? I guess you can use some of the tariff proceeds maybe for the $15 billion
on IWM because I don't want to update
on that. First of all, what the president did with Liberation Day, with enacting all these tariffs back in February, we now have dozens of new trade deals.
RSI is crazy.
And within Indonesia, Australia, Japan, EU, England, it's just remarkable. And a lot of these deals, people tried for 20, 25 years to get these deals. Again, under the last administration, we didn't have one new trade deal. We went from a agriculture trade surplus
wind direction is
Trump
showing north.
To a
that is
deficit,
true. Someone said trend is north, so we got to draw the trend on
SPY. Think about the effects on our farmers and
even though there's a 1-minute gap, even though they might fill it into the end of the day, even though they might do it tomorrow or what, but they are using it as a hope right now, and it is saying wind direction is now
which now
north.
we're doing. Again, it's incredible. But to your point about the aid, the president always said he would take care of the farmers. They have been with him since he came down the escalator just a few blocks from here in 2015 and began this next chapter. So yes, we are looking at the aid right now. We have always said it is to solve for, to mitigate anything under these new trade negotiations. Every day that changes, and that's what we're working. So we'll have an announcement probably in the next week or two on what that's going to look like. We're selling a lot more soybeans than we were, though, a couple of months ago when we first started talking.
Look at that fucking
China
candle
went
just
from
zooming
the biggest
in.
buyer of soybeans to zero
Magic
purchases
green
of
candle.
soybeans. That was the biggest issue that happened. That happened on President Trump's watch.
Well, so we have seen a decline from China buying soybeans for years. It is an important point, though, because China, just a few years ago, was buying about 65% of our soybeans from America. They have pivoted to buying a lot of Brazilian soybeans. And also the president has said, as has Secretary Bessent, that using our soybean farmers for leverage is not okay. So in the last, just a couple of weeks ago, the announcement was that China is back on to buy soybeans, 12 million metric tons this year, 25 million metric tons over the next few years. They've already put in a purchase order. We've already started shipping soybeans their way, almost 1.5 million metric tons. We have every indication they will continue to buy soybeans, sorghum, et cetera. But it goes to the larger effort of President Trump. We can't be so reliant as Americans producing American products on one country, our foreign adversary. So opening up, Japan's going to buy more soybeans. The EU's going to buy more soybeans. There are countries all around the world now that have committed to that, Argentina and others. So next year, I think we're going to see a incredible move.
What the fuck? I'm kidding. All right, soybeans. All right, great. Back stability to our economy. Come on. Man. No wonder they're catching up to our shit, though. What the fuck? Holy. Alright, this is literally bulls in control, to be honest now. This is back above 6,000. Alright, this is literally 666. IWM grinding higher and higher and higher, coming in with a bullshit squeeze for the literal last 1 hour. 45 minutes. IWM squeeze for the last 45 minutes is what I want to call these candles, but I mean, it's either super bullish or they're showing super bullish, and they are super bullish on SPY right now. So all these bears cooked. Fucking massive divergence too at LOD at 950 at the fucking floor. 1045. This shit literally, what you want to call this is an Elon rocket pad, no? Like, what the fuck? Some right here, I really thought it was like ascending, grinding higher, but like, bro, they really do that for $1 and fucking 50, like $2. Wow. Just on the fact that we broke the HOD, but it's just like slow grinding up, because that's what they do on a bullish cycle. But I mean, this is so dangerous. This is 3/3 plank, and it's just continuously extending now. Somewhere here it was safe, I guess, from here to here, but look at the MACD and volume too. It's just super slow. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going higher as well. They pulled back, hit the fucking top, and then went fucking high. So shit. That's what's showing. Wow. IWM flying in Nvidia. Look at the 5-minute MACD coming in bullshit bullish like that though. Like, wow. That's what I'm saying. Wow, like slow grind in it. It's 1050. See, when there's a gap like that, sometimes I target it mad fast, but I do realize that sometimes it's so fucking dangerous to fully
the major averages coming off of volatile
as a target. So that's literally what I meant by I've been in it, all signs getting ground. I've literally been in that situation too, when I'm literally shorting and I'm like fucking waiting for 10 cents and I'm waiting for a dollar break or something and it just reverts crazy and it goes HOD, 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 HOD. So yeah, that's the reason why I said it could literally hold and fill for, you know, never. It could do it 2 hours later, 40 minutes later, or what? Because it goddamn looked like it was really gonna close. It looked like it was really gonna close, and then it didn't. At the true, most at the bottom point. So something to take note of and remind yourself. That's what happens.
The major averages coming off a volatile week in part on concerns over AI valuations. Joining us right now is Doug Clinton. He's Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO. Good morning to you. We keep talking about the idea of a bubble. Maybe when you say there's a bubble, there isn't a bubble. But where do you land? We're also seeing some of this now even go over and affect the markets in China.
We had a really rough month.
Pretty resilient, or people weren't talking of AI bubble over there, but now
have an
seems to be everywhere.
Start to the week, looks like.
Good morning, Andrew. I mean, here's the temperature check, I think, in terms of where we're at with AI right now.
Right now, at the minimum, it's showing this candle. So do we get a doji here? Maybe, I don't know. But right now, it's showing highs
just about a month ago. But outside of that, if you look at some of the core AI trades, the companies like CoreWeave, Nebius, Tempest AI, a lot of these names are down 30, 40, 50%. So we've had a pretty healthy altitude adjustment, I think,
higher and higher. I really want to take a short 1DT later with a cycle confirmation, to be honest. That's my true idea, but
when people see a
I'm just waiting right now. I am not fucking shorting against this shit, nor am I chasing long right now when the candles are flickering and flickering up every 1 minute. So I'm okay on 0DT right now. I think I'm chilling. I might do a little bit of a big size 1DT with my profits included. My profits are a couple of $100 for the day so far.
I think it's more
I'm up like $750, $800, so
it's interesting. You mentioned
I'm just waiting,
and that
to
is
be
a
honest.
stock
I'm waiting. They're bullish and bullish
and
bullish right now. I just want to chill. MACD and volume is at the tippity top right now. Even if the shit crosses down, there's no cycle confirmation lower.
In these big data centers, and I think that is
IWM going higher and higher and higher.
Almost the whole game.
So
in terms of the math.
2/3 is actually
either
being
you think
now
that these chips
day
can
long.
be used for 6, 7, 8 years.
I don't want to go against IWM either, to be honest. If this is going to hold it to 2, 3, it is going to
be such an upgrade cycle that
I'm just gonna let
they're
it
not going to be used the same way 3 or 4 years out.
Even if the candles come in bearish here, even if the candles come in, so if there's a massive candle drop in the VWAP or to the pole where it says pull,
to some extent, it's hard to prove concretely one side or the other is absolutely right, in my opinion. I think that there's a little bit of truth to both. At the same time, we have Nvidia upgrading their chips at such a high rate every 18 months or so.
You know how fucking hard it was to go fucking pull back long on this shit, thinking it was going to 3/3 break. That's almost hope factor until it does break.
If you are a hyperscaler, because of the efficiencies
I don't fucking care. I don't really play in a 3/3. What does it say? The entirety of today was 3/3 bullish. You get what I'm saying?
They still are very
the entirety of today was 3/3 bullish, so people could have said, "Oh, pull back long," and I went pull back long on that too. But I also,
that we've seen
you have to realize they're showing things like this
even
on
back
purpose.
to A100s, Nvidia's chips that are 5+ years old now. And so I think that in a weird way, both things are true. And because of that, when I think about the cycle, where are we at right now? I think that
why are they tempting me like this? I'm going to go.
We have more time here to go because we haven't gone, down the path where we're starting to depreciate these things at, I think, an unrealistic clip where we're still not monetizing them in reality.
Right. Doug, I wanted to ask you just about how you think about some of the hyperscalers themselves. I want to read you, if I could, a tweet. This is Mark Benioff last night.
I'm in a 5.2K 1DT put right now.
We're on a cable show, so I could use the word, but I won't. He says, holy S, you know what? Holy, you know what? I've used ChatGPT every day for 3 years.
Cycle confirmation
Just spent 2 hours on Gemini 3. Of course, Gemini 3 produced by Google, owner Alphabet. I'm not going back, he says. The leap is insane.
But I'm expecting,
reasoning, speed, images, video, everything is
down here
sharper
at some
faster.
point today.
It feels like the world just changed
6653.
again.
If not today, tomorrow. I'm expecting
Google
today,
just
though.
outpace
I like it up here, to be honest.
And Anthropic and Microsoft and Amazon and everybody else?
I think they did. Yes, they did, Andrew. And here's what I think so exciting about Google. I think it's a stock that's very hard to bet against right now, despite the move they've had over the last 6 months. The turning point for them really was about 6 months ago when they came out with Gemini 2.5. I think they showed the world and they showed the AI world that they still had a lot that they could offer in terms of creating the best performing model in the world. And now with Gemini 3, I think they do have the pole position, having used the model. And so I think that, OpenAI is going to come back. They will rebut this at some point. They will launch the next version of GPT. But right now, I mean, Google, I think, is probably the stock to own in the AI trade from a Mag 6 perspective.
So real quick, because we're going to have to go, explain this. If everybody's going to be continuing to leapfrog each other, from a market share perspective, how do you actually either catch up or take over from somebody else? Meaning, if you're saying in this moment, Google is the winner, does that mean that I'm going to shift all of my work over to Gemini, and then in 3 or 4 or 5 months from now, or maybe shorter, OpenAI will come out with the next version of its operating system, ChatGPT 6, I imagine, and then I switch back? There's been a lot of conversation about the lock-in effect of memory, persistent memory.
He said Mag 6.
I think it does matter. I think you're getting into what will probably be one of the big themes of 2026, which is distribution. The kind of current paradigm has really been, can we go and get consumers to use point solution? Can we go to chatgpt.com or Gemini within Google and have people use these tools? I think next year will be more about distribution and how can we get these models into tools we're already using. And you got to go back to Google, where they have Chrome, they have the Android mobile operating system. They do have some interesting distribution points where they can bake this model in. And I think that will be the new battleground. Instead of getting people to just go direct to websites, it's all about distribution next year.
Wow. I think that was a cycle confirmation. Humongous red candle now. This is literally what I wanted, but now I think I got it into perfect timing. I'm waiting for 2-3 candles go to VWAP. In 2-3 candles, I found it. Nah, I'm talking about if 2-3 5-minute candles maybe go VWAP, but now I'm expecting. If that candle came in and that candle, though, I would have joined, but I already fucking went in. So now I'm hoping here. Time is 10:55. 667.18. This is 10:50 into 10:55. Candle coming in trying to bear trap show off of 1 minute already. Something cycle creating. Doesn't look that great now, but cycle is creating. Fuck, if there was another red candle, that would have been fucking great, but now stuck. If it chops here for an hour, I'm screwed. My 1DT, but I don't know. I want a gap fill. Today, I think a gap fill is gonna happen. What this shit? They're bugging out. Look at this shit. AI sell off not over. They're bugging out. QQQ ran. The video did not really.
Welcome back to Worldwide Exchange. Time for this morning's Insider Action. We're tracking some notable insider stock moves made by company directors and their executives outside of pre-planned stock sales. As always, the data is coming from Verity data, but confirmed.
Hey, bugging out. Bugging out, bro.
All right. We spend a lot of time looking at stats about the markets and
they're fucking bugging out, dude. They're fucking bugging out everywhere, man.
There's more to love.
Shit, we're about to continue to see volatility this week. They're fucking bugging out. I'm telling you that they're still bugging out. This shit November.
Susan Collins, over the weekend, what impact do you see those having on the markets today? Obviously, we see the S&P and the NASDAQ futures in the green, at least right now.
Right. Well, we do think we're going to continue to see volatility this week like we saw last week. As investors digest the risk and the opportunities of what the Fed is going to do. And we're seeing cross currents in the Fed, as we have been seeing, driven both by the lack of government data and where we stand right now in the economy with lots of moving parts. We have unemployment that is getting a little worse. We have economic growth that's still solid. We have inflation that's getting a little worse. And so I think with the jury still out on what the Fed will do, it's likely that the markets are going to be in a fairly tight trading range here.
All right. Your word of the day is motion. What motion are you looking at?
Well, there's a lot of motion. Part of the reason I picked the word motion is because this is Thanksgiving week, and we know we're going to have record number of Americans traveling this week to see family and friends and spend Thanksgiving with them. We also see, as I mentioned, a lot of motion going on with the economic indicators, with the government. We might have some motion happening with Ukraine and Russia. We might have some motion happening with healthcare. And of course, what the Fed is going to do is motion. And then finally, my stock pick of the day, which is Patrick Industries, is in the motion industry, not motion pictures, but moving things, RVs, boats, power toys, and what we're seeing there is an uptick in demand across all of those sectors, which we think is very positive for the outlook for Patrick as a supplier into that.
You know, Nancy, it's interesting you say that. Those are all kind of consumer discretionary spends, the things you're talking about, RVs and power sports and things like that. And you're saying the demand's picking up. So you're seeing a strong consumer, and you expect to see that reflected in retail sales coming up?
If you guys think this is bullish,
say this is bullish. Sales, but we are seeing an improvement in consumer confidence.
If you say this is bullshit,
recent numbers were definitely better than expected.
Someone says Burry speaks tomorrow.
Checks coming in the first quarter with tax refunds going up, and so we're seeing some easing of the pressures on tariffs very quietly and very slowly. So we think it's very likely that next year we will see improved consumer spending over what we saw this year.
Okay.
All right. We spend a lot of time looking at stats about the markets and in Q4 and seasonality. Is that something you're paying attention to? Do you think that's something that global investors are paying attention to?
Yeah, we tend not to pay too much attention to what happens in one quarter, per se. And actually, if you take a step back, and if you're an investor, it's been a pretty good year. Many asset classes have done incredibly well this year on a year-to-date basis. So even if you set aside that volatility, it's been a good year for U.S. investors. And look, if you've invested overseas, it's been an even stronger year.
Hunter says BS.
Overseas, one of the reasons it's been such a strong year is the weak dollar.
Big
looking at the
exactly.
At one point, the dollar was down.
China, that's what it looks like,
it's
right?
recovered quite a bit.
Gotta
it's
hover
actually
like
been recovering over the last
2 hours,
few
maybe
weeks
that's
and
what
months.
it's definitely.
How does the dollar play a part in the U.S. story, but also that global story? We've had a lot of people come on this show say the opportunities are overseas, whether it be Europe or emerging markets. But if the dollar continues to strengthen, does it change that narrative?
Yeah, our view heading into 2026 is that it's likely that the dollar is likely to underperform some other global currencies. So again, taking a step back, the dollar has been so strong for so long that giving up some gains here isn't, I think, the end of the world, so to speak. And if anything, maybe it's just a return to more of a normal trend. And so heading into 2026,
if it does go back up, it goes to 435.
Encouraging investors to ensure that their non-U.S. exposure, continues to be a meaningful part of their portfolio. I think for U.S. investors, obviously, you're going to have a home country bias, and that's well and good. But there's lots of opportunities overseas, and with the dollar declining a little bit, and we think that trend will continue. It's good to have some non-U.S. assets.
All right. Great to have you back on the show. I want to get your take in a couple of different dimensions here. First, your personal take about AI. Are we possibly in a bubble? And then what are your clients? What are your clients seeing, and what moves are they making about that? A lot of talk about it possibly being a bubble, but still, we continue to see Nvidia have great earnings and the markets turn lower. So it seems like everybody's at least a bit confused. What's your personal take? What are clients doing?
Yeah. Pretty good, Frank. We went about 2.5 minutes before mentioning AI. But here we are.
They went super bullish off that 2-minute candles.
It's a very fascinating time, I think, in that context. Let me start
right
by
after
saying that most investors have very significant exposure already to AI. So if you look at the Morningstar US Target Market Index, about 30% of that index today has stocks that are linked, in fact, to an AI type of trade in one capacity or the other. And from a sector basis, we do think when you look at tech and telecom in particular, you're starting to see some emergence of overvaluation. And so we're not altogether surprised that markets have pulled back a little bit recently. Now, having said that, individual companies and their stocks trade differently. And so some of the larger companies, and here I see on the screen Nvidia, for example, our analysts are rated currently 4 stars with a fair value of about $240 US. So Nvidia, Alphabet, those companies, our analysts think are still slightly undervalued. And so in aggregate, we do think that perhaps the AI trade has gotten a little bit overblown, but some of the companies involved in it, some of the largest, we continue to think have some appeal for investors. So it's very mixed from that perspective.
All right, so you're saying these companies are undervalued? Wow, I think you may have a bit of a contrarian view when it comes.
Yeah, I think you always want to take a look at it on a company-by-company basis,
fucking
right? And not get
now.
too caught up in the aggregate. If you look at the aggregate, I think you're looking at more overvaluation than on a company.
Is this shit gonna rocket up here?
That's fair. What about the bonds that some of these hyperscalers are issuing? How do you view those? We've seen some reports where, they're being sold for
getting extended crazy
50 to 80 basis points above Treasuries.
This shit's still
How
bullish,
attractive
but I
are
don't
those
know where
bonds in your mind? And is it a concerning sign that companies with so much cash need to issue bonds? And in fact, we've seen a lot of research. They're pretty much using all their cash flow on buybacks and CapEx.
Yeah, so I think, again, it's a company by company basis.
This U-shape
I think some
versus
of these large hyperscalers, when you look at their bonds, there's obviously a lot of demand for those bonds because they are throwing off so much cash. And I think investors are confident, I think rightly, that they will be able to pay back their debtors. And so I think that that's a good situation. And I think the bonds relative to treasuries are trading at a little bit of a premium. But not a massive premium because investors expect that they will be a good investment.
I want to take one more contract, but I'm waiting right now.
I got to ask you one other question. The Fed, what's your outlook? Are you expecting a cut in December? What's your outlook for the next year? And how important is that cut for the markets at this point?
Yeah. I think, obviously, if you've looked at some of the comments from different Fed governors, there's a bit of a mix there in terms of whether they believe that or not.
Imagine
we do think it's likely
right
that
market
there will be another cut heading in next year. But I don't think it's make or break. The key thing that I think will define the market over the next year is really valuation and whether some of the companies that are commanding these premium valuations are able to continue delivering the return, the growth that they've been promising. At the end of the day, the markets are reflecting what they think future cash flows are going to look back, and they're discounting those. And fundamentally, a lot of these companies have promised a lot, and they need to deliver.
MACD actually bullish, showing with the 1-minute gaps below. Holding it forever. Wow. Holding it. There was like 1 million SPY puts expiring tonight. There's a lot of SPX puts expiring tomorrow and Friday, so man. Oh, look at this. This one just came out.
Scott Croner, U.S. equity strategist at Citi, joins us to break some things down. Your latest note, Scott, you talk about exhaustion is a word that comes to mind. What do you mean by that when you're talking about the markets?
Well, when you think about the way this year's unfolded, David, I mean, we went into the year with the DeepSeek issue confounding the AI narrative. We then rolled into the springtime Liberation Day tariff influence. Then we went into the summer months, had to deal with the deficit and a lot of the issues around that. And now as we've gone into this past couple of weeks, we've seen very good earnings with the Q3 earnings results, but not that much in the way of stock price follow through. You throw in the Nvidia results last week, very strong quarter in the response. And, you know, our take on this, as we step back and look at all this, it's been a really, really difficult year for many investors to navigate. Despite all of those issues, we're still up low teens. And so our view here is that we wouldn't be surprised to see many investors take this next holiday period to start locking things in for the year.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to the broader market in terms of value, do you believe at this point we're close to full value?
Well, the way we've been arguing, and we've got lots of different approaches here, is that we're using a 6,600 year-end target. We're right around that level going into today. And, you know, that's our approximation of fair value, looking at a number of different metrics, whether it's, you know, earnings growth over the next couple of years, a valuation assumption that's predicated on where rates are, and other metrics here. So we feel as if the market has already been discounting out your earnings expectations for some time. So from here, for the market to move materially higher, we need to see those future earnings growth projections continue to ramp. The good news is they have. Coming out of the Q3 reporting period and since mid-year, you look at 5-year earnings growth expectations for the S&P, and they have moved nearly a percentage point higher. So all told, we think things are in very good shape, broadly speaking. But that said, we're also just acknowledging that in shorter term, much of that is probably priced in.
180 being
with or without
crazy,
Fed rate cuts? I mean, the view is that they were just going to keep cutting here into some of this labor market weakness, and now that's completely being rethought. We were just having a debate about how sticky inflation numbers are. So do you need the rate cuts for the earnings picture to work?
Yeah, this is the linchpin
my
into
one
year-end.
DT
So
put is getting grinded on this on the way up.
Open here
Man, this
that
shit
if you
crazy
get that
now.
December Fed
What
rate
the
cut,
fuck?
that does
Vertical
play
climb
into
now.
our
Rock climbing up.
cyclicals
Rock
barbell
climbing up.
approach, and does increase the odds for a bit stronger action at the end of the year. But, you know, the quid pro quo on this is going into the Q3 reporting period. Our view for Q4 was that we'd see volatility during the earnings reports because implied growth expectations were so high. We would then get that
they were all
year-end
bullish
rally
into fucking earnings.
to our price target, 6,600, predicated on an easier Fed. That's still, I think that's probably the right playbook from here, and that is that, yeah, a lot is being priced in and discounted and discussed around where AI is taking us structurally. But we've got the rest of the market action that's more beating to the tune of where economic trajectories are taking us. And in our view, the Fed should be cutting in December, and that does give you a little bit more room for a stronger finish to the year.
That's what they're running off. Just bullish. Man, this shit data grinding. I need food. Fuck. This shit is data grinding. Wow. 661 to 668. I can't even imagine fucking 0 DTs right now because wow. We just went up $3 in 10 minutes. Oh, the market is literally on something right now. Fucking nuclearing. What the fuck? Nvidia fucking actually nuclearing right now. Oh my lord. 180 subbed and then 180 being used like bullshit. Well, they're shitting up. Do we go 183 is the fucking question. Does it run up to somewhere up there where everybody wants is the question. IWM already at 1.4%, so that's the real question. I'm in a lot on 1DT right now and it's fucking squeezing. I need VWAP. VWAP would be gap fill, so damn. It's squeezing to the tippity. Tippity top. $666 to $668, man, that shit is not a fucking joke. 601 to 603, 603.5, what the fuck? Went too early by 5, 10, 15 minutes. This shit is burning. Even if a pullback here, that would save me, but honestly, like, what the this shit must be fucking destroying 0DTs. I ain't going front, dude. Market moves so much. $11.10, $11.15. It is $11.10. Man. Tiny cycle happening here. All right. Bears are trying. My stomach is growling. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group. Hit the thumbs up, folks. Thank you very much. Hope you all had a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Hopefully you got some sun, went to the beach, went to the park, did something beautiful. All puts are being crucified right now. 0DTs especially. That's what the SPX put to call ratio shows as well. It is sent. Crucified. How far can they go? How much can they keep this up? I have no idea, but I mean, they are literally at the tippity top right now, burning all 0DT puts on SPX, so there's massive amounts of calls right here where we are too. Right above where we are, 669 basically, 668.5. Wee. Nvidia while at IWM Didn't go, but Nvidia ran on that. 330 extended and went 30 points on SPX since the top broke. Tesla also hovering at the yellow line right now. I need my phone charger. 10 seconds. I need food too. I'm starving. Alright, I got my charger. I think we're about to see something soon. Or maybe in 20 minutes. It's getting kind of dead. It's slow as hell. Hopey as fuck. 20, 30 minutes. Let's see. Oh yeah, we have what's it called, the First Lady Melania going live at the White House for like some Christmas shit. Christmas decorations at 12. That's it.
Speaking of new highs, take a look at Alphabet. It's another new high this morning, every day, seemingly. Co-founder Larry Page, now the world's second richest person. He just passed Larry Ellison.
What is Alphabet
Speaking of new highs, take a look at Alphabet. It's another new high this morning, every day, seemingly. Co-founder Larry Page, now the world's second richest person. He just passed Larry Ellison. It's worth around $257 billion. The latest move of the stock, of course, comes as a key figure in Silicon Valley praises the company's new AI model, and Deirdre Bosa has the details for us. Deirdre.
Yeah, that would be Mark Benioff in a gushing tweet last night. And with no offense to Benioff, he is great at selling a story, but
did anybody notice
does have
about
a history
Google?
of showing up late and very loudly to some of the hottest trades. Now, take his three biggest acquisitions: Slack, Tableau, Microsoft. All three were stuck near the peak of the SaaS multiple bubble. Remember, Salesforce's first AI brandings, they were around language like Copilot and Einstein. Only after agents have become a buzzword in Silicon Valley did he go all in on it, joking that he would rename Dreamforce Agentforce. That was in 2024. And in case you forgot, he was also in on the metaverse, pushing Salesforce as a trusted enterprise metaverse partner in 2021 and 2022. He even launched NFT Cloud in 2022, which did not age well. So his praise, guys, for Gemini might not be the early adopter signal that Wall Street thinks it is. Inside the AI ecosystem, this shift to Google has been happening for months. Benioff's post is hitting at the narrative going mainstream just as the narrative is going mainstream and as Alphabet is hitting fresh all-time highs. Now, there, of course, could be a little competitive theater here. I know you guys kind of alluded to this, but Benioff and Larry Ellison have been rivals for decades. And Google's win could be Oracle's loss, given its ties to OpenAI. But guys, credit where credit's due. It's not just Benioff that is gushing about Gemini 3. A lot of the community here in Silicon Valley is as well.
Secretary Jack Lew, also former U.S. ambassador to Israel, a former chief of staff to President Obama, former OMB director, and current Columbia University professor. It's quite a resume you have there. It's good to see you, Mr. Secretary. So do you agree that the outlook for 2026 is bright?
Look, I think the outlook these days, you have to say, is uncertain.
Imagine you're
there's a lot of things that are very confusing. Even the jobs numbers that came in last week, you can look at one half and say it's good news, the other half say it's bad news. So uncertainty is the word I would use. When you have policy that's driving in an inflationary direction at a time when the deficit is as large as it is and growing, and the tariffs distorting so much that's going on in our economy, it's hard to say I'm comfortable. I'm not of the view that we're about to go over a cliff, but
I'm going to say in the WhatsApp group what is about to happen.
You say inflationary policy. What do you mean? Are you talking about tariffs?
I think tariffs are inflationary. I think
they haven't been that. I mean, if you look at the bulk of where the inflation has been stubborn, it's in the services. It's not in the tariffs.
Well, it's actually it's coming through in goods now. What we saw was.
I think a little range break is about to happen, a breakaway, up or down, that's up to someone's opinion, but I think a range breakdown a little bit is about to happen. I don't know how much down, but a little bit down.
Off of coffee.
That's what I'm thinking based on the MACD, RSI, and the candles coming in like this,
yes.
down, up, down, up, down, before it drags down a little bit here.
Coffee, cocoa, bananas, definitely in parts of it, but I think in aggregate, actually, it's been surprising how tame the overall goods inflation has been.
So I don't disagree that it's been surprising that it hasn't moved through quickly. I think that there's an uncertainty in terms of what the response to price increases will be that's causing businesses to delay passing prices through. But anyone who looks at the economic analysis of how tariffs go through the economy, they end up in prices. Now, it doesn't have to be that it raises inflationary expectations. It could be a one-time increase. It's phased in over time. But you put that on top of the budget bill that passed over the summer, which is extremely large. It adds trillions of dollars to the deficit. And the only reason you're not seeing it is that the revenue from the tariffs is kind of offsetting it in the aggregate numbers. If the Supreme Court, as I believe it should,
I used to do TLT back in the day, but all I really do now is 3-month treasuries, T-bills.
I think they have mechanisms that they will use to try and extend many of them, but they're much more cumbersome. They take more time. They won't be as broad. And I don't think it will be the equivalent. I do agree that they have other tools, but the reason they went to this tool is it was a blunt instrument that you could make broad policy. So I just think I go back to the word I started with, uncertainty.
So tariffs haven't really rescued us on the deficit front, and if you believe they were meant to address the trade deficit, that's also wider year to date.
Ratio again?
By like a quarter.
Yeah. I think that there's very little about the tariffs that makes sense except for the fact that it did give the administration the ability to say, watch out, or we're going to put more of them out there, and that's created a negotiating environment. I don't think that's a good way for the U.S. to gain leverage. I don't think it's sustainable. I do think that for the moment it's leading to some conversations that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So I'm trying to be balanced in how I look at it. I don't see anything good that comes of ultimately having higher prices that level off higher, a global economy that is weaker because it's less efficient, and a smaller pie is not going to lead to better outcomes. You look at what Americans are worried about. They're worried about the cost of health care. They're worried about the cost of housing. They're worried about the cost of food. And for most Americans, that takes their whole paycheck.
I'm at 6.4K
There's not a lot left
still.
after they've paid for healthcare, housing, and food. So when you have a fight in Washington about whether or not to allow an extension of support for health insurance, for millions of Americans, that means terrifying increases in costs or going without health care coverage.
You think it was worth shutting the government down, though, for a record amount of time?
I think two things came out of this shutdown that I think are going to be lasting. One is people recognize that the health care issue has to be dealt with. I don't know if they'll deal with it in the immediate months. They said they'll deal with it by the end of the year. We'll see. I hope they should, but I'm not sure that they will, and it won't go away because the issue is very real. The other is the focus on nutrition benefits, the SNAP benefits. I spent most of my career trying to protect the food stamp and the SNAP program because it's so essential to the well-being of lower middle class working Americans and poor Americans. I think more people understand that now than ever before. When they see that an eighth of the country is exposed to extreme insecurity when SNAP benefits are in jeopardy. When you look at the economy, the lopsided economy, the overall number doesn't tell you how the whole economy is doing. People like us are doing just fine. People who are getting by paycheck to paycheck are hurting, and policy is going to have to respond to that.
They're fucking wildin'. They want me to go Phantom of the Opera, full opera mode. Man, do they have the power to hover this shit until 2:33? I mean, yes. Fuck. Wow. What is this shit? Bro, they're talking bad about Nvidia. There was bad CNBC videos about Nvidia, and now they're running this shit. Right, on CNBC International. Should we be interested in what they say real quick? There's 2,000 views on
Let's
this,
talk about just general market sentiment and direction first, because we have seen Asian markets opening higher today. But this, of course, comes after what was a real wipeout for tech last week. So walk me through this. Are we looking at a dead cat bounce or a genuine stabilization here?
He looks like Master Wu. He looks like Master Wu. Oh my gosh, he sounds like Master Oogway.
So I actually think that my bet is that the AI sell-off has yet to run its course. I think,
why the fuck does he look like a G, bro? He looks like a fucking goddamn.
Good thing. But more importantly is the fact that I think the technicals are starting to change. I mean, just think about just in the space of a week, we've had two major, biggest, whatever investors in tech saying that they're liquidating, they have liquidated their holdings of Nvidia, starting with, the CEO of SoftBank, and then Peter saying that, you just think about just in the
there's no Nikkei.
Space of a week, we've had two major, biggest, whatever investors in tech saying that they're liquidating, they have liquidated their holdings of
looking at gold? Like, how's gold
starting
doing?
with
Is it above
the
4,000?
CEO of SoftBank, and then Peter Thiel. And then we even have the news out of Saudi Arabia, for what it's worth, that the sovereign wealth fund reduces U.S. equity holdings to the lowest level in 2025. I think these are all strong indications that a lot of the bigger guys are moving to the sideline, which means that the little guys, the retail guys, are holding the candle. And I think, and I think that in that sense, I think that technically is changing very rapidly as we approach year end. And my view is that with Magnificent 7 now below his 50-day moving average, I think you've got Bitcoin below his 200-day moving average. I think there's a lot of pain out there, and in the risk is that people start to essentially cut out their positions, and the market goes down a little bit more between now
roller
and the
coaster market
and
moves. Roller coaster market moves. They call
and my
this.
view is that with Magnificent 7 now below his 50-day moving average, I think you've got Bitcoin below his 200-day moving average.
Up and down,
I think there's a lot of pain out there, and in the risk
now we going
is that
for
people
1
start
day,
to
2 days.
essentially cut out their positions, and the market goes down a little bit more between now and the Federal meeting.
Thank you all for being here, folks. Please hit the thumbs up button. And if you're new, hit the subscribe button.
David, just take me inside your current market call here, because you've just said the AI sell-off is really only just beginning. So do you think we are seeing a structural unwind in the AI trade now? And if that is the case, how bad is this going to get?
I think, listen, I'm not saying that this is going to go down 50%, but I do think that, we've gone down about 10. I'd like to see another 10 before this thing's all over. I think, so far, the damage has been, on things like, Oracle and Meta, sort of some of the more peripheral players, if you can call them as such. We've seen very little damage. I mean, in the stocks in Nvidia. Whereas I think Nvidia actually could very well be the next shoe to drop. Especially as people start to focus on OpenAI. I mean, I think the big problem right here for the market is that OpenAI is seemingly running into trouble. But you have to remember, OpenAI has been the key driver of the rally of the last 2 months, because this company, little company, they want me to start revenue, basically had promised to spend $1.4 trillion the next few years in CapEx, and that got the market very, very excited. But it is very clear that they are promising money that they haven't got. And the only way they can deliver that if their revenue is going through the roof. And then you probably saw the news late last week, there was a leak of an internal memo written by Sam Altman to the employees at OpenAI, spelling there's trouble ahead, especially with the release of Gemini 3.0.
mean, they did extend the range lower, though, for sure. Since when I said I think a little range breakout is about to happen, up or down, I think down. That's my opinion on 11:23. So time is 11:33. It's been 10 minutes. 11:23 was up there. Let's see.
The fundamental issue here is that this is a very competitive business. It's not clear how these companies going to basically make money. Not least
OpenAI.
If OpenAI struggles to make money, even by venturing into pornography, which is what Seth Altman is basically recommending, you know what? This is going to basically cause people to question about the whole entire business model and then the return on
targeting the gap.
Massive capex spending
Sounds
that the
fucking
U.S. has
crazy
been going through
first
in
here
the last 2 years.
down there, but this shit could hold till tomorrow. That is the issue. That is the issue. Gap filled above. This is the bullshit happening now too. Yeah, this is literally I called this out on the WhatsApp group too. I said I was gonna say I'm targeting the gap down below, but there's now. Oh, we have a lot of good videos.
This is Singapore.
Sorry.
Let's bring it to
Morgan Stanley's Wilson. Bullish on stocks for 2026. That's what he says. He said the S&P 500 will finish at 7,800. 7.8K.
Stanley releasing their outlook for 2026, writing, "We raise our S&P 500 price target to 7,800, driven by strong earnings growth. We believe that we're in the midst of a new bull market and earnings cycle, especially for many of the lagging areas." Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley joins now. Wonderful to see you, Mike.
Thanks, Lisa.
So let's start on the optimism. You have been optimistic for quite a while, talking about the rotation into the adopters, not just the AI tech behemoths. Why are you getting even more optimistic as the year goes on?
Well, I would say it's just a change. It's an evolving narrative we've had, which is that we think that the policy is still misunderstood, right? That they essentially came in this year, did the growth negative stuff first, and now we're looking at the growth positive stuff. I'm not worried about the economy. What I am a little bit worried about is that the Fed is kind of dragging its feet. So I would agree with Neil's comment, like the Fed needs to cut, but not to save the economy, but to see the full rotation into these lagging parts of the market, the interest rate sensitive parts of the market, which is really our story for 2028 or 2026. We think that 7,800 is dependent on the earnings cycle broadening out.
So there's a lot to unpack there. I want to start with you agreeing with Neil, because Neil had a pretty negative assessment of the overall economy, saying he suspects the train's already left the station with respect to the pain from the Fed keeping rates where they are for as long as they have, and that we could be looking at a recession. You seem to disagree on that. So where's the nuance here? What's the difference between preventing recession and really allowing the rotation into some of these other names?
Yeah, I mean, I think our view has been differentiated, that we think we have had a recession. We went through a rolling recession in the private economy. So I would agree with Neil that the economy is weak, but it's rebalancing now towards the private economy. I mean, many parts of the economy have been suffering: housing, all the interest rates, durable goods, consumer goods, which have been under pressure, commodity sectors, transportation. There's been no volume going through the economy, no velocity in the real economy. And the way that the administration is changing the policy, in addition to the Fed now cutting, hopefully next year, you'll see the private economy now doing much better. The government no longer crowding out these areas that have been under pressure. But we do need to get that trend that the Fed needs to do more. The Fed needs to cut rates, and they need to probably provide some balance sheet.
I'd say one of the things that Neil talked about was his fear that even if they cut in December,
they're
not going to lay out a path for continuous cuts. And Fed Governor Waller seemingly enforcing that.
That's literally what I said. Oh my gosh, I said 95% chance probability it fails by 4 p.m. tomorrow. That's a fucking crazy statement. I'm sorry.
More of a meeting by meeting approach once you get to January.
I don't know if I know today.
If you do get that posturing from the Fed that maybe they cut in December,
now that we're up here,
but it's a meeting by meeting approach. They're not necessarily going to cut in every single one.
It is super that enough so maybe it's not going to fill for 2 days, but I mean, it always looks crazy when they do.
No, we need the latter, and I think we're going to get there one of two ways. Either the data, labor data is going to basically support our view, or my view, that we had a rate of change trough in the labor markets in April. Okay, and so that data then will allow the Fed to cut more, or signal they're going to cut more. The second one is that we get more financial stress. Okay, that's what's been going on. We think the market. We wrote about this back in September, early October. We thought the market was going to have a 10 to 15% correction because the liquidity wasn't there. The balance sheet was tightening, and we think there's evidence that correction is well advanced. Okay, all the momentum stocks. Crypto obviously is the topic of the day, down 30% for Bitcoin. I mean, these things are telling you that the market is worried about this liquidity. So as usual, the markets will dictate the Fed's timing. So if the market really wants, and look, markets are like children, right? They'll have a little temper tantrum, and then the Fed will respond to that. So is this like a mini 2018 in that regard, right? You kind of go into end of the year, and then there's stress in some of these financial metrics that the Fed cares about, and then they provide more balance sheets. So we think there's a sort of this tug of war going back and forth, but ultimately it resolves in a more dovish policy.
If the candles stack here with the volume and the RSI, then we'll go to 666.
Saying things that he thought weren't correlated all of a sudden were, that Fannie and Freddie were selling off because the people who were buying crypto were the same people in those names. Did last week and the week before's episode, given how much crypto falls, show some vulnerability within the market structure, within who owns these stocks and how fragile and weak some of those hands are?
I don't think it's showing anything new. I think this has been there whole time, right? I mean, people waking up to the idea that liquidity is important for the market. I mean, obviously, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, that's kind of crazy. I mean, of course liquidity matters. I mean, liquidity is, and especially the last 10 years or so. I think that the hard part about liquidity is it's sort of this sort of nebulous thing. It's hard to measure. And I've spent a lot, like the last 2 or 3 years, trying to develop a better skill set around that, and I think we've got a better handle. But I would say it still is one of these things that's sort of the invisible hand. And so what you have to do is you have to look at the market to tell you when liquidity is tight or not.
So you kept mentioning the balance sheet. Are you saying QE is going to start again?
Well, they may not call it QE, but yeah, the balance sheet needs to expand, not only to support financial markets, but to support the better growth that I think is coming next year, right? So if CapEx really picks up for the first time in 10 years, let's be honest, we haven't seen much capital spending. But the big beautiful bill is incenting that. That's a usage of capital that needs to be supplied by somebody. So the balance sheet needs to grow just to help.
Do you guys think this is bullish or bearish? Look at this holiday weekend's bullish till Google, third biggest company, and crypto stock rebound. You're gonna watch that video next, but right now, I think man, looks like QQQ has a 1-minute gap down there. It did not fail, but this is not the real QQQ chart. This cycle is so fucking nasty to be in right now. Holy shit. I'm fucking feeling. Oh my god. One single candle bear trapping it all. Trying. Crazy, I said this literally 1 minute ago, but like crazy to fucking actually see it come that fucking thick like that high to test the HOD is wild, man. One single candle breaking out above the algo range, trying algo range of 1120. I think it's time to do a pull. Now it's looking bullish, right, and bearish at the same time. So all right, time is pull time. Pull time, man. We have to. I'm sorry, folks. 1, 2, 3. This is literally pull time. Higher or lower now? From right here. 1140. I mean, honestly, this shit is a data crushing 0 DTE, but I'm talking about 2-3 hours later, I guess. Or like developing into the end of the day from here. This is the true. Your QQQ is true. Man, And there's a divergence at the roof right now too. All this shit is literally fucking dangerous as hell for all these 0DT, 1DT puts. Calls too, I guess, but like the divergence at the roof is what's making it come back up and come back up. Stay near the roof, looks like, in my opinion. Big swing. $7 up we are. 6.5 almost. $45 coming in wildin'. IWM fucking wildin' now. 1 minute cap wildin', dude. Every candle going up now. They're wildin'. Wildin' as in the candles. Market. Nvidia, look at Nvidia too. They're about to go fucking 183. Oh my lord. If that happens, the market's gonna go to 669, 670. That would fucking hurt for me, but wow. I don't know how it's not there already, I'm not gonna lie. IWM running, Nvidia running, and SPY and QQQ is barely. Makes sense at the algo range. Fucking makes sense. Huh? And Tesla's waiting. You gotta watch the 5-minute MACD and wait and watch too, basically, is what's going on. Let's get a. I want one huge fucking red candle to 666, but I mean there's a divergence at the roof, so more likely than not they're about to clear the roof and then figure it out. But either that or they break the roof and then they stay here until 2-3. HOD broke, divergence cleared. So goddamn bullish right now. What the fuck? Divergence is not cleared though. They broke the roof and they cleared it on everything. It's almost there now. Nvidia 80 cents, 70 cents. Wild. Massive setup happening, but still showing bullish into at least 1145. This shit could go higher still. Break the roof into 1145. There's no more divergence anymore. Right? Divergence at the roof is cleared. That does not mean it's not going to go higher. I'm just saying the divergence is cleared. Signifying certain things for certain people. Whales. But look at that rule, right? Oh my gosh, this is fucking annoying. Look at the rule, right? The divergence exists on the roof. What does that mean? Even though the candles go lower, short term, medium term, longer term, it comes back to the roof to clear the roof, statistically speaking, than not. That's why certain rules like that exist for smart money and big players. I also am impatient and got fast, but I mean, that's literally, I know this shit because I've seen it, so. People see things, people hear things, people don't care about it. That's up to them because they don't care about it truly. They just care about the candles and they care about the goblin loot. So
Hey, KG, can one holiday shortened week turn everything around this month? I'm kidding. I know 1 week can't change everything. But I'm curious to know, kind of how you encapsulate where things stand now.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in a week like this. Obviously, we will probably see a lack of liquidity in the market, just like we have seen over the last couple of weeks, but we usually do see some bullish activity. Now, is that going to be the case? Who knows? I think the news flow is going to be very critical, especially when it comes to the AI trade, as well as what's going on over in Europe. Right now, we are seeing a meeting between the U.S. and European partners in order to try to come up with another trade deal, if you will, or maybe improve the one that we currently have, or that framework that we currently have in place. And we also have a lot of other geopolitical risk events that are out there. But if you're looking at the technical setup,
if this shit holds up, we're going to have a very bloody
20-week moving average on the S&P 500. If you go back in the last 5 years or so, we usually don't test the 100 period moving average or the 20-week moving average and then fail. Usually we do see a counter rally the next week. And so if that's going to hold up this time around, you would expect maybe a little bit of a bounce, at least early on in this week, in order for us to try to retrace, maybe test that 50-day moving average, maybe test that 20-day moving average. But overall, obviously, we've seen a lot of selling taking place here. I think that it does set up for a little bit of a bullish tilt this week, just given the dynamics that we have.
If it really
not only
holds
from a
up
technical
somehow,
standpoint,
that's what
but
I
also
think.
from a
Just
mechanical
on
standpoint
setup
with the
alone,
market and
I don't think this shit is stable enough to hold like this. If this goes higher and higher and higher into 4 p.m. somehow,
especially given that it's a
I think
holiday
it's going to
shortened
dump
week
like fucking
and volume
crazy
may
at
be thinner.
6.6. But we'll see.
Yeah, you still want to see the themes within artificial intelligence as far as these deals being done, or maybe even some of the progress from some of these companies.
If they pull back
really
today, I don't
think
think about no bloody Tuesday, but I mean, that's what I truly think on higher time frame puts and all that shit.
Updating that Gemini platform, that AI platform, now is seeing a surge in activity here, and so you are seeing some optimism when it comes to that name. Maybe it's taking away a little bit from OpenAI just in general, but if we continue to see some of these deals that make sense,
I think they went
and
lower
doesn't seem like
today.
they're all circular in nature, I think that's
on
going to be a
purpose,
positive. You're also
switched
looking
the
for other
hands, and
sectors
then
to
they
really
went
try
higher,
to
and then
outperform
now
this
that
week
we are
as well.
super
Obviously,
high,
it makes it easier for the S&P 500
there's
to move
literally
with
grounds
communication
to pull
services,
back
technology,
somewhere
and even
target to pull
financials.
back.
But
They're
this
not
week, we
doing
might
it
see a lot of the
today,
smaller sectors actually catching a bid. There's a lot of institutional investors that still are behind their benchmark when you're looking at the index itself. And so they might look at smaller sectors like staples, materials, or even healthcare to try to make up some of that underperformance this week.
A little
I think
pullback,
the healthcare
not
space
break
is probably
Friday's
the one
lows.
we
What
be
I'm
focusing
thinking
on, especially if some of the chatter that we're seeing or reading here that we might see a potential extension on the ACA subsidies over the next 2 years here. That could actually drive a pretty aggressive rally for the healthcare stocks, because the healthcare stocks themselves, the pharmaceutical names have been doing pretty well, biopharma is doing pretty well, but the health insurers have not really been performing in that same type of manner. So is there a catch-up trade that is there that could really thrust the healthcare space to the upside this week? I think that could also be another sector that a lot of institutions look forward to.
There's never been a day where it's consecutively stacked like 3
names, but let's talk about one of the 7, Alphabet,
it's always been 2 days or less.
It's got a little bit of a, it has more wind at its back
I'm expecting
this morning.
something
What are you
like this.
here?
Maybe, and then go back up.
Once again, this
Friday.
is a company that rolled out that Gemini 3
Friday is
update,
when Friday is somewhere
and they are
here.
seeing
So
a
Friday,
really
I think
significant
maybe
uptick when it comes to traffic. I mean, that new model is now
There's
really
a lot of fucking
superb
puts
when
on
it comes
Friday
to
and
building out
Tuesday.
websites and
Maybe it
also
changed
other,
hands at the bottom of today,
capabilities, not only for web, but also when you're just programming in general. There's probably some other areas within that model that it really does outperform, especially when you're looking at some of the others within this space. In fact, obviously, there's been this report that Sam Altman sent an internal memo stating that they might actually see a little bit of a deceleration when it comes to revenue growth for the company in 2026. And their CFO also made mention that they are seeing maybe a little bit of a pullback, once again, a deceleration when it comes to activity. This is where a lot of the major companies or the mega cap tech stocks can really outshine, let's say, an OpenAI. It's not because of the technology in general, but they are able to reduce costs and really squeeze margins and put a little bit more pressure on a company like OpenAI.
It looks like it's not holding up visually right now. Mac, the RSI is slightly
artificial intelligence theme? I don't think so. That probably would actually push capital to those names like Alphabet or even to a Microsoft as well. once again, because they're publicly traded. So I think that narrative this week is going to be very key. It looks like Alphabet also signed a deal with NATO for a cloud computing contract as well. A couple of $1 million deal there that was announced earlier.
I would count that as holding, though. If it goes below 600 today, though, I wouldn't count that as holding.
Saw that headline.
I think these gaps are going to fill.
About the price action
at least
with
this one.
Crypto companies, crypto-facing companies.
Looking
You got
super bullish.
moving
no
a little bit higher
right
this
now,
morning. You've got Coinbase bullish also on the plus side this morning. What are you watching when it comes to those companies and say the price action in Bitcoin?
Yeah, so the price action in Bitcoin, you want to see it really hold this 82,000, 80,000 level. If not, you're seeing another, let's say, $8,000, $9,000 to the downside is your next major area of support when it comes to Bitcoin. For these treasury names, the strategies or MicroStrategy, or MicroStrategy, they changed their name. You are seeing that premium compared to net asset value being taken out of these companies here. Now, some of them are actually trading either at parity or even at a little bit of a discount. If you look at BMNR, that's another one from Tom Lee's fund.
They're coming in with these spike candle greens that is canceling out the bearish trend, that is canceling out the bearish cycle. It is saying we're going to extend and keep it up here. That's what those candles are making me think, honestly, because that's what's been happening. But any one of these cycles could have cycled and low, but it's a cycle and holding, and it's just, it's bugging out. Right at the algo range since when 11:20. It's been 35 minutes. Time is 11:55 already, and we have been here for 35 minutes. And the market is just
so there's a lot that's actually taking place.
Went a little bit lower, and then bear trapped everybody. Divergence cleared. Didn't even go higher, and then it's just bull trap, bear trap, bull trap, bear trap. Everybody trapped.
Break at some point in
the last 40 minutes, basically.
Okay, I was curious to know that because
it's just not the best feeling.
It seems like there has been this
being in this cycle, up or down, it doesn't even matter. The market does not even care if you're bullish or bearish right now. It is eating all. Everyone's feeling it psychologically right now. Everyone's feeling crap if they're in
exposure to the cryptocurrency market, and they might utilize some of those strategies in order to fund.
I think this is a bull trap, but I keep saying this is a bull trap, but they're not doing it now. So it's clearly a bear trap 0DT2. So I don't know. Everyone trapped. That's what I think until someone's gonna win.
In a certain manner.
But Red Plaza says no idea what's gonna happen. Leaning bear, but who knows? Literally, like that's what is making me feel too. Like I have no idea. That's the setups are saying it's gonna go lower. It's not though. And look at this IWM 1 minute gap. So it looks crazy when they go higher or down. Why? It looks crazy bullish. When they go up, it looks crazy bearish.
Technically speaking,
that's just a fact. Look at this. This is the most nastiest cycle happening right now. Confirmation 11:45, confirmation at 11:55, rejection if that breaks, but like it's not really. But it's trying to do something weird. Something weird. I'm basically like break even, getting killed with data, and I'm expiring tomorrow. So I don't know.
So that's implying a 1.4% move to the upside.
I'm at 6.2K. I'm just grinding down $200, $100. Even if they go down,
very close to the highs on large volume, showing strength. What we do not want to see is an intraday reversal.
QQQ looking more
closing lower. I think that would give the bears.
I was gonna say more bullish than SPY, but I guess it's not really. It's the same.
To the upside, just confirming 62.50 potentially to the downside.
I'm sorry, 65.20 to the downside.
65.20. Okay. 65.20. Got it.
65.20. What is he talking about? 65.20. Okay, I mean that makes sense. That's honestly what I'm expecting this week too. 65.20. That's what I said in my YouTube market update video. I said this week if they're bearish, we gotta watch 6.6, and then we also gotta watch 6.25. So 6.525. So all right, but Monday they are super bullish. Why? The SPX put to call ratio I sent yesterday showed that there was 1 million puts expiring on SPY today. There was a lot of puts on SPX expiring tomorrow and on Friday. So I think what they did is they might have swapped hands put-wise into Monday expiry, at least on SPY today at the low in the morning, and they fucking went crazy high with the 1 million puts that are expiring today. And now that we are up here, we're making everyone bullish again. Maybe we are bullish here. President Trump to make an announcement on the healthcare this week. Secretary Bassett says the bears are here. Right, I literally told you, right? Pullback is here. Pullback was imminent. They cannot hold this shit into tomorrow. If they were gonna hold this shit into tomorrow, it would have been real bad. So, pullback is here. Let's see where this shit goes. This is true pullback trying now. Right, cooking the calls up there. Trying.
Today.
We have some people coming out.
Next guest firm offers ETFs with some downside protection for the cryptocurrency in the event of a sell-off, but with less reward to the upside. Joining us this morning is John Cardunas, CEO of Calamos Investments. John, appreciate the time this morning. Good to see you.
They're about to expedite.
Good to see you. Good morning.
Are we moving into an environment where it's less about leveraged ETFs exposed to the coin and more about protection?
Well, look, we were never fans of leveraged Bitcoin. There's no question that Bitcoin over the last 12 years has been the best performing asset class out of anything. However, it's extremely volatile. And if you look at the amount of people that participate and have bought Bitcoin or some type of Bitcoin, it's only 4% of the entire world. How do you get more people in there? If you could eliminate some of the volatility, which we were able to do, it onboards more people in order to experience Bitcoin without this kind of huge volatility.
We've talked about the history of drawdowns and how they can be dramatic, much worse than we've seen so far on this one. Do you think new buyers sort of expect that as a possibility, or is this new generation of investors, they think that's in the past?
Well, I think that some people may have thought it's in the past, but after the last month and how it's performed, it's definitely not. Look, since 2012, there's been over 16 times that
I don't even have the time to say
Bitcoin's
there's
gone down more than
gap
30%, 19 times more than 20%, 33 times more than 10%. It's volatile. It's going to continue to be volatile. Might be a little bit less, but
I literally was going to type in the WhatsApp group. There's an IW gap above. While I was typing, this gap up candle came in.
We've launched 100% protected,
you can't even make this shit up, bro.
At 80%
feel that gap right now.
Bitcoin.
Let's figure it
For
out,
people,
man. What the fuck?
Given
Can't
the
even
risk
make this shit up.
appetite,
I was literally typing that shit out in the WhatsApp group.
and they've done really well,
I
especially in the last drawdown. It said some of the stuff that we've launched.
I said IW gap up exists, and it was literally the gap
drawdown on Bitcoin.
I turned my eye right, and I was like,
how are
the fuck
they
is that candle coming and gapped up like that?
So the way it happens
is, man, this
once
shit
we
is
launch
wild.
Did
not feel the gap above. It did not feel the gap below.
A year out. Then we
did not
buy
feel the gap above. It did not
options
feel the
on
gap
the
below.
CBOE options of the Bitcoin index,
wildin'.
and then we sold out of the money options, and we locked in
weirdest spot to
protection.
create a cycle here.
So CBTO is an 80% protected product that we
Gap
launched.
filled.
It's a good example on October 7th. All right, so at the time it was launched, you had the possibility of up to down.
I hate how they do this though. Like they leave gaps at the weirdest spots so they can come back. Like, do you understand?
Now,
you guys understand? You guys understand how this like allows the market to come back? You know what I mean? They're leaving it like they're making it bearish on purpose and saying, oh, let's push down for 5-10 minutes with the confirmation. Go. Oh, we can go for 20. Oh, 1 hour. But they come back and fill it just perfectly. And then decide what to do. This shit is crazy work. This is what I mean by, you gotta look at what the fuck the market's doing with the 1 minute gap, with the 5 minute gap on SPX, IWM, because this shit is all set up. It's absolutely insane. 1 minute MACD still bearish on SPY, SPX. Bears are here. I'm telling you, this shit is absolutely insane. Whatever happens, no matter what, do not be one of those that are like, oh, I'm a loot goblin. Oh, loot. I'm going to learn from loot. No, it's jack shit, dude. You're going to learn from pain. Right? It's like fucking Legend of Zelda type shit, right? You got to be the motherfucking hero, and you're going to have to defeat some bosses. You're going to have to defeat some motherfucking... You're going to have to go through a journey. That's all I'm saying. Because it's fucking wild out here. Right? I've never even played a Legend of Zelda. I've never even watched any of that Zelda shit. I'm just saying there must be some crazy journey in there, right? This is crazy journeying, bro. Look at this. It's insane. The market is insane, bro. You cannot lie, folks. God did. Holy shit. God did. It's fucking insane, bro. It's insane. Someone said the word, but bro, this is, you know what I'm saying? Like, to be able to fucking be like, oh, this is a possible deduction and deduct it, and then the shit happens after the fact is absolutely fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. It's insane, bro. It's absolutely. The only way this shit is literally possible, and the only way I literally remember this, and the only way I know this shit is only possible to learn through pain is because it is like that. Like it's just so perfectly, you know. I'm okay with it. I'm feeling it. I'm at 6.7K. Right? I'm targeting VWAP here. I'm gonna mute up. I'm in 1DT, so it's absolutely fucking nuts. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio. Right, they might even burn the 0DT bears here again. That's the crazy part. It's not even like this is saying, oh, it's gonna go now. It's just literally every single 5 minutes, every single 15 minutes, every single something, setup does something, clears divergence, something, makes people hope on something, does something, and then traps, and then, you know, something. It's always never not. So I just love this shit, to be honest with you. I appreciate this thing and love it. But it's absolutely breathtaking, absolutely insane to see it happen every day. That's all I'm saying. Realist people truly understand. People that do not literally, you know, go, you know what I mean? Bro. Absolutely. Time is 12:05. We are.
Bitcoin is down 30% since we launched. This product is only down 17%.
I really want VWAP right here, right now.
So now, if you were to buy this product today, or just keep it to maturity, today you buy, you'd only lose potentially 7%, but you have 63% upside. It's a fantastic type of ratio. The Sharpe ratios are great on these products.
IW and
a
Gap
lot of people are starting, and even the institutions are starting to look at putting them in their portfolios.
That's fucking insane. IWM just gap filled the 2 1 minute gaps it just created. So it cleared it, and now what is it gonna do?
Don't go anywhere, Mike. Let's bring in UBS Alignment Partners Managing Director Ali McCartney, who joins us here at Post 9 as well. It's great to see you. Welcome.
We're gonna put this in our WhatsApp.
You think this whole process has been net healthy for the markets?
Yeah, so building off of everything, which I have totally agreed with, both from what I've seen in an institutional landscape and an individual landscape, last week was a gift. Last week was a gift where there was consolidation, where many types of funds hit triggers and deleveraged at the same time, and they deleveraged from what had been working, which is the names that we've been talking about. You also have to remember that we've had a couple of weeks because of 4-day weeks, and we'll probably have the same thing, where you're going to have less flow through the market, so you're going to get more pushed
overall
around.
picture into Friday,
the fundamental story to me is that over the last 3 weeks, fundamentals and tailwinds have gotten stronger and more pronounced, and the technicals have been deteriorating and driving the market. So again, last week for me was a buying gift.
When you say fundamentals getting stronger, we're talking about what? Fed backdrop or no? Not even.
So that's part of it. So as of today, we're back to about 70% in terms of a December rate cut. Although I actually don't think that whether it happens in December or January, or it's the week of the 9th or it's the week of the 16th really matters. But we have those tailwinds. We have increasing earnings. We have what I think is a interesting point in the AI trade where we're asking the right questions, especially from private market
5 minutes is the only thing that needs to
go.
go.
Where we are starting to see not only the cost savings, but the revenue drivers and the productivity. So that's pretty interesting. And then, as you're going to hear later on, and we talked about in the green room, you have a consumer that's still healthy and feels like they're relatively getting wealthier. And what we're going to see as a result of the big, beautiful
going bearish, it's just
in terms
not,
of some one-time
if it was truly bearish, it would be down here, but it's just
sort of
not going right now.
Accounting-driven, but will be meaningful in terms of a lot of these institutions retaking risk in the new year. I think it's a very interesting time to be long.
I low-key think market's going to be bullish into the holidays, into Christmas time, too.
There's high uncertainty.
I just think November has been really bearish, and I don't think they're going to let go of November that easily.
Your outlook at all?
It does.
I'm not talking about today. I think today they're bullish.
Major. And so
I'm talking about maybe into tomorrow, maybe into sometime before Friday is what I think.
Being a money manager or being a strategist is that you basically have peak valuation.
Even if they go lower to that, a little bit
the most
pullback,
de minimis,
not
risk reward you've seen, and you have peak uncertainty in many areas in geopolitics, in Washington, in the Fed, in tariff policy. So it is, as much as I am bullish, there are major downside risks and reasons to be cautious. So that the left tail or the unknown unknowns are meaningful, are very meaningful. And so that's, I think, why you see fixed income in portfolios. That's why you continue to see, even with what precious metals have done over the year to date, why I continue to have those. And that's why I think this concept that we've been talking about, lack of correlation, is anything diversified this year. Will anything be uncorrelated next year? Having streams of income or returns, whether it's litigation finance, we have to start to look at what is actually different that's not tied to relative interest rate policy, geopolitics.
I said in the WhatsApp group. I think they're reloading the MACD, RSI, and the 1 minute to go lower
wondering, for instance, is it healthy that Bitcoin and the NASDAQ are so correlated when Bitcoin is broken down?
Yeah, I think a big chunk, gold has been bought for any number of reasons. It's the usual suspects. But one reason I do think is people are feeling like it's the one diversifier they have some confidence in, aside from even from fixed income in some areas. So that does make sense. The crypto fixation, I think, makes a difference mostly because of what it says about portfolio stress. I've been saying that. It's like you lost a bunch here in a hurry. What else do you own? All that stuff's been sold. So now the assessment is, has that purge happened already? Have we just we swept away 2 months worth of kind of wild behavior. If you look at the charts of Robinhood, Palantir, all that stuff, it just switched right back to August levels after accelerating higher on a very steep angle. So maybe that was just this very painful gut check in one segment of the market that was enough to reset us. I think that's a question.
The other thing you have to remember with cryptocurrencies in general, Bitcoin being sort of the mother there, is that you're talking
about possibly
the market
about to expedite it right now.
This is basically a lot of outsized media attention and recognition in terms of it really is. It's a representation of blockchain. It's a representation of tokenization. It's a representation of, I think, it before AI, that story, it was almost a precursor. It'll be interesting to see. You were talking about what the next 6 weeks will bring. I think it'll be very interesting to see, given history, given what's happened in November, given some changes that the Big Beautiful Bill is also making in terms of individuals and things that they might want to prioritize this year. Because there has been a lot of profit taking, individuals and institutions, and that's going to sit somewhere. There's probably going to be a lot of transfer to 501c3s, foundations, and charities in the next little bit. So I think December could be an up month. My expectation is not to expect a lot and to wait to see on January 1st how people are feeling about their tax liability, their positioning, the risk that they have on, and what they're expecting to come out of the first half of the year.
One last thing, I don't have much time, but one thing we are hearing anecdotally is that as corporates are setting their severance budgets for 26, that we're not prepared for the amount of layoffs that we might see. You think that's a material risk or no?
It is a material risk. I think, we talked about what's happening right now. seems to be, when you sort of put all of this data together, that there's not a lot of hiring and there's not a lot of firing. Now, in the last quarter, there hardly is ever a lot of hiring or firing, certainly in finance and technology because of the way compensation works. There are certainly geographies and skill sets that are experiencing more or less than that. I think that when I talk to my clients who advise these companies or are on the C-suite, I think that the truth of the matter is that AI productivity has gotten to a place where both economically and from a running your business, they are overstaffed. So it is both an economic issue and a morale, HR, and PR issue. And so I think as some of this uncertainty dissipates from the marketplace, some of these companies may feel more comfortable publicly, you know, as Amazon did, for example, right-sizing a bit.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure. WhatsApp group 2 minutes ago. Let's see. These people bugging out. Broader credit market. Oh yeah, we got some coming up about AI.
Get to Mackenzie Tagalis with a news alert here out of Amazon. Another one, Mackenzie.
Hey, Sarah. So Amazon is making its biggest bet yet on AI for the federal government, announcing a $50 billion investment to construct the first ever AI and supercomputing data centers.
These candles are atrocious. This is like futures.
Now, the project will add
futures
nearly 1.3 gigawatts of compute capacity across AWS's top secret, and GovCloud regions, giving government customers access to the same AI tools that Amazon offers enterprises, including its in-house AI chips and Anthropic's Claude models. Now, the goal here is to accelerate mission-critical tasks for the government. We know that construction begins next year, with Amazon calling it a fundamental transformation in how the government uses supercomputing. It's also a direct play to support the White House's AI action plan. Carl?
Mac, thanks for that. The numbers just keep coming. Mackenzie Tagalos on Amazon.
Time is only 12:15. So they either keep up with this narrative that we are super bullish today, or they really do pull back with this slow ass bullshit, and then they cycle and then they fucking expedite it and then fucking dump it to View app or some shit. Kohl's, if you guys like Kohl's, my mom likes
Getting
Kohl's.
A news alert this morning on Kohl's, announcing some new leadership today. Our Courtney Reagan just got off the phone with the now permanent CEO, Court.
That's right, Carl. Good morning. So Kohl's announces the third CEO in the last 3 years or so. Interim CEO and board member Michael Bender has been named permanent CEO. This was done after an external search, I'm told. Kohl's has struggled recently, but the street seems hopeful about its turnaround.
I think it's going to come in the next hour or two, to be honest. I don't think I'll hold this like chop down a little bit for literally until 4 and then not do anything. So, I mean, either we do go back up and we fly, or
it's the only way I know how to do it. This job is one way, and just to do it, we're really focused on just trying to drive the business. We're still maybe headed towards close to the middle innings, and for me, it's a good thing because it means there's still good work to be done and ideas and challenges to bring forward and solve. And then I asked him if he thought the middle-income consumer, the one Kohl's typically serves, is disappearing, and he said, I don't think so. He thinks they're more discerning, choiceful, that word we hear a lot, about the dollars that they spend, but they want us to curate the assortment.
I don't know. I might be hoping on the gap, to be honest.
I'm really
this shit is
trying
straight
to
up
bring
gap
more of a
up,
winning attitude and a culture here that helps us feel like there is a reason to believe. And if we pay attention to the customer and really get inside their head, understand what they're asking for from us, and deliver that better than whoever we're competing against, we stand a chance of winning. Sarah?
Okay. It's some sort of existential thoughts there, it sounds like.
I hate this fucking 3-minute candle on my 1DT. It's doing crazy work. That shit must be hurting 0DT like crazy. That's the only reason I think why this shit is not dropping like crazy right now or expediting. I think they're fucking cycling, or they're fucking making people hope with different things or something, and then, or they're destroying 0DT first, and then, because it is literally looks like that. the fucking puts down there from morning. 0 DT especially is fucking cooked. Cooked. On this narrative. They're not going down low at 12.15 like that, so our time is 12:20. They are cooking. Look, people don't understand higher time frame and risk analysis, but for me, I think longing 0 DT for me personally was dangerous here because of the 33rd. 0 DT in the morning I could have played, but at some point, once it breaks the roof or once it's going towards the roof or something like this gap, right? And I played it down and I literally left at the most bottom. But like, if it doesn't fill that and it hovers like that and I literally see it and I've seen it happen in the past, then for me to play 0 DT put here or 0 DT call here is absolutely fucking risky as fuck. Unless I'm trying to go long on a pullback or I've been waiting and waiting and I'm like, oh, the gap didn't fill. Oh, it broke the high and then it's going. But I literally didn't. I didn't know it was going to break and go and divergence clear and go, 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 go. So I literally didn't do that. But all I'm saying is this shit is dangerous as fuck. Why? Because 1/3, 2/3 was created on Friday. We're just not realizing today is a 3/3 because today is Monday. People don't realize when the day restarts. That happened to the same shit to me. This is literally what I mean by I would come back every day and I would just be thinking today's literally, you know, I forgot about yesterday type of thing. And that happens over the week, that happens over the month, that happens intraday as well. That is something happens because we're a human being. We got to understand that, we got to realize that, and we have to try to exercise our brain and we have to exercise our mind when times are not the best, when times are the worst, to have an understanding of that. That's all it is. People that just literally look at candles, people that don't care about what's really going on, they don't really understand, they don't really care, because all they care about is literally just their bank account, their money, and their loot. And I'm telling you, we're all loot goblins. We're just all primitive loot goblins. It's just we have to educate, understand, and appreciate ourselves and love ourselves to remember, remind, and to suffer, but suffer with greatness, and to live our life in a happy way with that great suffering so that you could use it for greatness in the future. That's the purpose of life. That's the purpose of, I think, truly higher things, not bullshit, scam, whatever the fuck people want to call whatever the fuck it is. But honestly, people do not understand because they don't understand. The only way people understand what I am saying from the bottom of my heart is if people experience it and they understand from the bottom of their heart and they are done, tired, and whatever the fuck. They don't want to waste time anymore. You know what I mean? People that I'm telling you, the reason why I'm saying this shit, I have been through it. Bullshit ain't good. And I'm trying to literally say, if we do not remember it, there's no point, no matter what. Every single day, it's the same bullshit. Every single day, it's the same thing. Every single day, you'll get got somewhere, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, what is going on?" And it's just, at some point, somewhere, the person gave up. At some point, somewhere, the person doesn't want to try enough to really, really try 24/7 to really find it because it's so damn hard. That's the game. 85% of traders lose. You understand that? It's 95% of traders literally are supposed to lose everything every day because that's how it is. But I mean, how the fuck does the 15 or 20% of the people understand and find out in whatever the hell they do? Because they do. They do whatever it needs to be done. And that's what I mean by, if people really want to learn and people really want to try and people really want to do their effort and do their thing and really want to learn, they're going to do their thing and really going to learn. People that really don't want to learn, going to watch the live stream maybe 6 times out of 4 months and be like, oh, how do I learn the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3? I don't know. Like, you ask yourself, you know what I mean? How do you learn the 1/3, 2/3, 3? How do you learn anything When you don't put in any time or effort into it, and you just think this is literally just lululala. Damn, I did not take profit or anything down there, and now I'm actually down. This cycle is actually ruining my 1DT slightly. I'm at 5.3K right now, and I was at 6.4, 6.7K down at the true bottom, and I was literally just not taking. I was like, I was gonna go low, 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 but honestly, they're burning the fuck out of 0DTEs. You can't even lie, dude. They burned all the calls. There were no calls up there because they burnt them all. There's so many puts down there, and they burn them all too. Like, this shit is nasty work. Perfect cycle bouncing here and there to 0DT here and there. This is why I don't even 0DT until I perfectly see my setup for myself, and I know exactly what the fuck I'm doing from when to when, where to where, why I'm doing what to what, because that's set up for me. I don't really do shit on candles. Candles literally make me forget about jack shit. How do I know this? Because I was literally me. I didn't care about nothing. I just wanted candles, up, down, up, more down, more down, and I would get got. I would get got on fucking 5 or 10K worth of fucking calls on 1DT, 0DT, and I'd get fucked. I get caught with 10, 15K on puts, 1DT, 0DT. I'll be like, oh, I want 3K, 4K more, 2 minutes, and I get caught. And I literally look at the time, and it'd be like 10, 20 minutes. But
despite all of that, they are very much out there spending. So when we look at our own data, our spending pulse data for October, we saw 3.5%
something is weird, and I was like, the only way I can actually change myself is if I actually change the way I see things. If I really change myself, and that's literally
and then when we
what
zoom
I
into more recent data, we are actually seeing that accelerate into November,
in order for a
stronger
human being
spending
to really
into the
change
first half of
yourself,
November
how you see
with
things,
engagement
how
in
you
apparel,
understand and
in-store
analyze things,
spending.
it takes
We're really seeing the consumer physically show up as well.
long
because
time.
we won't get the official retail sales.
Long
We'll start to get them. They're going to trickle
We'll
out
get
this week.
September.
We'll get September, which is really
Thanks a lot.
Right, that WhatsApp video I said, that motivational video I said
October
last night or 2 nights ago, that shit was a joke. Where that paragraph saying what? Right, we learn things. The habits that we do, we learn after 66 days. You think that shit's a joke? You know what I mean? 66 days of what? Of everything.
On how you
66 days of.
So the higher income
66 days of looking at cycle. 66 days of looking at time confirmation. 66 days of learning. You know, rules here and there. 66 days of not caring about candles. 66 days of not doing. 66 days of focus. People only care about 2, 3, 4, 6 days of focus.
I think there's a lot of engagement across the board right now, and the labor market is so largely
I don't care about the good times. I don't care about the bad times.
We've gone from 4.1
I care
to
about
4.4,
time.
right? Unemployment.
Because time
is a mess.
Is invaluable to me.
That said, though, it is not just bad.
Something you
it's
cannot
never been
bullshit,
worse.
cannot make up.
Foreclosures year on
Cannot.
year. I mean,
You can't go back in time and be like, haha.
Look, I think on the sentiment side, we've learned very clearly over the last few years that people say something and then oftentimes they'll do something else. The sentiment surveys haven't been a good representation of actual spending.
And they're political.
Although the political divergence on UMISH has gotten a lot more diffuse, right? It's no longer.
I think it's representing that there's uncertainty, and there has been ongoing uncertainty in this
Sorry,
cycle.
this is important,
but
dude.
for the
We don't have
average
CPI, we don't have
consumer,
PPI.
if they have their job, if they have income coming in, wage growth is still running above underlying price inflation. And for those higher income consumers that have enjoyed the balance sheet improvement, it has been an environment that has still supported spending, and that is what we continue to see despite all of the uncertainty and the narratives that are out there.
What about inflation? How inflationary are the categories that you look at?
So it is highly divergent, and that is extremely important. I think this is going to be a holiday season where consumers are actively looking for value and trying to find that in a world where some categories are seeing price increases. So a lot of the goods categories, particularly those that have a high import share, think about all the toys that we spend on for our children.
We're looking at some of the increases.
It could be substantial. So I think consumers are going to try
Let's
to
hit the
figure
thumbs
out how
up,
to shift their basket of
folks.
spend
Thank you
to
very much.
manage
And if
through
you
where
are
there's
new, make
relative
sure
price
you
shocks.
hit the subscribe button as well. Thank you very much. Hit the thumbs up. Thank you. Man, we are stuck at the roof. NATO nabs Google and cloud deal. Musk touts Tesla and AI CV at an upgrade rally. What? No way. Tesla's coming out with AI business news.
We have some more movers. We've just briefly mentioned Alphabet, and she's taking a closer look at this one.
Trying to be open AI.
Yes, I was going to say that hitting an all-time high today. And what's interesting to see happening today with Alphabet Google, it's not just that it's gaining more ground. It's the fact that it has been hitting these highs, even in the context of some recent weakness that we've seen
at the roof.
in the market. So hitting a new all-time high, shares rallying more than 4% right now, about 4.25% right now. It's now topped Microsoft in terms of market cap at more than $3.6 trillion. It's now the third most valuable company, only trailing Nvidia and Apple. Nvidia is still the leader. Last week, you'll keep in mind, Nicole, as other members of the Mag 7 lost ground, Alphabet, Google finished the week higher, so it's continuing that momentum. Shares continue to rally, strongly outperforming the S&P 500 this year. It has some news around it today. Google Cloud announcing this multi-million-dollar contract with NATO to deliver secure sovereign cloud capabilities that will provide those services, cloud and AI data services, to NATO's Communication and Information Agency as part of the deal. But it's not just about that. You were talking about Gemini and the latest iteration of Gemini, and how many analysts are seeing that in terms of its performance compared to others. You were just mentioning ChatGPT.
That is crazy.
Some positive commentary, positive momentum as a result of that. Melius out saying that Alphabet Google, the parent company, has made a
crazy bullish IWMs today. Right. This is why live stream is literally called what? The Empire Strikes Back. IWM Strikes Back. And what were people telling me on IWM in the morning? Oh, Jeff, IWM isn't that much bullish. Oh, Jeff, IWM isn't moving that much. What the fuck are you talking about? Yo,
okay, so new highs. I see
QQQ up 2.4% too. So
I saw one price target of 355 from BNP Paribas. So we'll continue to follow that story. Let's get to Tesla, because this is some news too.
Yeah, so Tesla shares rallying more than 4% right now. You had Elon Musk sounding off on his other property, Twitter X.
Divergence is clearing on QQQ and SPY.
AI chip program. So this is about the AI momentum around it too. He said that
this shit is perfectly burning me too, not gonna lie. Maybe I'm fucking stuck in a cycle too, but wow, they're fucking burning me too now, actually. Not too much, but like honestly, kinda perfectly sane. Do not fucking go for this gap down below, but like wow, I mean, I think that's what they're
working on AI5. They've been using AI5.
This could completely trap for 1-2 days too. If it's really bullish, but I think they're using this to be like, hey, don't beat.
And they talked about these millions being deployed across the vehicles and data centers.
Into tomorrow.
Basically, it seems like the
Not
goal
today.
is a new AI chip every 12 months.
I don't know. Maybe they do it a lot of times too, but shit, I don't know.
Like the cycle of a smartphone, more like the cycle versus a car. So, you know, something this small, it is
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you all eat nice turkey. Hope you all
These are big claims.
get some nice turkey dinners.
To produce AI chips at higher volumes than all other AI chips in the world combined. And he emphasized he's, quote, not kidding, Nicole.
All right. Well, you know, it sounds exciting. Who knew, right? Sort of a sneak move there.
Yeah.
And then
I want turkey. Buy me turkey.
Way, right? They're moving forward with AI.
I'm hungry.
Let's talk about Carvana.
Turkey, turkey, turkey. Yeah, get that turkey in chat. Turkey, turkey, turkey. America, America.
Recently, some bumps in the road.
Sam said Tesla's up 7%. Is it really? Oh,
so
my Lord.
shares are moving higher today after Wednesday, upgrading Carvana to outperform from a neutral.
They've raised their price target to 400. That's
disgusting.
up from 380.
391, it looked crazy bearish. Now it's at 420.
What
Can't even make this shit up 420.
Over the past month is just overdone. It's not
somewhere here, I was like, yo, this shit fucking better.
Fundamental deterioration there.
Either reject or go to 420 somewhere. Is that somewhere 420 is chilling out?
Underwhelming results there. Carvana's closest peer, even though, you know, when you think about
SPX
CarMax,
Wildin,
it's not just
IWM
online. CarMax
Wildin,
is bricks and
her.
clicks. Carvana is online.
Nvidia Wildin, QQQ Wildin, 604. We were at 594 in the market open. You're up $10.
Of which Carvana is an online marketplace. This analyst believes
how the fuck does anybody know QQ about to go at $10
rather than a warning signal here, Nicole?
Fuck.
You know, and I was thinking just, I was going to mention it, Lee Auto.
Does somebody know from 9:30 market open 695?
And then I was
595 to 604.
And their car doing so well in China. So the battle is definitely on. I mean, I was under the impression that Tesla started to do better in China, but I did see a report this morning that talked about some of the weak sales that they had over the last month. So we'll have to wait and see. But a lot going on always with Tesla. Indeed. Mag 7 name, good. Glad you touched on that one.
Yeah, QQQ actually straight up rocket. Where? From the bottom of the November trend line to all the way to tippy top. Somewhere down there we were like, yo, watch this shit create a fucking crazy ass V or something. Imagine, right? And it's not creating like a complete V, but like what a fucking V. Completely destroyed bulls here. Completely destroyed bears here. Absolute fucking wild. Market going up, market going down, market leaving gaps. Tesla going 7%, Google flying all-time highs, Nvidia up 2%, IWM up 1.64%, QQQ up 2.4% now. I don't even know if that's real. 2.4%. 2.4%. Is that real? It might be 2.4%. Let me see on fucking Robinhood. Yeah, SPY up 1.37. That is something. Excuse me. This is why I named my stream IWM, because it was literally, my thinking was it was an important level to watch, the 4 p.m. level from yesterday, but also breaking out and running like this shit. But wow, it actually did that. Somewhere here it really didn't look like it was IWM, but it was IWM with Nvidia at the same time. Look at this shit, run and go, 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 go. Break, run, 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 go. Run, break, go, 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 go. Once it broke this level, 230, 955, ran to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And then, boom, 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 boom. And then the video started kicking in at 1:11. So 11, somewhere here, stand, boom, 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 boom. The video still, our IWM also going since 11, boom, 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 boom. So everything going boom, 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 boom. Until when, boom, 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 boom. $6696. Goddamn. I have 36675 still. Into tomorrow. It's grinding crazy. Nvidia, SPY, all stair step into. Stairway to heaven. Time is 12:40. Time's just passing and it's just going higher and higher on QQQ every 5-10 minutes. Like this $1 fucking grind up, fucking bullshit. I need to go to the bathroom. Do you think it was 666? I mean, today, yeah, there's a possibility, I guess. Tomorrow, I think it's almost fucking 95%. But we'll see. Alright, I'm back. Man, the video wilding now. QQQ going to. Oh, the video's fucking flying. Look at this candle flipping up to where the purple box maybe. I don't know. We may see a flash up. We may see a candle break up on SPY and QQQ. Wash out bears completely into not even today but tomorrow. Oh my god. Happening right now. It's a bullish breakout. Some bullshit happening right now on everything. The fucking MACD flying. Just candle switch at the last 5 seconds too and just boom boomed it. To 1240. QQQ going crazy. Some fucking bullshit. Man, they're so crazy with this shit, dude. 180 regained to 183.98. Oh my god. Wild. I want that shit to go gap fill so I can fucking. I'm about to go into the video. Fucking wild. That is 183.27. Being mad impatient. Alright, I'm in 4.3K on the video puts now. into this week. Time is 12:40. I'm going to look in the video on the left side chart. If this shit doesn't freeze up. Fuck! Freezes up. There it is. What in the fuck is going on? Yeah, I was gonna say, is my chart fucking dead or what? Like, it's bugging out. I took the peak of that green candle. I'm usually early, but they are grinding this shit already higher, so I'm kind of thinking that they Tesla 7.33%. I'm kind of thinking that they can't do it, but I mean, I guess they could. QQQ SPY. Let's see. It's so fucking far in the video, but SPY and QQQ is gone now. SPX gap below being used crazy. There's another gap here. Second gap. It's one, and they are actually burnt it all actually on 0 DT, but wow. They don't even need to hold this shit into 3 now. It's literally done. Zero DTs though are always a cycle thing. It's never. You gotta have major knowledge or cycle confirmation to just go one direction on 0 DT and just hope to God it works out. It just doesn't work always. It's crazy. 12. 12:45. Man, look at this shit on SPY too. Looking fucking 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from 12:15. So abnormal cycles, whatever, just grinding higher doesn't even matter. Just bullishly abnormal here. Algo range breakout. I guess that's not unusual, but IWM running still, man. This shit is crazy. It's actually insane. Today is actually an IWM day. Russell 2000 taking the lead. Breaking Thursday's high, breaking everything. Today's a Russell day. This is why literally the live stream says, man, IWM strikes back, but I cannot believe they're really going crazy. I thought they were going to break this and maybe hover and play, but when market does, it does. Super way. Knifed up crazy on IWM, knifed up crazy on SPY, knifed up crazy on QQQ. On Monday. There was 1 million puts on SPY today. I don't know why, but there was. It's crazy work. 1 million. I can't believe they're holding it up, and going even higher and higher, to be honest, until now. But I mean, wow, what the fuck can I really do other than, honestly, that's what they're fucking doing. So candles day, man, this shit is wild. Where's SPX? Three-third. This is literally 3/3. Oh my gosh. Wow. Insane. Fucking even being in it, it's fucking insane. Just using the gap to literally gap open, creating a 3/3 and running, so wow. Shit is so burnt. 118 now too. 6675. It's so fucking burnt. Let's say like dump here. It's like here or something, but wow. I hope they power hour dump this bitch to gap or something, because they extended this 3/3 bullish cycle crazy. Do they hover this bitch into tomorrow? Possibility is there. But holy fuck, how bad would that be? 46675 SPX puts, fucking terrible. So yo, that most horseshit. 1213 into 1250, so 45. Most bullshit. Cut off, and then super rocket. Gotta love it. Gotta fucking love it. And Russell. Small caps day. The Empire strikes back. QQQ. HOD into 1250. It's literally why divergence at the roof is fucking dangerous, because they go higher and higher and higher and higher and higher until they clear the divergence or something. 1250 HOD. Really crazy to see, but I mean that is what they did. 1250 HOD. No cycle confirmation, nothing. Algo range is creating or something. Cycle confirmation is creating here. IWM is up 1.8%. QQQ is up 2.56%. And SPY is up 1.5%. Fucking looking at this shit and it's going so fucking bullish. SPY. Oh my god. $1.5K on this contract since 12/15, or these batches of contract on SPY since fucking 12/15, dude. Like, what the fuck? Fuck. I gotta go to work too. This is fuck. They trapped the crap out of bears into this shit too. And what the fuck is this shit all day long? Bear trap all day long basically. Gap up, push down, gapped up, and then went. QQQ, like, the fuck is this shit? IWM bugged out. 944. 950. Fuck me. Perfect divergence. $12.55. Something finally happening on Nvidia here. Man, I want to fucking dump. I want to dump. Back to 666. 666. I'll be happy as shit. I'll be done. Is that fucking crazy or what? Like, damn. Look at that gap. Look at that confirmation rejection. That is, I don't know, dude. Time is 1 p.m. in 2 minutes here. There's a huge there's a 1 minute gap here now. I don't know. It's advanced. Bearish trying. Zero DTs are fucked already. You know what's crazy though? When they were going lower, there were no calls because they were fucking destroyed. And then down here, there were no calls, and then they went higher because there were so many fucking puts. And then now there's no puts, and then it's just insane. It's crazy. I don't know about no zero DT. Like, they're gonna still kill zero DTs off somehow, man. This shit is nuts. SPX put to call ratio being updated. 0 DT is a short scalp cycling happening today, it looks like. I'm still on my 1 DT on SPY or SPX in Nvidia here. Disgusting. They melted the puts from all the way at 12.15. I don't like how Nvidia and SPX isn't going at the same time right now. Like, bruh. It's weird as hell. I'm down 1.4, 1.2 on SPX. I'm up 500 on Nvidia. It's just weird as fuck. I don't like this. It's like they're holding it crazy into 2-3. Oh my god, I don't like this. I hate when things don't go together. Like the shit I'm in usually. It's so fucking hard to keep track of shit. Like, usually one goes the other way, one goes, like, it's so fucking, I mean, Nvidia market shouldn't, but it's doing it right now.
Take a look at the markets. We are sharply higher. It is the NASDAQ that is a ripper today, up 2 1/3%. We're good for 500 points. Coming off the worst week, as we said, for that group since April. Bitcoin had a rough week. Risk came out of the market, as you know. I think the big question we all want to know, where does this leave us now? Thanksgiving approaches. Not that much time left to go in the year. I go back to what Tony Pasquarello of Goldman Sachs said last Friday pre-open. He surveyed the landscape, he looked at the volatility and said it had some elements of capitulation, but he hasn't changed his overall bullish view. Quote, it's a bull market and the primary trend remains intact, the primary uptrend. Quote, I'm a believer that liquidity is set to improve, the economy should accelerate, the story may not be as pristine as it was, but that interplay is still pretty favorable. Does that match with how you think, Josh, about where we are?
I think it's a good take. I think the number one thing that you had to get right this year was that you could have rotation within the Mag 7 and that would be enough from an index level to continue to propel us higher. And then the number two thing that you had to get right was that momentum would remain the most powerful of all the factors. And just look year to date, momentum statistically is number one, up 21% on the year. Growth is up 17%. Quality up 9.6, value up 9.5, shareholder yield up 9.5. If you had an overweight toward multiple of those factors or any one in particular, you've had a great year. Hasn't been necessarily in a straight line, but overall, that's what kept you on the right side of the market. Low vol is the worst performer of that group. Shareholder yield is the worst performer of that group. So, like, you do have a lot of dispersion, and I think within that Mag 7 rotation, the most interesting thing to say is it's been very difficult to not be in that trade, even if at any given time, one or two of those names have been giving you trouble. There was a moment this year, Judge, where Tesla was just like a complete disaster. Apple had a moment where everyone was giving up on it. Amazon has had some really bad post-earnings reactions.
Man, I'm kind of worried they're about to show bullishness into market tomorrow
just been incredible,
as
which
well,
I know
so that
we'll
people
get to in a
calm
second.
the fuck down in the
Giving
market
up
now,
on
man.
any
I'm
one of those
fucking
names
worried.
and then utilizing it as a
Maybe they use
reason
this
to get out of the
bullishness.
Mag 7 has been disastrous for people, because that rotation from one to the next to the next, it's been really powerful, and it's kept this market moving up.
Weiss, we shook some things out undeniably last week, okay?
Yeah.
But back to what Pasquarello's saying. Do you agree? Are we still intact? And even though we're not as pristine as we once were, that I'm using words that he used in his note, we're still pretty favorable. And if you look at the overall backdrop, you've got obviously the CapEx spend, you have a pretty good economy, which is going to, many think accelerate into next year, and you got the Fed, which is going to be more engaged, obviously, on the cutting cycle. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think we are intact. I can't tell what the market's going to do depending upon what the Fed does. That's a short-term consideration. Overall, we do see the economy strengthening in some parts. Let's keep in mind we still can see the consumer weakening.
Yeah.
So it's a two-part economy. Now, you've got the largest spending that continues to be intact and driving the economy. So I think we're good.
Just piss me the fuck off.
And I also think, and this is a term I really dislike, I think it's healthy to shake out the latecomers to the AI trade, to the tech trade. And so you can move up in a more reasonable fashion.
This little slow
we did
grind
get
is pissing me the
overvalued,
fuck off.
unquestionably, but we're in good shape now. So I'd keep going.
I'm down literally almost 2K now.
With the mid-cap tech, I think the AI trade is far from dead, but there's still some
Nvidia is up, but still my SPX is fucking eating dirt.
Not in the public market.
Well, Joe, so speaking of tech, I mean, Alphabet
fucking
has
6675 eating it right now.
Of the last few months in terms of this trade.
Sorry for my language, but it's eating dick right now.
It hits another record high
6675.
today. It's up 11% alone since Gemini 3 launched last week. It was the only Mag 7 name positive
bro, bring
last week.
back
It's had a
vibes.
larger market cap than Microsoft for the first time in 7 years. That tells a lot. And if you need more, co-founder Larry Page.
Man, I can't be energetic and be all that for you guys 24/7 now, huh? You gotta either be here or not, man.
So I think what's happening is that we're looking at the AI trade and we're trying to understand who is going to deliver the quickest on the ROI. And I think in the case of Alphabet, they're giving you the evidence that they might just be that stock that does it for you. Gemini 3 seems to be something that's certainly changing the story dramatically. I think in addition to that, it's the TPU chips that are obviously being utilized in the AI infrastructure. So it's the confluence of the TPU
Let's
chips,
hit the thumbs
Gemini
up
3,
button,
Google Cloud,
please,
and then you go beyond
folks.
that, you look at Android, you look at Waymo, and you look at YouTube, and you see this very diversified conglomerate that came into the year with significant questions surrounding an antitrust ruling and the fact that ChatGPT was going to cannibalize search. Now you've seen a reversal in that sentiment, a rebuilding of position. And to your point, when you look at the Mag 7, it really is only Nvidia and Alphabet that's outperforming the S&P so far year to date. So we're seeing kind of this narrowness in the Mag 7 and the opportunities.
Becoming more, as Citi says, idiosyncratic, right?
Yep.
Which they think continues into the new year. In that what was a lump everybody together trade, it moved as this monolith, is not doing that anymore. Because as you look at all these companies, yes, they have the circular deals, they're reliant on one another in some respects, but they're competing against each other too.
Yeah, so I think if I could finish my thought, two things are important as you move forward. What the ROI is going to be on the AI trade, and then I also think what we've learned over the last 3 weeks is that valuations in tech do matter. And I think the market is going to be a little more judicious, saying, okay, we don't want the extreme valuation companies where somewhere down the line the dream is that they'll grow into the multiple. We want the companies here and now that have more reasonable valuations.
Shares of Alibaba rallying today after the Chinese tech giant announced its updated consumer chatbot has reached 10 million downloads just a week after it was relaunched. Deirdre Bosa has more in today's Tech Check, so I guess that catches your attention, that number, Deirdre.
It does. It's a pretty explosive uptake, and that's, of course, its new Qwen chatbot. It's also a proof point
people
for
are
Alibaba,
not having
much like Gemini 3 was for Google last week.
Like.
Not just a good product launch,
I mean,
but
honestly,
evidence the company
it made it look
has
hard
something that
going
its
long with
rivals
these gaps,
don't,
but
and
still,
that is
that's
a
literally
full stack
part of
or
the game. That's what they
end-to-end
do.
system. You're going to be hearing a lot more
I had good
about
scalps
that
in the
advantage
morning,
in the
but I
weeks and
mean,
months
it
to
is
come.
literally
Now,
what they do.
Alibaba may still be best known here in the U.S. as China's Amazon, but its reach is a lot broader.
Why?
It controls
People
the
are
hardware,
greedy as fuck
cloud
on 1
models,
DT or
and the
0
consumer apps that
DTs.
touch hundreds of millions of people every
Up or
day.
down.
The same
When the market
advantage that
goes
powered
down
Google's
crazy,
comeback.
people be
And while
longing
Google may be
crazy, and
further
the
along
market
on the
goes up,
silicon
people
front
be
with
shorting
its
crazy
TPUs,
in
Alibaba
0
is developing
DT.
a new AI chip
That's
to
the
help
thing that
fill the
fucks them up
Nvidia void
crazy,
in
and they don't
China.
realize
It's a
how
more
dangerous
versatile
0
inference
DT
processor
is.
built by a Chinese foundry and
You gotta know
designed to
exactly
stand in
where
for the
and where
restricted
to
Nvidia
wire,
chips.
why and
Now,
where, and
that
then
development also
basically,
part
you
of a
know,
much larger push
move
inside
like
of China
lightning.
to build a self-sufficient
Market
AI
moves like
supply
lightning.
chain. One where Alibaba would be sitting right in the center, and it's also one that is
One
becoming
side
less and
versus
less
the
dependent
other.
on American tech.
One
Now,
side
Alibaba
gets
reports tomorrow
fucking
morning, and the
completely
question for
fucked.
investors is
The
whether
other
the same
side gets
bull thesis
some
powering
sort of
Google
juice.
can now travel to Alibaba.
And
Now,
then
shares,
they
as you can
fucking
see,
flip it,
they've
and then
already
they fuck
nearly
the other
doubled
side,
this year,
and
like
then the other
Alphabet.
side gets some
But
sort of
its
juice.
valuation still lags it,
And then they
but
fuck the
23
other side
times
by
forward
flipping it,
earnings.
and then the
If
other side
Alibaba's
gets some
AI
sort
moment
of
holds up,
juice.
this could reopen the China tech trade at large, and
Thus
this
creating
is key. It
cycles.
could force investors to contend with a different kind of AI development, one that is open source and far cheaper to develop. On the back of that Amazon AI spending headline, it is worth reminding our audience that Alibaba and other Chinese AI players, they're building and deploying AI systems for a fraction of the cost that their U.S. counterparts are.
Hedge fund managers
That's
prey
all
on.
over that
That's
theme,
what they
Deirdre.
do.
I do wonder, you know, the Commerce Secretary today said that the idea of letting Nvidia export to China was on the president's desk.
10 years of their
but
lives.
where does this development lead us on that
That's
front?
what
Is
they
it too
want to
late?
do. That's what they did.
It may be
That's
too little,
what they
too late.
focused
Exactly,
on.
Carl.
5,
I mean,
10
we've
years,
already been
whatever.
hearing out of China that Beijing is trying to restrict some of the biggest Chinese tech companies to develop using American hardware like Nvidia GPUs. So once they open it up, and that is still a big question, when does that actually happen? Does it get pulled back again? The Chinese don't want to wait for that. They are moving ahead, and they're having more and more success with their own development of their own silicon, their own hardware, and they're creating ecosystems for it as well. That is really the Nvidia advantage.
It comes down to
and by the way, I know you guys know this, but
it's very hard.
There's potential for the Chinese to export their own
very
hardware, not to America, but to other
and
countries
it
around
takes
the
a
world.
lot of
And
effort
again,
to
that
care.
threat that we keep coming back
It takes
to,
a lot
what are AI
of time
systems
and
globally
effort
going to be built on? Are they going to be built
trial
on
and
the US
error,
stack
but
or the Chinese
ultimately
stack? That is a really key question.
And never, ever,
Comcast
ever
Business helps
giving
turn
up
businesses
ending
into
mentality
seamlessly
energy.
restocking,
That's the only
frictionless
thing.
paying.
That's the only fucking thing that will determine a winner versus a loser. Because this is literally what it is. 75, 80% of all traders in the retail world. I don't think that's a fucking joke. I mean, people fucking listen to statistics and they don't really care. I mean, I listen to shit like that and I'm scared every day. I listen to shit like that and I realize it's like this every day. Almost. That's why I don't even care about up or down. It's just what it is. Whatever flows, whatever goes, whatever comes, whatever goes. But I mean, some people think they're like able to know the price direction every single day. Setups are there clearly, right? Why? People like me type in titles, say, oh. I don't know. But it is what it is. I don't think anybody can really understand and really see and really do until they really see and what they do and what they really see. No matter what other people can send them, no matter what other people may say, unless they really try and really see and really think themselves. This shit is an absolute brain game. What do we talk about in the market update video? There's some sort of a horizontal sloping. We need to watch the horizontal sloping, and it has held. I don't even really do IWM that much, but That is something. When was this? Last night in the market update video. But even me with a market update video posted like that, I don't have it perfectly drawn out. I'm perfectly looking at IWMY. I don't do IWM. But clearly, you gotta have a higher understanding of all things. Like. This shit is doing the slow grinding up now. I fucking... No volume, just grinding to space. Just no volume, grinding to space. Look at this fucking pattern. Big rip down. Wow. I said somewhere here, I was like, watch it do a huge V as a fucking joke. All the way up here, but like, it's even nasty looking at here, man. Oh my lord. I'm in it, like, right, this is... Oh my. What are these candles? Whoa, 6.8%. Whoa. Whoa. It is. Sorry, 2.64%. On QQQ. Nuclear right up. The MACD on the 15-minute right now. Nuclear right up. On a nuclear submarine. And now it is in danger of losing. The MACD at the tippity top. Wow, look at that fucking no volume just grinding up. RSI MACD. Like 25 points maybe. 682. So wow. What is that on 1045? Okay. No volume, no MACD on the 5 and 15. They went higher. They're about to pull back. Just don't know how they're gonna do it, but there's no way this shit grinds higher and higher like this. At least a pullback and then buy more some shit. RSI, well. Time is 1:20. I need coffee like 10 in the morning. I get so tired around 1, 2, 3. This is like my on that time before I really go to work. I work all fucking night, so fuck. We got AMC and Cinemark news. Novo. Nvidia going, the market is trolling. Tesla is deciding what to do. If this shit rolls over, it will make a bloody red 2-hour candle into close. If not, it will not. I somehow do think though, if this shit holds today, I think it's gonna be red into tomorrow. That's what I think. And I politely ask people that go in and out to just stay out. I'm tired as fuck. I need to go to sleep. Alright, let me mute up real quick. Let me eat. I haven't ate breakfast either. I don't have the time to babysit nobody. People are like, hey, can you let me know 24/7 verbally what you do? No, I'm okay. I do shit when I want, how I want. I don't really say what I do, but on the WhatsApp group, I do sometimes. Market's slow. Healthcare videos. Guess we'll watch that.
Pitching an alternative to extending the extra Obamacare subsidies that are set to expire at the end of the next month. But some policy experts say his plan won't help those with high premiums. Join us right now with the details is Senator Bill Cassidy. He is the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Good morning to you. We've had quite a lot of debates about what to do about Obamacare, what happens next. Explain what you're doing, and then we'll dig into all of it.
Hey, Andrew, good to be with you. I would take the enhanced premium tax credits, which are the tax credits on top of the baseline Obamacare tax credits, allow them to be used next year, but you use them on a bronze plan. Now, I won't go into details, but bronze plans are cheaper than the standard silver plan. Now, you use it on a bronze plan, and you save a lot of money because those plans are cheaper, but you take your savings and you put it into a health savings account for the family. Now, by the way, with the silver plan, you have a $5,000 or $6,000 deductible that you must pay out of pocket before you get into the insurance portion. With my plan, you would take the savings, put it into a health savings account, and you have help with that deductible, $1,000, $2,000 for a family, $3,000 or $4,000 to lower the cost of the deductible. You save money on the premium, you save money on the deductible, you save money as a family. It's a good plan.
All I'm saying is I'm tired of saying the same shit over and over again.
The delta is right now. If your plan does not
I
get
wish
enacted,
I could find out who it
happens,
is and, like, you know,
you
15, 20 people and just be gone. I don't care.
Healthcare costs for most Americans.
But please do
over the
not
next 12, 24
come
months.
back.
Let's just baseline it there,
God
and then
damn,
I want to
this is
understand what you
fucking
think the delta is that you're going to protect or save American families.
So, Andrew, let's table set. We're only talking here about the Obamacare exchanges, which is about 7% of the insured population. That's what all the discussion is about. The other 93% are totally unaffected by this. Medicare, Medicaid, commercial insurance, employer-sponsored, that's unaffected. That said, those premiums are going up too. The cost of health care has continued to go up. And one thing we've got to do, and by the way, my plan begins to do, is to lower the cost of health care in general, not just the cost of premiums. So those policies are going up. We got to address that. But the bill I am proposing is for principally the
shit destroying zero DT puts right now.
And is to get a solution for January 1, 2026, so that the people on the exchanges can still afford their policies.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is
out here and the
you believe that you will save them how much under this program?
Well, oh my gosh! If you have a silver plan and you have a family, right now you've got a $5,000 or $6,000 deductible. Let's just say you never get to your insurance. You have $5,000 in addition to the cost of the premium.
I just care, you know,
with mine,
about
your premiums are lower,
shit
but you could have as a family up to $4,000 in your health savings account to pay for that.
What the fuck is the point of that when nobody gives a fuck about it, right? What the fuck is the point of that when they give a fuck about candles? I don't give a fuck about candles.
Upon the age of the people, etc.
Oh my god!
But by golly, under my
plan, I don't
plan,
give a fuck about bull versus bear. Like, oh my god!
And by the way, the federal taxpayers save you money too.
People are so
the federal taxpayer saves money under my plan too. The only people losing money are the insurance companies. Right now, they're scheduled to give $26 billion to insurance companies next year, of which they take 20% for overhead and for profit.
You
That's
just
under
have
the Obamacare law. We take that entire $26 billion and give it to the patient.
And
if
then
you will, taking that 20%
those that want to
overhead, giving it to the patient,
better themselves, those that want to come,
profit to the insurance companies.
That's all it is.
That's how we are able to give more generous benefits and still save money.
Wake up in the middle of 4 a.m. for people.
Senator,
you
the
cannot.
Critique, though, as you know, is that customers with sky-high premiums
on 24/7 saying whatever you want, whatever it is.
And I ask because if you look at some of the critique that people like Chuck Schumer have made, they think that
it won't work over there either because they're scamming over there. They're fucking scamming everybody over there. So
one, they still get help. At the outset, I said we continue the enhanced premium tax credits, so nobody who's at 600% of federal poverty would pay more than 8.5% of their premium. We keep that, but we make it a bronze premium, not a silver premium. And by the way, privatize insurance. You give the patient the power of the purse. You give her the power over her health and over the power of her pocketbook. That's a good privatization. And you're taking it away from insurance companies that take 20%, who, by the way, are private entities, which take 20% for profit and overhead. I'm not bashing insurance companies, but if I have a choice to give 20% of $26 billion to insurance companies or 100% of $26 billion to the people, to the patient, to the consumer, I'm voting for the patient. I'm going to vote for her because she's going to do a better job getting the care she knows she needs as opposed to the care the insurance company gives her permission to get.
No, I understand that, but when you think about an HSA, at least my understanding of it is that if you have an out-of-pocket cost like a deductible, that can't go towards the premiums. Am I wrong?
So I'm not quite sure what your question is, Andrew, but if you have a deductible or a copay, your health savings account can pay for it. And people say, well, wait a second, only rich people can fund health savings accounts. No, under our plan, it is pre-funded with the savings that come from giving the money to the patient, not to the insurance company. So now, no matter what your income level,
like, does anyone understand what the fuck I'm saying here? Nah, like, when the fuck have I been talking about the 3/3? Like, just now? Like, no, since fucking morning. You know what I'm saying?
Dental
Like,
work, for your child's orthodontia that traditional insurance doesn't pay for.
People literally
Much more
think,
flexible,
oh,
giving the
perma bear,
patient the
perma
power
bear,
for the insurance,
perma red
excuse me,
candle.
for
Like,
the
what the
healthcare
fuck
that
are
she
you
knows
talking
she
about?
needs,
Like,
as opposed to the healthcare that the
you
insurance
just don't
company
care about
gives her
cycle.
permission to
Like,
get.
oh my lord.
Okay, I'm just going to read you something, and then you tell me if I'm wrong, and this is where I was getting this from before. I had seen a report from the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, also saw Senator
That's the whole
Janine
point of this
Shaheen
damn
say the
stream, though.
following.
I literally been
An
saying,
HSA,
like, that's
quote,
what they
doesn't
fucking
address
want.
the
Like,
immediate
they don't
need
want
that
people
people
to care
have
about
because
cycle.
HSAs expressly prohibit
They don't
using
understand
the
the lingo,
funding
though. I mean,
to
it
pay
is what
for
it is.
premiums.
I don't know.
And it's the
I don't have the
premium
fucking
increase
time,
that
though. Like,
people
I
are
literally
concerned
sit
about.
here and say it every fucking
So
stream.
we actually
like, you know,
continue to use
people get it.
a portion of the
I
money.
get that. I
I
got it too. It's just you gotta do the work.
For whom it's high,
You gotta fucking do the work, and you gotta do it when it sucks
the bronze
to get it.
premium is cheaper
That's
than the
not,
limits that are already
nothing's
established.
gonna ever be, you know.
Because the bronze is just cheaper than a silver plan. And so we actually continue to limit the out-of-pocket responsibility for the insured to that which was under the Biden proposal. We continue that for a couple of years. But we're using a cheaper policy, so it's easier to do.
About Boyden. Bears are here pushing lower. MACD volume is going lower, trying lower right now. I thought Tesla was going to lead it, but it's not.
Given where all the different sides are right now.
I think I'm the best game in plan, in town, if you will. And I say that because it's not a Republican plan.
I really can't say this shit's going lower until the 15-minute MACD starts turning and the MACD volume starts lowering on QQQ.
It can appeal
but
to
I
a
mean,
June
SPY
Shaheen
and Nvidia
who wants to make sure that someone can still afford their premiums. It can appeal to a President Trump who wants to give almost all the money to the patient and not to the insurance company. It can appeal to the consumer because she has control over her pocketbook. She also has control over her health. She doesn't have to ask permission to get health care. She can get the health care she knows that she needs. It's appealing to all. Andrew, I would say this is an American plan. I handicap it pretty well.
I expect a fucking dump. I expect a dump right now. I'm scalping 0 DTs right now, 2K 0 DTs right now. Targeting 668.41. I'm still on my 1 DTs here too. $130. Come on. Last 10-20 seconds. Candle switching in 10. Damn, I'm getting a phone call. Always at the worst fucking timing. People want everything. Phone going off, like funny as fuck, man. They want it all. They want it all, dude. Just a nice ass fucking person. Like, you know what I mean? What the fuck do you want from me? At least I don't fucking scam people. I don't fucking scam people. Nor do I just want fake ass people around, but it is whatever. You know why I'm like this too, dude? Right? You want me to say why? Okay, I'll say why. Everything done today, forgotten yesterday. Everything done yesterday, forgotten tomorrow. Everything done last week, forgotten what? When it doesn't matter to them the most. So, it's nasty work, but hey, it's sometimes how we are built. And honestly, I felt betrayal from my deepest friends that I was caring about this shit. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of good-hearted people, and people try to, do their best, but all I know is there's people out here that are literally barely here, that are barely listening, that are barely fucking caring. They just fucking want to know what's going on with what I'm doing and how dog shit I'm doing and blah blah blah. I don't really care about none of that. Like, it's not the point. I don't understand. It's like a point to shit. I have a point. People have a point. This person has a point. And someone else has a point. Like, everyone's point is just not the same too. Trump says he has accepted an invitation from Xi. Right. That is something.
I've got some breaking news. I want to get to Eamon Javers. It's regarding the White House, and I've seen these
people think I'm bullshitting. People think I'm not speaking out of my heart.
Yes, Scott, President Trump says he's going to Beijing in April. This coming in a social media post just a couple of moments ago. The president giving a readout of his call with Xi Jinping of China earlier today. We saw both sides confirm the call this morning, but now President Trump is saying some of the details of what they discussed. He says they discussed soybeans and American farmers, and he also says President Xi invited me to visit Beijing in April, which I accepted, and I reciprocated, where he will be my guest for a state visit in the U.S. later in the year. So Xi Jinping coming to the United States in 2026, says the president. He says we agreed that it is important that we communicate often, which I look forward to doing. He says the relationship between the United States and China is a solid one. No mention in this readout, Scott, of the issues in Ukraine or Taiwan, which the Chinese readout earlier today did refer to, said both areas had been discussed by the two leaders. So we'll see if the White House gives us any further indication this afternoon of what it was that they talked about in Ukraine, particularly in light of the weekend of diplomacy in Geneva, as the United States tries to hammer out an agreement that can be acceptable to both Ukraine and Russia to end that war there, guys.
Market's going to like any bit of positive news.
This shit is horrendous.
Between these two countries.
I thought that would relieve the zero DT somehow here, but nah, still at the end of the day. Like, what the fuck? On SPX. I'm in zero DTs right now and one DTs now, and what the fuck? This candle is actually atrocious. Oh gosh, Steve Wise buys Alibaba. It's the news. Alibaba. That's always the bullshit they come out with after the fact.
We did not mention Alibaba today. Take a look at the stock because they had a good uptake on their new model, their new AI model. You bought the stock.
I did.
This has to be for the proverbial just for a trade.
Well,
yeah or no?
So my concerns with China have been, number one, that they would demand the delisting of the variable interest entities that really are in came in and you only own a profit stream, a revenue stream. You don't own any assets when you own those ADRs. That's never come up in any conversation. So I think I've got the all clear of it on that. Then, of course, the invasion of Taiwan, which is the biggest risk to that, but also a huge risk to the market and a huge risk to Taiwan semi. Putting that aside, I'm willing to assume the risk of China for what is going to be and is right now the leading company in cloud
going
and
nowhere.
AI.
Not going lower.
Are you a longer-term player here or no?
I could be. I'm not buying with the intent to take 20% and then sell it. So
should have just bought it when your guy bought it himself.
I did buy it, and there I did trade it, and Dave's doubled in it, and I haven't. So
that's
I made
why
a
he's
modest
Dave and you're you.
Exactly right. That's why he'll be in the Panthers owner box tonight.
That's right.
And I could be if I want to fly myself there to San Fran, but of course I'm not.
Why so totally invited.
Maybe he would have flown you there if you didn't get out of the trade.
Yeah. No, I haven't heard his trade, trust me. Nobody's saying, well, Steve's not in, Dave, so I can't go with you. Yeah. But in any event, the stock's very reasonably priced. And I just think from here that it should be going straight up, China problems aside.
What do you think here?
I stopped
following K-Web guy. I mean,
yeah, I stopped following Alibaba individually, but what Steve is explaining makes a lot of sense. The cloud over this stock and many others has been something to do with the structure for U.S. investors. That has nothing to do with the fundamentals of the business, which are obviously on fire. Whatever we think is good about AI in the U.S., I promise you, in China, they're every bit as aggressively going after the opportunity. And of course, this is going to be one of the names that wins.
Even more so, because they've got government funding for it.
No, I like the way Steve explained it. I also think there's a rotation that's going on where the skepticism of the last several years that you can invest in stocks in Asia and specifically in China will actually work for you. And you're beginning to see some allocations in that direction. Chinese stocks are up about 30% so far year to date, having a very strong year, very quietly.
I mean, not that quietly. If you were listening to
well, when I say quietly, I don't think we talk about it. You know, so
we used to have a segment for Chinese stocks every show in 2014.
Well, speaking of idiosyncratic, Josh would buy the K-Web to express a view there. Yeah. I don't know if you're running out and buying the K-Web. You're looking for individual stories if you're going to do anything there.
Yeah. I mean, I believe strongly I'll outperform with Alibaba than with K-Web, because I'm concentrating on this. I'm not buying
the DT Web.
K-Web won't work. If Alibaba doesn't work, K-Web won't work. So
I got that.
Yeah, you got that?
Yeah, I got
You've been trapped in the DT Web for a long time.
Yes, I have.
Predictions, question mark. I literally already said what I was thinking 1 minute ago.
Healthcare just did something we said it hadn't done since '98.
Yeah.
100% of the XLV sector stocks advanced on Friday.
Yeah.
It's happened only 34 other days going back to the inception of it since '98.
You ever hear that term, probably from me, breadth thrust? Like, that's what that is, basically, but on a sector basis. It just tells you the level of institutional accumulation coming in.
Yeah,
21%
but it is there
of
on
all
the
the components in the XLV made a 52-week high on Friday.
If the volume
buying
comes.
These names, and there's a reason. You get this really interesting grouping of sub-industries, and I'm going to talk about one of them right now. The life sciences, tools, and services names are set up beautifully both this year and next year from an earnings growth perspective. Most of these are recurring revenue businesses, which is Wall Street wants, and they're benefiting from an AI tailwind, but they're not wholly reliant on things like, I don't know, data centers, for example. So for growth investors that rode these traditional AI names up this year, now they want to switch. They want to buy cheaper stocks that also have that kind of recurring revenue profile. These are the names: Mettler Toledo, MTD. Stock broke to a fresh 52-week high. We're showing you 50 and 200-day here to make the point that these are uptrends that have been going on for most of the year. And when you saw that golden cross happen earlier in the summer, that told you something interesting was brewing, and then you got that follow through here. So we like that name.
One candle to end it all.
That would be 20% higher. Thermo Fisher is the biggest name in the group, $220 billion market cap. This one is not quite there yet, as you can see, not quite over the February high from earlier this year. But you have a golden cross, and you have all the ingredients for a potential breakout. I feel pretty confident it'll happen. Everybody's watching those March, April highs. When it gets through, there's no sellers. It's an entirely different story. The last one is
up or down, honestly.
Agilent spun out of Hewlett-Packard 26 years ago. Ticker symbol A. Looks exactly like Mettler-Toledo. It's a $42 billion market cap, right in the sweet spot of that next tier of large cap stock, riding the 50-day beautifully. Look at it. Every challenge on the 50-day, the buyers came in exactly where they were supposed to, almost like it was a script. Meanwhile, you've got a vacuum. If it breaks this level, 140, you have to go back to 2021. It was at 180. You really have 40 points with no natural resistance. So I'm watching this one for a breakout as well. Mettler-Toledo's all the way through. I think Agilent is next, followed by Thermo Fisher. They're buying these names because they like the business, they like the outlook, they're not terribly expensive, and it's time for some new blood in people's portfolios. What do you think?
Well, that's Weiss. He just gave you a couple of great trades.
He did, and I've been on the sidelines. Look, I think it'd still go. I mean, in an accommodative interest rate environment, healthcare is going to work, particularly biotech. And as I mentioned last week, until you see supply in IPOs or secondaries, there's nothing really to eat into that.
Look at that move from end of beginning of fall to now. Unbelievable, Joe. We've got a lot of exposure
Strongest momentum.
There may be one massive red candle that comes in.
I absolutely have a lot of exposure here today. 52-week highs. Eli Lilly, Biogen, Medtronic, McKesson. So money's coming in. IDEX Labs, which we own in Joe T.
IDEX is a great story.
Why don't you own Lilly? Why doesn't anybody own Lilly here?
We did own Lilly.
I know.
We were shaken out of Lilly.
Just too expensive. I mean, you just don't pay that for a drug company. Even if you doubled the historical valuation, you're still way, way above where it should be. So I just can't do that. And there's more competition coming onto the market for their primary drug. I just can't see it.
I think Lilly is more important symbolically. This is the first healthcare company to reach $1 trillion market cap. The fact that that's possible, I think, is leading to the momentum in the rest of the sector. People are waking up and saying, wait a minute, there are growth companies in this group that are not priced like microchip companies. They're not priced like semis, and they have that potential to do what Lilly just did. You look at the names on my list that we've done segments on all year, Judge. Alnilam, Gilead, Amgen, AbbVie. They all look great.
I don't know. Nvidia about to fly up or SPY about to fly down. So say what you want and pull.
What seems to be the
We're back on Halftime Report. I'm Contessa Brewer with today's ETF Edge. Good to see you. Many ETF investors think the Fed's December rate meeting is the final hurdle to clear in 2025 before moving on to 2026. But our next guest believes in an out-of-consensus view that we're already in a new market cycle. Joining me now is John Davi, CIO at Astoria Portfolio Advisors. John, good to see you. Why do you think we've already moved on? This is a new cycle.
For the last 25 years, whenever I have seen the Fed cut interest rates, that always signified a new market cycle. The Fed cut 4 times last year. They've cut a couple times this year.
SPY is wrong.
If you just look at actually what has worked this year,
I think it's going to follow the video, bro.
Developed international markets up 27%. Asset classes that benefit from like the debasement trade, whether it's gold. We run a strategy, PPI. It's a real assets fund. Gold is up 54%. Our PPI ETF is up 24%. And if I just look at U.S. sectors, banks, they benefit from steeper curves, higher interest rates. They're up 19. XLI is up 17. All these different sectors and asset classes have significantly outperformed the S&P 500. So I think the market has clearly told you that you need to evolve your portfolio.
What do you think that how should investors position portfolios now, especially if they're late to the party?
I don't think we're late because, for the last 5 years, it's been about one trade, Mag 7, large cap tech and growth. Nobody wanted to buy emerging markets, developed international markets, real assets. And, we've argued for the last 4 years that we're going to be living in a structurally higher inflation world. We're still 50% above the Fed's inflation target. To get us back down to 2%, Fed would have to hike rates. They're doing the opposite. And again, whenever the Fed cuts rate, that usually sends the market into a new, cycle.
We're just getting started, John. Thank you for that. We're going to continue the conversation over at etfedge.cnbc.com. And John will be joined by Sophia Massey, the CEO of Line Shares. Scott, I'll send that back to you.
I'm worried about my... What the? I'm worried about my SPX, I'm not gonna lie. 1 DT and 0 DT right now. I had a fucking thought of leaving 0 DT for like a $300 loss here, but like I did not. What the fuck? This shit is fucking so fucked. I hate when it fucking does both things different times. Different places. Shit is so fucked. MACD either staying bullish or faking bullish or... Oh my god, I'm getting stressed. I'm getting stressed. Oh shit, sorry. Is this the final
All right, joining me today, closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. Dan Greenhouse, Courtney Garcia, Abby Yoder, Gene Munster on Google's amazing move, and Jeff DeGraff. We'll check the charts, what he sees now, given last week's volatility. Steve Weiss, give me a final trade if you
Taiwan Semi. I mean, look, if this move continues, Taiwan Semi should recover its old highs. And if it doesn't, I think it's low risk downside.
All right, it's a nice move there, but of course the whole space is rallying today.
Yep.
Joe T.
XBI, Scott, just keeps going higher. Buy more, buy high, sell higher. You do want to raise your stop here to 110. That's what I'm doing personally. This has been a really strong trade over the last 3 months. I think 125 is the next stop.
Nicely done. And Josh Brown.
It's going to be another iPhone Christmas, folks. It's been a while since we've had one. It's real. You're seeing Apple at a all-time high, or just pennies away from an all-time high. I think it's pretty clear that they're going to have a good quarter.
It's been getting rewarded for iPhone 17. Been getting rewarded maybe in some respects, too, for having a little more restraint on the spend relative to some of the others. So a lot of things seem to be working there. That does it for us. We got a nice day building. I'll see you for the final stretch on Closing Bell, 3 o'clock Eastern.
Man, I'm actually getting bullshitted on both. I'm scared it's gonna rip up to the purple box now in the video too. I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking scared here. I feel like I'm getting bullshitted on both. Like it's going up and down on different times. And then ultimate bear trap and close it off. And then run into tomorrow. That's what I'm fucking scared of. Shit, I don't fucking know at this point. I'm scared. I don't know. I don't know. Dr. Barry, I need you. Where are you when I need you? Dr. Burr. Damn. Damn. Yeah, we need some Dr. Berries in chat, folks. We need some fucking whales. It's getting fucking scary out here. It's getting wild out here. Fuck. There's 2 hours left. Oh my lord. It's the worst shit ever. I don't even know what Nvidia is doing. I feel like I'm hoping on sub 180 this week, but like I literally want 180 again from the fucking top. I don't know why. I really do. I feel like I'm gonna get flipped on, and SPY is literally chick. Yeah. SPY is not good. This shit is insane. These candles are holding until the end of the day. Actually. Look at the fucking gap holding all day long. Look at this gap holding too. All day long. Oh no bullshit. Just literally holding all day long. Look at that gap holding right now. How the fuck? Hey, Wedrick. Nobody hopes here, bro. On green or red candles like you, man. You are literally, this is your second time here, okay? Your comments yesterday on Friday said yesterday pumped up, then straight down. Today pumped down, now straight up. Huh? You called out an inside day. Like, I don't know what you're saying. Hope has no place in trading. What? On what? Like, what are you saying that about? Like, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? Huh? I will just say, man, why don't you check out the channel and then start, like, talking about what you want, and also hit the thumbs up, because people like you never even hit the thumbs up anyway. So please. I don't even know what you say, man. Ay, ay, ay. Like, I'm so confused. Hope has nothing to do with trading, man. Like, you literally, this is your first or second time on the stream. How were you doing all of November and October and September? I've been here. September, October, and November, I've been doing okay for myself. How are you with your hope and your shit, bro? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Just because I reply back, right? These people that come in new, I'm telling you, dude, I don't know, something on a new wave these days. Maybe that's the whole reason the scammer doesn't even reply to anybody. But bro, I mean, I'm a person, I don't really care. I'll interact with people. I just want, I don't know, man. I guess people look for different shit. Go try to talk to scammer. See what the fuck happens. You think he'll try to talk to you? No, he wants your dumbass money. Why do I say this? Because international numbers can't even join without fucking paying. That's why I say that. That's what these international people have said. That's sad as fuck. Oh, man. Human nature. People start losing, people get mad. I mean, yeah, this is literally what it is. But I mean, this is a part of the game, and it's why we're like this, and it's why we're greedy as fuck on candles. It's why we rely on candles. And it's literally, you know, we've been saying this shit from day one, right? It's not even like we just started saying this now, but it is, you know, it's like this world is not that fucking. It's beautiful as hell. You just gotta make it beautiful, is all I'm saying. Like, you know, people are out there fucking scamming. People are out there making bullshit up. People are out there making fucking whatever the fuck it is. And it's scary as shit out here. It's greedy as fuck out here. And it's dangerous as fuck out here. And people are just in the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's green, green. Oh, green! And then red, red. Oh, like, it's dude, like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know, why don't you have an amazing time learning how to be green, green, great, and then you can be green, green, great in your future life, trading or not, spiritually or emotionally or mentally or not. But to be negative online and to be like, oh, your energy, oh, blah, 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 why don't you bring it back now, blah, 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 blah. Dude, like, what are you talking about, bro? I'm hungry as fuck. Like, I haven't ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner last night. Like, bro, these people just start watching the live stream 1-2 channel just because they, just because a person is replying back, they could be nasty as hell. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, they're wasting their energy is what I'm trying to say. You know, I've been saying that from day one, though. It's not even like I literally just said it now. Just people that don't even care, people that don't even fucking know, people that don't even fucking realize jack shit are the ones that are constantly on some shit, wanting other people to speculate, wanting people to think it's gonna drop or fly crazy every day. Well, I mean, it's not even like I've been saying this shit from, now. I've literally been saying from fucking day one. That's the issue. That's what the market wants people to do. That's what people, the market relies on. So, and Nvidia kind of scared me, but I think I'll be fine. I'm into Friday, so I don't know, dude. It's funny as fuck, but I mean, it is what it is. It's literally, you have to understand that's what the system is. Like, you have one fucking good run, and then they get you fucking perma fucking whatever the fuck, and then you start forgetting everything. It's literally all it is. Why? Because they conditioned the fuck out of you. Look at this candle coming in at 1 on the video, though. Squeezing or reloading or what? SPY is squeezing crazy now. Man, Tesla bumping up crazy too. QQM, QQQ, SPX, fucking everything. Wow, I can't believe they held it up all fucking day, dude. This is not too. Wow. Okay. I don't know why this is 1255. This is 155. 150, I mean. Something crazy. SPY is at the roof right now. I made a little while I had you pause for most of the day, smiley face. I can't listen to you swearing and screaming like a little girl. Bro, you know what's crazy? People that cry and bitch like him tend to be the people with like 80 fucking followers, 30 followers. Fucking no life motherfucker. Oh my god, find God, brother. Like I said, I'll support you in what you do. Just let me know if you need help. You nasty ass person, but yeah, it's really truly sad, right? Fucking troll. This is what I mean. Like people like him say, "Oh, blah 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 blah," and then they just want to get the what? The loot, loot, loot. They just want to watch and not even hit the like button, while they're just secretly a hater because they truly suck at trading. They truly don't know what the hell they do, what the hell they're doing, and then once they get figured out, they're a troll because you know I'm a person I reply to people. They make an alt account because yeah, that's literally what they do. Oh my god. I mean, it's fine though because all these haters coming with their alt accounts are not helping me with my channel. So thank you and thank everyone that is here. That is truly some sad behavior. Oh my god. Like, you really think I care? Sit here and think about it. Like, what a true loser. I sat here in your live stream and I did good, not watching you all day long. Had you muted, ha ha ha. Okay. Number one, good for you. Number two, God bless you. And number three, how did you do this month? Every single day. Stop watching my channel, dude. Kinda weird. Oh, kinda weird, dude. It's either you get a bunch of trolls or you what? Bot view on YouTube. I refuse to do on neither. I gotta focus here. Oh, yeah, what a fucking idiot. Like, do you fucking think about what you just said? Like, what? Oh my god. Tesla 420 flying. Let's see.
Today, selling pressure.
So for more on that story, let's bring in Steve Sosnick, the chief strategist over at Interactive Brokers. Steve, you just heard Steve's report on the Fed and the way that they're maybe thinking about the way the interest rate outlook is going to shape up. Inflation, jobs are still a problem, but we're much more focused on jobs. How does that compare and contrast to what the market is telling us about the overall macro picture?
Well, I mean, from Friday on, when John Williams, said that he's in favor of a cut, the market has completely changed its mindset. The mojo has changed. The whole mood has changed. Now, but again, to some extent, we were enthralled to certain various risk-off types of trades, and those have abated. You mentioned Bitcoin, that nasty correlation, which was in many cases powering some of the negative move. But I think now that we're seeing rate cut expectations improve, so is the market, and that's understandable and that's quite fair because that is a fundamental that does tend to move stocks. I'm happy when the market moves higher on fundamentals. I'm not necessarily quite so happy when it just doesn't, when it just sort of does its own thing without regard to what's going on around it.
Over the last several weeks, I've asked the question, and I think many of our reporters and anchors here at CNBC have asked the question of various guests about whether or not the Fed needs to cut rates in order for the market to keep going higher. Based upon the reaction that we've seen over the last week or so in the markets, it sure as heck appears as though the market needs a Fed rate cut to keep going higher. Does that Fed variable still need to be tilted towards rate cuts in order for the catalyst to be to the upside?
Yes. I mean, the question is, does the economy need the rate cuts vis-a-vis does the market need the rate cuts? We could have that conversation with someone like Steve Leisman for hours. But, again, they're navigating in the dark and they're deciding that the Fed is deciding.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm on my phone.
Toward,
on a phone call. It's all good,
guys.
All loot goblins have been caught. We are in good hands. Give me 1 second. Everything's good now. Give me 1 second.
From relatively high numbers, 80 or so, to about 35 or so, 30, 35. Now we're back closer to 70, 75 or more, and all of a sudden the market's in a much better mood. So yes, like it or not, the stock market is very dependent upon that. Maybe I should create a VIX for rate cut expectations or something, but they've been volatile, and so has the market.
And a good look at the MOVE index in terms of bond volatility to get some of that kind of inkling about it. The AI trade has been a powerful force in the market so far. And maybe that rate cut story has to interplay with the AI trade as well. But you mentioned some of the correlations between even cryptocurrencies and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. How does that play out in your mind from a strategy standpoint? Is this market well positioned for a next leg higher? Or is this a consolidation phase that becomes wait and see about what the future catalysts are?
The market had a bit of a paradigm shift over the past few weeks. Some of the moving averages that we'd come to depend on, the 50-day started to turn lower. We broke through the 50-day with some vengeance. We actually got through the 100-day a little bit, but we're back above that now. What are the reasons that I see Bitcoin correlating with first the NASDAQ and then to a larger extent with the S&P 500? Because NASDAQ and the S&P 500 correlate well because it's the same Mag 7. It's the same Mag 7 moving both of them. And I do see that as a proxy for risk among a lot of investors. And the reason I say that is a lot of people got into crypto this year who weren't your 25 and 30-year-old hodlers, the people who just were true believers. These were what I'm going to call crypto tourists. They were able to get into it because of ETFs. It broadened the exposure.
Damn, he's talking shit.
Investors, it's just another investment. And if it's not performing, it's easier to get into. It's also easier to get out of. And so I think that's why that sentiment spilled back from one to the other. The difference is in a lot of crypto situations, not the ETFs, but in crypto itself, you have so much more leverage, so it can be much more susceptible to downswings. Remember, if you're leveraged 20 to 1, 5% move wipes you out.
They trap people at the top and said crypto tourists. Like, that is disgusting. Stupid. Yo, people that are crying and bitching at me right now, bro. Where were you since fucking October 29th, huh? Fucking clown. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Fucking clown. Goofball. Man, I've been saying, right? Since October. It's not even like I just started. That's what I'm saying. You just coming on since yesterday. But I've been fucking saying, dude, October. I've been saying since fucking September. Shit, look at my videos. Stop playing with me, fool. Like goofball, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, where were you since a fucking month ago, 2 months ago, huh? How has the market been? Damn. This is just literally lotto, though, honestly. 2 p.m. No, I'm literally not asking like how long that guy was here. I'm literally asking like how was he doing since October and September and November? That's literally what I'm asking. I could check when he was on. I should have told you guys he's been here since fucking Friday, and he's literally doing that. So Friday and here 1 day, and he's doing that. Tells me all I need to know about a person, man. Right, with three chats, and all of them negative. None of them activity, none of them community related, none of them nothing. Just yeah. But like I've been saying, you know, people like him, people like that are wasting time thinking they want it and they don't, right? And then there's people that want it. But I mean, I've been saying that every single live stream. It's just I don't think he was here when I say it every single live stream, I guess. That's crazy though. What a wall on Tesla. Not gonna lie, I thought this shit was gonna turn down a little bit, but no. It's no. Not gonna lie, Tesla flying. I see Ochoa, bruh. Ochoa is a motherfucking he ain't no channel hopper. He's a believer in himself. I'll tell you that straight up from the bottom of my heart, brother, man. You know why I say this shit? People can tell, dude. It's not even like it's a public chat. Everyone can see everything. It's not even like, you know what I mean? Like I'm making bullshit up right here. Like it's literally fucking a public chat. You could see. Man. Do you really want to try or not is a fucking question. And these people really think they want to try, yet they're here and they're trying to be a hateful person that doesn't even comment, doesn't even stay active or whatever, right? And they're just like, oh, the loot goblin. Oh, I want to play Dark and Darker. Oh, the Dungeons and Dragons. Like, dude, this ain't no game. I ain't playing.
Let's bring
never been a
Evan
game.
Sagerman,
I've been saying that shit every goddamn stream.
Over at BMO Capital Markets.
Stupid
Evan,
as hell.
Thank you very much for being here with us. Take us through the dynamic. I mean, GLP-1s have been the focus for such a long time now. Is there anything that gets this competitive dynamic between Lilly and Novo to close the gap a bit in the coming months and quarters?
If you think this shit's a fucking game based on candles, red and green, you got a big fucking thing coming. I've been saying that shit from day one.
Data, but taking a step back, it seems that Lilly continues to execute and continues to succeed, whereas they're beating expectations on earnings, rating guidance, where Novo misses and has to cut expectations. So you're seeing this big bifurcation, and I think that really is a product of the key differences at these two firms. Lilly is just better at executing at this point. There's been a lot of issues internally at Novo. We had a new CEO. We had the failed Metsera bid. And frankly, I think that they are kind of running out of steam, and I don't know if they can ever converge and be kind of
there's
equal
not a lot
players
of
in this duopoly at this point.
Now, the valuation is also an issue here
unless
as
you're
well.
targeting
There are
more
some
than one
folks
day,
who believe
like
that value
2DT,
investing
3DT,
is the
4DT,
way to go when it comes to mega cap type stocks like this. The valuation gap is interesting here between these two companies, but one of them may be justified, or maybe both of them are justified. How exactly then, as an analyst, do you handicap whether the risk reward is appropriate at the levels that we're seeing for both companies?
For sure. So when I look at my entire healthcare investing kind of space, I don't just look at Lilly and Novo. I look at Pfizer, Bristol, Merck as well. So if you want to take a value perspective, I look at a Pfizer or a Merck. When it comes to, debating between the obesity duopoly, you have to, how do I frame this? The big valuation disconnect is because Lilly continues to execute. I'm not comfortable with the trajectory that Novo's going, and I think Novo could become a value trap versus a value play. If you want a value trade in healthcare, go elsewhere besides Lilly, but I think Lilly will continue to outperform for the years to come.
Now, between Eli Lilly and Novo, we kind of get your view there. Are there places outside of GLP-1 that investors can be looking right now for what the next opportunity could be?
For sure. So two of my top picks, one in small and mid-cap healthcare, is Disc Medicine, a rare hematology play. They're more it's more of a biotech play. I also really like Gilead Sciences. They are the leader in HIV, and I'm very bullish on their long-acting PrEP
people
business.
think I'm fucking joking.
That, I think
you think I'm fucking joking?
To be a leader in cell therapy.
Since when was I fucking doing good?
Space, my top picks actually aren't in the GLP-1 space.
Shit. I've been doing good since fucking the beginning of November. Am I fucking capping? No. Like, look at the market update video. Look at everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop bullshitting. People think this is a goddamn fucking joke, but I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I gotta fucking focus. Yeah, it's crazy work. Alright, Bible will help. A Bible will help not getting fooled by a scam in life. A Bible will help with fuming negativity from just receiving positivity. If you really think about it.
Joining me now is former chair and CEO of Saks, Steve Sadov. He's also the former chair of the National Retail Federation. Steve, it's impressive right now just how much the U.S. consumer is staying resilient, but can it keep up? And just where are you seeing the biggest signs of stress?
Well, Dom, I think your observation is right. The consumer has held up extremely well. If you had asked me 3-6 months ago whether or not the consumer would be holding up with a plus 4% type of consumption trend, I would have said I would have been surprised because you saw so many elements that looked like they were going to weaken. But month by month, the consumer has held up. They're continuing to shop.
I want a $3
Now, you do have a K economy. And a K economy is essentially the high-end consumers doing very well. The stock market they're tied to. I used to say at Saks we had about a 0.9 R-square between the stock market and luxury sales. And the lower-end consumer is very stretched. And you can see that with a focus on value being what is winning. So you have this bifurcation among the winners and the losers. But overall, the consumers weathered the tariffs. They continue to shop. The outlook for the holiday season is for about 4% growth versus year ago. You saw that similar number in the month of October. We're already seeing the heavy discounts that are coming in for Black Friday. So I expect this to be a pretty healthy season.
All right, healthy season is one thing, but are there certain companies out there? Steve, you're an operator at your heart. You've had decades of experience doing it. Which types of companies are executing well and properly in that kind of environment, and which ones, in your mind, maybe are not?
Well, I think the operative words are value and innovation. And those companies that are delivering against value, and what I mean by that are the Walmarts, the TJXs, the off-prices, the Ross stores, extremely good execution and tight price points. You look at a Target's had a harder time. I think they're trying to do a lot of the right things, but I don't believe they're delivering the value that you're getting at a Walmart, as an example. I think the off-price players are taking share from the department stores. The department stores are executing, but the high-low department store model is much more stressed relative to the off-price retailers. So now they're within each of them. There are companies doing better and worse relative to execution. But I do think that off-price, the value that's being provided is winning in the marketplace.
Steve, we've made a lot of this K-shape that you referred to, this idea that higher-end consumers and lower-end consumers and mid-scale consumers are kind of diverging. One place where we are seeing a little bit of a convergence, a narrowing of that K, so to speak, is in places like a Costco or a Walmart, where some of the higher-income shoppers are now starting to traffic at some of those locations more than other ones they have in the past. Is that a trend that you see continuing in that regard? This idea that both high-end and middle and lower-end consumers all kind of go to certain specific locations, like perhaps a Walmart or a Costco?
Well, I think that Costco, Walmart are winning on multiple dimensions. Costco is a great
This shit's
place
like
to,
fucking hot
find.
potato
It's a
lottos.
membership model.
Candles
Walmart
going
Plus
red.
is a membership
Everybody's
model.
stacking
Both
in.
of them are offering great value. I think that trend for both of those companies are continuing, and they're doing both of them are doing a much better job in what I would call innovation and fashion. So Walmart, for example, called out in their earnings call the growth that they're seeing in the fashion apparel space. That was never a place that they were winning. They were always 60% grocery and driven by commodity apparel. Now they're going after innovation and fashion and taking share from Target, which used to have the Target innovation model. And I think that you're seeing Costco also deliver against that find that the high-end consumer wants. So you are seeing a big growth in the $100,000 plus customer at both Walmart and at Costco. And I think and you're seeing a trading down from the lower-end consumer. They're also buying at the Walmarts, but they're also buying at the dollar stores and going to the off-price players.
QQQ is up 2.6% right now. Look at QQQ all the way up there still. Look at QQQ. Stairway down on the fireman's ladder. Just a $3 drop. Come on. I don't want to fucking jinx it. There we go. I'm hungry as hell. Come on, $3 drop. Is that crazy? Or is that set up? Flip 668.78. It's just going so slow. That's just the only thing I don't like it. It feels like it's like hoping on this flip, but lotto time as well. Higher setup or what? Candles are. Do it. I would just like a freaking doop, but like nope, doop. Slow as hell. Reloading to go. Ever slight lower. Reloading to go. Come on. Let's see a nice little pullback here to the gap. And tomorrow the gap. Alright, MACD turning bearish on the 5, trying. 15-minute was hiding, right? I said 15-minute MACD. When that turns red, and that was somewhere here at 1:45. Time is now 2:30. It's been 45 minutes. They held it up. And now when all the retail amateurs are done and noobed and trapped out, they are. They're about to do it. Is what I see. But time is 2:30. Bears are here. Spike candling. Ay. 668.78 is trying to flip. Nvidia bearish. Come on. Give me at least a fucking $1.50 here. Come on. Oh, this is the worst shit. Come on. I don't like this. It's one candle bouncing literally on that line. It's as if the market, as if the computers have this shit line perfectly drawn out. And when did we draw this line? 10 minutes ago, like 5 minutes ago. Like, oh my fucking gosh. Oh, it's giving me chills. It's giving me chills. It's giving me fucking chills. Oh my gosh. I'm cold, man. I'm hungry as hell. I gotta eat. Like, it's giving me chills. I'm at 2K on my 0DT. I need this shit to flip basically right here. One candle. Man. Ochoa said, today's been weird, but beside that, Jeff, you've been killing it. You know why it's been weird? It's because of that 1 minute gap. Ochoa, I hope you realize that. That's why I was saying all that shit earlier, because I've literally been through what these people have been through already. And I'm saying from the bottom of my heart, but people just don't genuinely fucking believe that I'm saying shit from the bottom of my heart. They don't give a fuck. They just give a fuck about good shit. You know what I'm saying? I literally played this and I got the fuck out right here. You realize I was the one that was fucking calling. I don't know. I don't even know. I played this shit and I got the fuck out. And I was the one calling this shit out. And I was like, oh, this thing could hold for 20 minutes, 40 minutes. It could hold for all day long. I guarantee goddamn to you, 70-80% of the people that was looking at this shit all started hoping of the gap. Why? Because it's a visual thing. Nothing's gonna change that. Why am I saying this from the bottom of my heart? Ochoa, Sean, why do you think I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart? Because I was them. What the fuck did I say in that exact fucking moment? That's literally what I mean by people. Some people genuinely listen to what I'm exactly saying in that moment. Some people don't give a fuck because they genuinely don't care. I said in that exact moment, this thing could hold for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, into 3, into 4. Oh, they're gonna use it as a hope factor. Oh, about a setup. Dude, why do you think I'm saying that? Am I making bullshit up here? I don't give a guy yet about no motherfucking candles, no motherfucking bears, no motherfucking bulls. I don't give a fuck. I'm at 2.4K. I'm leaving right now. 0DT, I'm out. 2,522, I'm out. Okay. Like, dude, people are fucking brain dead. Like, I'm not even trying to be fucking mean here, but like, dude, they just want me to fucking, you know, like, I don't even know what it is. To be honest, it's crazy. I literally say shit from the bottom of my heart. Like, what the fuck do I say? There's no way anyone can understand this. There's no way anyone can literally experience this unless they experience this. How do I say that while I'm crying? Like, bro, people don't fucking care. I'm telling you, people don't care. I'm still in Nvidia and I'm still in 1DT here. Like, goofy ass motherfuckers, dude. This is what I'm saying. How fucking have you been doing fucking since November, bro? Goofy ass motherfuckers literally been fucking coming here trolling. Goofy ass motherfuckers literally been fucking crying and, you know, whatever the fuck, all month long, all week long, not even watching the market update video, not even fucking looking at the fucking guide, not even caring, not even hitting the like button, dude. I can tell when people are active. I can tell when people like the video, and I can tell when people want to like the video, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's so nasty to be like, hey, like, can you please blah 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 teach me 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 while they don't give a fuck. It's so nasty to like wake people up at 4:30 in the morning just because you are on that time. It makes no sense. Like it's so nonsensical. Yet people don't care. I care because things like this are so fucking valuable to me. I do. Like, dude, I can't even explain. I'm still hurt on my 1DTs, but I'm still in Nvidia as well. I'm up pretty good on Nvidia, but I'm holding and running. I just am in the 0 DTs. I don't give a fuck. Oh my god, dude, like kind of crazy. I want to have a good environment, good everything, but like, bro, gotta be respectful to a degree. Like, people being so goddamn disrespectful. People wanting things like crazy. Like, dude, like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you on here on the live stream because you want to learn for yourself. That is literally it. That is literally it. Nothing else, right? Everything else is hopes and dreams, right? I don't do hopes and dreams. I do action. People with the fucking bullshit with the hopes and dreams talking about you hoping, you dreaming, you hoping, you dreaming. Like, what the fuck you talking about, bro? Get the fuck out of here. Goofy ass. Golly. Golly. Alright, gap one fill. Alright, first gap filled. Golly. 420s rejecting on Tesla. IWM 240, I guess. I don't really know. IWM 605. SPX and SPY. Nvidia, most important right now. Man, I'm happy as fuck on Nvidia right now. I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe they didn't go to the purple box and they got the tippity top. Like, I'm happy as fuck on Nvidia. I'm actually hoping and dreaming with sub 180 into tomorrow, but like shit, now I want it now. I want it now. They're just showing so bearish right now. Like, are they about to flip this and bear trap everybody or what? Oh, I don't know. Possible. 0 DTE may say. We visit HOD or we visit the midpoint somewhere here again real quick. 66920. I don't know. Candles are going, MACD's going, volume's going. Look at the MACD, so fucking look at this shit. Drain down, hover. New HOD, divergence clear, and then go. Look at Nvidia right now. Nvidia. Right? I'm about to start saying Dr. Barry, but once all the fake ass and all the haters left. Man, thank you all for being here, man. I seriously say this from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry that you guys have to go through the shit you guys hear from me, man. I truly, and you know, I hope, you guys don't take to heart the things I said about, some of those things that have happened, some of the shit. But you guys, you have to understand, like, I say shit from the bottom of my heart, and I truly try to share everything that has happened, you know what I mean, in my life, future or not, or present or not. And like, I truly understand that people that really understand, real stuff, like, kind of understand the point I'm coming from. So thank you for that, truly. But I'm just glad, like I said to you guys, right, I'm very glad that, those people There's like 140, 150 people that are constantly here, 100, like still, while I'm bitching, while I'm talking about all this shit, that's still here, so supporting. So, you know, thank you so much, seriously, man. It's just the handful, like 20, that I shouldn't even be talking, to be honest, about. That does the most. That does the most, man. I would like more, but market is bouncing before something. 237, the first minute of 240 on Nvidia. 235 is bouncing to 240. Can't lie, there's a cycle being created here, so we will draw a cycle. That's a 5-minute bounce. Let's just see where the thing goes. I really would like VWAP today and now. I don't want to wait until tomorrow. And I would like the video somewhere here now too. I haven't taken profit on Nvidia and being greedy as hell, but I'm trying to get out. Nice, to be honest. Showing it. Oh my. Yeah, they could flip it like this too when it's, you know, most looking bearish and also out of tired energy. We'll see. I'm feeling it okay because I'm like today's Monday, but at the same time it's Monday. They always do trap during Monday too. On like the Nvidia, Tesla, whatever it is, like those weekly calls and puts in some way, shape, or form. So Nvidia. Let's see if we can get sub 180 this week. Bottom of the triangle, whatever line is being held like crazy right now. It's crazy right now. 235 balance to 240. 240 is deciding what to do on SPY. If it bear traps right now, then it's gonna be 3 in a blink of an eye. So I think I'm gonna keep my spot. I'm gonna keep my SPX into tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna do. I have 3 still, but I mean, if they dip lower today, I'm out. But if they don't, yeah, I'm thinking they're gonna do it though. It's just the 0 DT and the cycles are different. Pretty wild. They let it go crazy for like 15 minutes and then they bounce it. Why'd they let it go? Like, let it run. Went to the top of the mountain, opened the door and said, "Run, child. Run down the hill." And then went to the bottom of the hill. And then, fucking, I don't even know. Put a lollipop. Took away the lollipop when when the child almost got there and said, "Yo, run to the top of the shit." Oh my gosh. Market definitely cycling up here. Nvidia definitely doing something up here. All right. Poll on Nvidia. If you think this is a bull trap, say this is a bull trap. If you think this is a bear trap, say this is a bear trap. This is most likely the last poll of the day. Alright, this will include SPY and QQQ because SPY and QQQ is lined with Nvidia. So, everybody vote. This is the last poll of the day. Poll is Nvidia / the market is right now. Right? Bull trapping or bear trapping into tomorrow as well as Wednesday, but most importantly tomorrow, I think the poll is based on. Most importantly tomorrow. Ochoa says bull. Everyone's saying bull trapping in the WhatsApp group. Looks like 2 people. Okay. I mean, we do have to acknowledge the fact that the MACD is turning super bullish out of nowhere, and when it does happen, it hovers like this. So, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. So 1, 2, 3 days, it did go bullish. 1, 2. I mean, what did it do on Friday? He dragged it down crazy low. And then it gapped up crazy, and then they went. So, they gapped up and gapped up even more and went. Nobody's voting bear trap, looks like. We have 6 people voting bull trap on the WhatsApp group. I'm voting with them. No one's saying bear trap, really? YouTube chat. Nobody wants to be the lone wolf. Anybody? Deep Deception says bull trap for tomorrow. Chao says bull. Shake my head. Like what? Bullshit? Or like bull trap? Or like what? Bulls in power? Like bull what? Bull shake my head? What does that mean? Man, nobody wants to say bear trap. Really, I refuse to believe it. There's 9 people saying bull trap now and 0 people saying bear trap. I don't know. Market moves. Market moved out. Moveth. Market moveth. Market is moveth thing. Moveth did. Market is moveth. Market is moving lower right now. Moveth. To possibly VWAP. If it breaks 235 here. There's barely any time. This is power hour. This is literally power hour already. Nvidia is bouncing at the bottom of the wedge line. So, I mean, this is either a bear trap and then they run tomorrow and then 186, 180 tomorrow, 184. Or they bull trap today and yesterday and then they go sub 180 again tomorrow. I don't know. All I know is 180 is a critical level. So, into this week. It's going to be played big time. It's going to go up, below, 180, fake out, pink out, whatever it is. There's 1 person voting bear trap now. 10 people voting bull trap. Red dot says fake bull trap today, bear trap tomorrow. What the f does that mean? So like a slight pullback today and then bear trap tomorrow, like so run more tomorrow? I'm getting? Okay. That's fair too. Tech Brand says it's not a trap. It's just a reaction to what people do with their positions. Like, well, what does that mean? Of course, it's a reaction of what people are doing with their positions. Well, like, at some point, bulls are going to get trapped. At some point, bears are going to get trapped. So, what is your deduction? Higher tomorrow? Or lower tomorrow? Or nowhere tomorrow? They definitely did work to zero DTs. That is for sure. Zero DT puts, zero DT calls. You tell me. They're all fucking cooked.
So joining me now is Victoria Green, the Chief Investment Officer at G Squared Private Wealth. She's also a CNBC contributor. Thank you very much, Victoria, for being here right now. Let's start first up with Oracle shares. That, by the way, was our mystery chart. Those shares are down 23% so far this month alone, but they're still up 21% on a year-to-date basis on that longer-term chart as you're seeing. Concerns are starting to build about its credit, but Victoria, you're a buyer of Oracle.
I'm absolutely a buyer of Oracle. Unless you think the AI trade is seriously just a huge bubble and never going to materialize, AI is being built off of, and AI will run off of Oracle. And I look at this and say, what else do you want Oracle to do? They have to lever it up. They have to buy GPUs. They have to build out. Do you want a growth stock to not pursue growth during one of the most transformative eras in technology since the internet era? No, you absolutely want Oracle doing what they're doing. Yes, I understand their leverage is rising, but their EBITDA, their interest coverage, and all those matrices that I'm concerned with, I feel like they can handle. And look, this is not a company moving from asset-like to all of a sudden taking on debt for the first time. This is a company that's done this before. They've had debt on the balance sheet. They know how to handle this. You want a growth company pursuing growth during transformative times like this. And look, their weighted average cost of capital is 4.9%. Not like this stuff is high yield. They've got their investment grade rating. Nobody's got them on watch lists. They have the capacity to do this. If you like the stock at 300, you'll love it here at 200.
All right, so a buyer, Victoria, is of Oracle. Next up, you got Palantir. Those shares are up more than 5% today. One of the best performers in the S&P 500, but still down nearly 19% in November alone. Now, Victoria, you say that Palantir is winning the AI software race. Are you a buyer here?
Absolutely, I am. We are transforming the way businesses operate, the business, the government. There's so much modernization that needs to happen, and it's happening now quickly, and it's Palantir that is leading the way. And if you look at their revenue growth, it's about 53% year over year, and they're winning not only government contracts in the U.S., but in the UK, other allies. They're also winning commercial contracts. They have their AIP training class that's been extremely successful in helping people implement AI. How do they transform data into something useful? How do they modernize their businesses? Yes, their knock was, oh, the valuation has run too far too fast. Come down about 20%. To me, I would leg into this stock. It is catching a little bit of a falling knife, but for me, they are the leader in AI.
She said the word!
Maybe modernize the U.S. government. Doge couldn't quite do it, but maybe Palantir can.
All right, buyer of Oracle, buyer of Palantir. Let's go down the market cap scale a little bit here and turn to Robinhood. Also up more than 5% today, but shares are lower by nearly 23% this month to date period. Under pressure from the breakdown in cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin in particular, but you call Robinhood more than just a crypto play.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's an everything platform. If you look at their trading volume and their transactional revenue, it's options, it's equities. Crypto is a part of it, but crypto is one silo in the story for this stock. And now they're getting into prediction markets, which is the next leg of potential sports gambling. They're coming out to modernize the infrastructure or the user interface on their app, so it feels a little bit more like a sports book. Suddenly, you now have a new vertical for people that can actually kind of want to gamble on these prediction market contracts. And so for me, I look at this and say that they're absolutely winning here. Bitcoin holding 80, obviously that was crucial. we'd love to see the crypto market run. 80 was a huge support that held. That's great for crypto-related stocks. But this stock isn't just crypto trading volume and needs a bull market in crypto. This is also what's happening and how the next generation trades. So options, equities, ETF, leverage, they make a lot of money on securities-based lending and margin. And so I like this stock because for me, I see a lot of upside on a modernized trading platform that appeals to the next generation.
All right, and how about now how you're going to get your eats if you're tied to your trading desk over there at home? DoorDash shares down 26%.
I'm at
so
5.6K.
Wall Street darling. Wolf Research calling it a top pick until year-end, while Jefferies has now upgraded that stock back to a buy rating just last week. Dash is reporting strong third-quarter results, but fourth-quarter guidance came in a bit lighter than expectations. And Victoria, this is the name that you're perhaps not as excited about.
It isn't. And full disclosure, I use DoorDash way more than I would like to admit publicly on TV. But for me, the stock is what's the moat? As technology gets better, as AI gets better, and their platform is maybe going to be under attack from AI agents. Because if people all of a sudden use AI to order food, then they don't have an individual and a human to sell to because they want to have that relationship direct with the customer. So if you have the issue of the AI interface,
put America's strength to work.
It's getting scary. I said in the WhatsApp group at 248. They're going lower into close. 0 DTs are done probably. Calls and puts. MACD RSI is bearish and price action needs to flip, and the candles need to flip on a higher time frame, and they just did that. So
what exactly are sales tax bonds? Bring in Dan Close, the head of municipals over at Nuveen. Dan, thank you very much for being here. Now, we always talk about general obligation revenue. This is a true revenue kind of bond situation developing.
Barely any pullback.
What exactly are sales tax bonds, and why are many investors keying more on them these days?
Thanks for having me on the exchange, Tom. I always love coming back here and talking munis. So when you're going to the mall on Black Friday, you're going in and buying on Cyber Monday, and you're swiping your credit card to buy the new
candles are starting to wild.
Blender. You're really going in to support roads and bridges and schools and parks and libraries.
Getting to the end of the day near power hour and candles are starting to wild.
It generates sales tax revenues, and municipalities leverage these income streams to go in and build large infrastructure projects. So we see states, this is a hugely
red light, green light, red light, green light, and puts and calls. Like, what the fuck is the right one and 1 DT, 0 DT? Like, this shit, nobody fucking knows. They flip it crazy.
Too, because they often use these sales tax bonds to leverage public infrastructure. So
time
if
is
you have
3 and 2 minutes here, 1 minute 34 seconds.
Local infrastructure with mass transit, you tend to see more sales tax structure.
I'm staying on the fact that Nvidia is below this trend line, to be honest. I'm wanting 180. I'm being greedy shite on Nvidia.
But there is a difference here. When it comes to sales tax bonds, not every state is the same.
That's right.
In fact, some states don't even charge sales tax. I used to live in one of them. I used to live in New Hampshire. It was live free or die. You didn't pay sales tax. But how exactly then do investors understand the differences in how these bonds function and what jurisdictions are the most effective in?
The gap exists too.
5 states. You listed one of them with New Hampshire,
45
Delaware,
points below
Oregon,
an SPX.
Also Montana.
Gap below 45 points below SPX.
And so you have anywhere from 0% sales taxes to 6% and above. And what we find is if you have a state that doesn't have an income tax, like Florida, like Tennessee, you tend to be in that bucket of the 6% and higher sales taxes. So for states, we see that they generally try to leverage these for infrastructure projects. We tend to see about a 7.5% rate when you take the sales tax for states and local governments together. But they're just really important for those states, especially that don't have income taxes, to use them to leverage for other purposes to keep government running.
And how exactly, as a portfolio manager, do you go about picking?
Are we really chopping at 666? That's unfucking believable.
Yeah, they're yielding
I thought we'd chop it somewhere here, but wow.
General obligation bonds, but we look for primarily 3 things.
Super bullish today.
From a legal perspective, we look for minimum debt service coverage to make sure that there's enough sales taxes
to
cover principal and interest when due, and also to make sure that municipalities aren't over-leveraging this with additional bonds. We look at resiliency. So we'll look back to how these bonds did during COVID, how the bonds did during the GFC. And then we'll also look as well as to how broad the tax pledge is. So if you have a state that has every single service, every single point of sale taxed, it's a much broader tax, and those are a lot safer versus narrow taxes like in Ohio, there's a state liquor tax, and that liquor tax is very narrow. So we need more over-collateralization to really account for the greater variability.
Put America's strength to work in your...
I don't even know what the fuck they said, to be honest with you. Sales tax bonds? What the fuck? Oh gosh, Alibaba dropped the AI chatbot. We got Alibaba chatbot before GTA 2, bro. It's crazy.
Comcast.
Alibaba's QWen chatbot hits $10 million in a week. That's why it's rising, I guess.
Just how important is Qwen to Alibaba?
Turns out pretty important, and really this Qwen chatbot breakout, it reinforces a pattern that Wall Street is starting to appreciate in the AI era, and that is that real breakout products come from companies with the full system. That means models, distribution, infrastructure, data. It's a proof point for Alibaba, much like Gemini 3 was for Google last week, that the company has something that its rivals do not, and that is a full stack or an end-to-end system. Look at how the two companies compare over the last year, both basically dismissed early in the AI era, but two of the biggest winners this year, nearly doubling their stock price. And when it comes to having a complete ecosystem, they both have their own models, they both have cloud businesses, established products with tons of data, and custom silicon, though Google's TPU is much further along here. Now, Alibaba reports tomorrow morning, Dom, and the question for investors is whether the same bull thesis powering Google can now travel to Alibaba. As we showed you, shares have doubled this year, both those companies, but the valuation, there's a difference here. Alibaba still lags at about 23 times forward earnings.
Now, Dee, if you take a look at the China versus U.S. AI race, so to speak, just how much or how quickly do you think that these gaps start to kind of close between companies like an Alphabet and Google, like a Meta Platforms or Microsoft and others, OpenAI, versus what we see with Alibaba, DeepSeek, and all the other names that we've come to know in China?
I mean, if you're talking about from an American investor point of view, this is a really interesting question because it depends on how much American investors want to pay attention to these open source models, which are gaining a lot of relevance and a lot of steam abroad. And it really comes down to this question: what is the global AI system going to be built on? Is it going to be on the American stack or the Chinese stack? And two very, very different propositions. The American one is, you know, you're seeing hundreds of billions of dollars being spent to develop the infrastructure and the energy and the chips for this ecosystem, whereas the Chinese one is being built more efficiently.
No direction yet
already.
in Power
They're
Hour
far
deciding.
less in terms of, you know, CapEx. So it comes down to this, but I will say, I read this stat, Dom, that was really interesting. The top 10 tech companies in China right now, I think they're worth about $2.5 trillion. In the U.S., the top 10 technology companies are worth $25 trillion. So perhaps some dislocation there, I don't know, but maybe some room to run for the Chinese players, especially as they're doing it more efficiently.
Comcast.
I'm on a phone call, 1 second. Oh my. Why the fuck? Look at how far they bought everything back, like. I was talking about the higher time frame, not this. This is pretty impressive too. Wow. I guess this is power hour cycle is happening, folks. It's starting to get crazy out here. That's what I said in the WhatsApp group. But it is starting to get fucking wild out here. I'm being greedy swiped off in the video too. Greedy swiped. $305. It's so close to HOD and SPY too, man. It's crazy. Right to the midpoint, and I was saying as we were going lower, we could come back to the midpoint, but to see it now at 305 is so sucky into one DTs. So sucky. Probably gonna be some news tomorrow in the morning that makes Nvidia bullish or bearish real quick. Alright, bullish and pop up at 140, 184, or bearish and pop up at 180 or something. Free market. Who's Kevin Castillo? You have a Kevin in chat? Kevin? Is that you, Kevin? Kevin Golden, is that you? Do we have a Kevin in chat, folks? Well, they are burning it all into 345, that's for sure. 330. Zero DTs wise. What is power hour gonna do in the video? Run or drop? Man, why the fuck is it just... Oh, all right. Thank you, thank you, Kevin. I'm still in 5K on the video into next, or into this Friday. SPY 3.6K now. The sneaky cauldron. IWM bouncing like a fucking wild man. I think I need some good food after this. This is some bullshit. Alright, I'm gonna add my last SPX put into tomorrow right now. I have 46675 now into tomorrow. I am hoping they fucking do some crazy ass shit Tuesday now, man. shit is so evil. Look at that fucking candle coming in dumb. Like, oh my god, this shit is fucking evil. I don't know. They're fucking trolling with 0 DTs right now, but like, what the fuck is this shit? Absolute mess to my 1 DT right now, too. I'm tired as fuck. I have no energy for this shit. I need to eat. What is this? IWM beast today, bro. The Empire strikes back. IWM strikes back. Can't fucking lie. I guess the entire market, but wow. This thing definitely went first. Wow. My 6675 looks fucked. Just 2 gaps. Just in the middle deciding what to do with the middle of the drop. Something to see. 0 DT burning like a motherfucker. I can't even fucking believe it, Bobby. That's what they're doing here. Cycling like crazy. In the middle of it, Look at that fucking run, too. Actually on something today. Back near 613 from 580. Fucking 580. Oh my god. You know, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a piece of toast because I'm hungry, so. Alright, I'll be right back.
Let's talk about it all now with Laura Mark, Senior Intranet and Media Analyst at Needham. Not only perfect for this segment because you cover the world of internet and media, but also you've been all over the story, you've been talking about it, you've been right. What did others get wrong about the Alphabet search story?
So I think one of the things that people get wrong is Google's execution has really been best in class. I mean, they saw the minute OpenAI launched ChatGPT, like one of the original founders of the Google, when it was called Google, came back and sat in a room and said, guys, we can't be behind. And so now Gemini 3 is proof to a lot of people that they have now caught up and are leading. Even that's why Anthropic was forced to announce its new model today. I want to make an economic point, sort of building on the question you asked McKinsey, which is Anthropic announced today economically that Microsoft would invest $5 billion in it, and Anthropic would commit to $30 billion of compute capacity at Microsoft Azure's cloud business, and Nvidia would invest $10 billion today in Anthropic, and they would commit, meaning Claude, would commit to buy 50 billion Nvidia chips over time. So part of what's happening here is a little bit of the Silicon Valley. We're going to create an interlocking ecosystem like a keiretsu in Japan, where everyone's success sort of pulls up and down the entire AI ecosystem together.
I haven't heard that term in about 30 years. They used to call it a zaibatsu as well. I used to work for a Japanese company, and this sort of vertical integration. So do you, Laura, worry that a lot of that is sort of this idea of circular money, or is that okay because it happens in consumer products all the time, by the way? Somebody's got to pay somebody to take their product.
I think the issue, Brian, the best question is, are people overspending on AI, right? Is it overhyped? The answer is whether you win. You can do Apple, which is just saying we're not going to invest in AI because we think all of AI is a bubble. You can do Meta, which is investing a lot, and if it loses, it was a bad investment. You can do Google or Alphabet, and if it invests, technology is going to be driven by Gen AI for the next 15 years. So if you don't have a play or you don't have a winning play, you aren't a tech company. And all of these companies think they're tech first. So I think you have to spend the money and try to win, because it's a binary outcome. You either win or lose. But if you don't play, you're losing.
I will use Claude, Anthropic's thing. I'll use ChatGPT, OpenAI's thing as well, for some searches, for some information. I don't fully trust it yet, but that's probably my own trust and emotional issues. Who are they taking market share from? If it's not Alphabet, people are searching for stuff there. They're eliminating the search somewhere else, are they not? Or is it maybe they're just doubling the amount of searches they're doing?
So what Alphabet tells us is that Answers, which is their product that sort of replaces search, generates more engagement, longer engagement, and 10% more searches. So people go down these rabbit holes, they ask a question, Answers gives them an answer, and they're like, oh, that's interesting, let me go. And then they do more searches, and they spend 20% more time on Google search, which allows them to serve more ads than if the person had just done a search and then gone out to a link and left the Google ecosystem because it went out to a link. So from a Google point of view, the other point I really need to make about Alphabet is they own everything. They own the chips. Yep. They own best-in-class consumer data. They own the cloud. They're totally vertically integrated, and they are a threat to the Nvidia OpenAI ecosystem because Google Alphabet does everything itself, away from that big ecosystem we were talking about with Anthropic.
Well,
This shit looks ass. It looks ass. What looks worse, long or short into tomorrow? I don't know. They look fucking both bad. Long looking better, I guess, because we're near the roof. We're in the 330, like. Something. Someone said the NQ best day since May. Is that really true? The Bitcoin and Ethereum rise, trimming November's losses as tech traders rally. Nvidia trying to go lower here. SPY is at the roof, and we're in the middle of 210 and 255.
New research shows more crypto investors
I'm eating real quick. Give me 1 minute.
as a form of protection from market volatility. And Matt Savva-Reese of NASDAQ breaks down the exchange's push into digital assets. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Mackenzie Sigalos. Digital currencies making a comeback over the weekend and starting the last week of November in the green. By noon Eastern, Bitcoin crossed above the $87,000 level. That's after last week's rout, which pushed the cryptocurrency as low as $80,000. Ether also in the black this morning, rising to $2,863. And after trading as low as $1.83 on Friday, XRP is in the green too, rising to $2.
Still in the middle of it all.
Okay, let's talk about the top stories. New research out today finds that stablecoins make up 9% of crypto's total market cap, a 2-year high. That's according to data released by crypto.com, which also noted that while many crypto investors chase high-risk, high-reward opportunities, more of them are turning to stablecoins as a form of protection from market volatility. Other reasons for the shift include clearer regulations, rising institutional interest, and increased use of stablecoins in cross-border payments, DeFi, and remittances. The report also pointed to CoinGecko data, which showed that stablecoin market share has risen over the past 5 months, signaling growing caution and a broader risk-off approach in the crypto space. Regulatory advancements, including those in the U.S., have only increased investor confidence and attracted more capital into the sector. Of course, the president signed the Genius Act stablecoin bill into law over the summer, marking the first major piece of crypto regulation to become law in the U.S. As 2025 comes to a close, it's a good time for crypto investors to look at new record-keeping rules. New, stricter reporting requirements went into effect for this year, requiring brokerages to send a new tax form called a 1099-DA. It allows brokerages to report gross proceeds from crypto sales that they process. Beginning in 2026, brokerages will also be required to report gross proceeds and cost basis information. According to an example from crypto exchange Coinbase, if you bought 1 ETH for $1,500 and paid a $50 transaction fee, your cost basis would be $1,550, and that's what would later be used to calculate your gain or loss. So if you were to sell that same ETH for $2,000, your taxable gain would be $450. For more on crypto tax requirements,
I'm gonna go get another slice. Give me 1 second. I'm on my phone on Robinhood, so.
All right, for our main story, Crypto World's Talia Kaplan sat down with NASDAQ's head of digital assets, Matt Savva-Reese, from the Clear Street Disruptive Technology Conference in Palm Beach, Florida last week. They discussed the exchange's efforts in the crypto space, including the NASDAQ's SEC filing to introduce trading of tokenized securities. Wall Street is looking to capitalize on the tokenization boom amid easing crypto regulations. And if the NASDAQ gets the green light, the move would mark the first time tokenized stocks would be allowed to trade on a major U.S. exchange.
NASDAQ has been involved in digital assets since 2021 when you launched the NASDAQ Crypto Index. And since then, NASDAQ has been immersing more and more into the space. I want to start off with the very latest because in September, NASDAQ filed an application with the SEC for a proposed rules change to allow for the trading of tokenized stocks and ETPs. So what was the main driver behind that move? I mean, obviously, we're hearing a lot of interest in tokenized stocks right now, so I'm sure that was part of it, but what else was in the mix there?
Sure. So the way we look at it is we filed a rule filing with the SEC that really allows our investors and members choice around how to settle and hold those assets and represent them. So either you can represent them in tokenized form now on blockchain, or you can hold them in its traditional form under the traditional accounts. And really what the whole purpose of this is to bridge the digital asset world and the traditional world together, but do it, and some of our responsibility is to really do it with an investor first principles type of mode. So
what the
we
fuck
really
is this shit show? What a fucking shit show.
So let's stay on the markets in your money, because none of those 5 stocks that we just mentioned make the list of the most actively traded on Robinhood. So what does? Joining us now is Stephanie Guild, CIO of Robinhood. Great to have you on set.
Thank you.
None of those stocks made your list.
No.
Not even strategy.
No.
Although Bitcoin has been a net buy over the last couple of days, I would say.
Your clients love crypto, they love Bitcoin.
I mean, they love stocks, they love to, it's not just Bitcoin, but yeah, on the list, I mean, our customers tend to like hold particular positions and then trade around those positions, but I definitely think last week spooked them a little bit, and you are seeing net buying, but it's not as strong as it's been.
So what does that mean? Hold positions and then trade around the positions?
Meaning that they hold core positions, the things that you and I know, right? Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, they're all, they're in our Robinhood Investor Index, which actually is used to track what our customers are doing. And then when we look at the trading activity, we'll see when they go up a lot, they'll trim them. When they go down a lot, they'll add to them. But the behavior has been a little bit different over the last week, where we've seen some trimming of things that are still down, but they're trimming them. And then I think we've seen some tax loss harvesting in our customer base.
So my list was 5 stocks. You, of course, had to one-up us. You brought in 6, which we have on the wall. It's a nice round number, too, because it fits with the graphic.
Yeah.
You got Apple at 6, Palantir, Tesla, best day, by the way, since June of Tesla, Netflix, Amazon, and Nvidia. Are these all close, Stephanie, or is it like Nvidia's way out in terms of client interest?
Nvidia and Tesla are around the same, but I would say on different sides. So actually, Nvidia has been on the buy side, and Tesla's actually been on the sell side.
These are not just buys.
No.
Oh.
This is like
actually
it's
like a critical piece of information. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you told me. I have a shellfish allergy. Don't eat that.
But actually, Tesla, Palantir, Apple, they've been places where we've seen net trimming. And then Nvidia, Amazon, Netflix have been places where our customers have been net buying.
Okay, so I want to make that very clear. We could show that graphic again because this is a big deal. Tesla, Palantir, Apple, while they're in the top list, it doesn't mean the list of buys. It means that they're just actively traded, and they're traded out more than they're traded in.
They have for the last week,
are heavier.
The Apple makes sense to me because it has, not been suffering the same fate as a couple of the other names. So that goes along with what we tend to see. But with, and in Nvidia and Amazon, those are places obviously that it makes sense to me too, because they've been adding to it even though they've.
Is this common? Is that like a common top 6?
Oh, I have.
Because those are obviously names that we may have mentioned them once or twice on this network.
Yeah, they
look
are
at
pretty
Nvidia
common.
right now.
You do tend to see some of the names that are also like Open Door and IREN. Like they tend to also get it mixed in there.
Yes.
But not this
IREN,
time.
a big AI data center company in Australia.
But not this time. It's been more of the bigger.
Why is SPY
what
not
has
moving?
been the most surprising thing from your own data and list that you have seen, Stephanie? It's kind of like, I would have never thought that.
I think that our customer base is actually relatively savvy, and what they'd been doing is in times like in April, right, when we had the big sell-off, you had customers going through and using broad-based indices as a place to add. Then they switched to doing that in a single stock basis. But in this recent pullback, you've kind of seen a little bit of a mix. I actually think they're a little bit gun-shy in terms of wanting to step their toes into, but not going full force into.
So they're not getting bolder.
They're not getting as bold as they were in April, where they were pretty confident that this was going to be a run-up. We did see.
Well, they were. By the way, they were right.
No, I mean they. And they
if they hodled, right, held fast, and bought, and had the rocket and all the memes, they made money.
Yeah, but I think you have seen. You've seen a little bit today of broad-based index buying, but I also saw it on the sell side, so it made me think there was just a little bit of like tax loss harvesting going on because it's year end.
I'm deciding what to do on my Nvidia right now, to be honest. SPY, I might have to take a little bit of a loss here as well, but while I'm deciding, it's moving. ass price action on SPY going on. They're making SPY look bullish for sure. With IWM, QQQ also bullish. Everything except Nvidia right now. Makes sense. I'm happy, but also not because of SPY. Time is 3:35. Man, I'm up 1K on Nvidia. I am down 1.5K on SPY. Data fucking ate me though. There's one DT, SPX, a DCA, and it ate me data. QQQ still up 2.65%. Can you fucking believe it? I don't know where the fuck this shit's going. It's moon phase and QQQ. I don't trade shit without setup. Because I know in the back of my mind that news helps the setup, not setup helps the news. So there's some setup out there and then news comes out and helps it. It's just what I think. I mean, I might be wrong on SPY, but I don't know how I could be wrong on SPY and then be right on the video here. So maybe I'm wrong on both, and then I'm gonna get cooked on SPY and the video, or I'm about to be right and I'm gonna get saved on the video, and I'm gonna be saved on SPX and I'll be fine on the video. I'm low-key thinking I'm gonna get cooked on SPY, and I'm thinking I'm gonna be fine on the video, which is impossible. That's why I'm like hesitating. It's the fucking goddamn chart's making it look like that, to be honest, right now. It's getting closer and closer. Real power hour. $345, I guess, until volume doesn't kick in. And do that. And do that. All right. Everyone, please. Take a drink. Sip some water. Power hour starting in 5 minutes. Time is to focus. How are they gonna do this? I don't know. How are they gonna do this? I have no idea. Maybe revisit 674 before. Bye. They were on around this shit crazy before. But candles are definitely saying 50-50. The video is saying a little bit lower. SPY is crushing hopes and dreams. That's for shit. Dreams on both sides since 210. Burning 0 DT bear since midday. Using cycle, being greedy as shit, but yeah. Just overstaying pigaroos on 0 DT. Dirty. Time is 2:45, power hour now. 2:45 just started. 3:45, sorry. 3:40 rejected to 3:45. 5 minutes before it. Pushing into 3:45, and 3:45 is deciding At the first minute of 3:45 too. Two. What kind of fucking bullshit candle is this coming in now? Okay. Artificial intelligence candle coming in. Open AI candle. Wow. Wow. Consolidating at the top with no fucking volume. They're showing so goddamn bullish, really. UHOD on QQQ. There's a divergence at the roof. QQQ is fucking rocketing right now. 2.71%. Divergence at the roof. Wild. I'm waiting for a red candle or two on Nvidia right now. SPY, I don't know if it's gonna go flying clear to HOD or not, but it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy out here. $605, wow. Divergence at the roof. There's a divergence at the roof, and their rejection trying off of 345. Hard as shit. I just took a hit of my vape. I think wind is south. We'll see. There's only 15 minutes left with the divergence at the roof. fuck out of me on SPX. I want literally 2K on Nvidia. Like, I'm up 1K, but like, I want fucking more. It's fucking me. Because of SPX, and I'm fucking worried it's just what a trap me using psychology or some shit. Horrendous candles on Nvidia too. There is 2 checkpoints left. 3:55, 4 p.m. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Power hour, I guess. Wow. What is going on? Why is Nvidia coming with a green candle? Fuck. I wanted a red candle here. Oh my gosh. This is literally trolling me, right? This is like my fucking goddamn arch nemesis when indexes and the shit I'm doing goes opposite, and like, I don't know what the fuck it is. Oh, this shit is bullshit, I swear. Oh my gosh. Wow. I don't know what the fuck to say about that one. What is this shit? Like, holy terrible for both sides. 8 minutes left until 3:55. 3:59. Last minute of the 3:55 candle. They're showing north. Does that mean south? I feel like it's south. God damn it, I feel like it's south. Candles are bugging out. Nvidia and SPY is aligned and not at the same time. What happened on Palantir? Someone said Palantir candle ridiculous. Fucking dumbass Nvidia candle ridiculous. What the fuck? That is ridiculous. I love it now in the video, but what the fuck? That is ridiculous. What did I just see? What the fuck? What the fuck did I just see on Palantir? Nah, come on, SPY. Damn. Wow. Some bullshit. How the fuck does this come in and how the fuck does this go in like this? What? Oh my god. Ah! Wow. No. Huh? Huh? I'm actually good. Yo, this candle got me fucked up. Huh? What the fuck? Oh my gosh. That is some bullshit. They're about to clear the divergence. There's some bullshit, dude. There's some big ass whales coming right now. There's some fucking bullshit. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Dude. This market on bullshit, man. What the? Look at that fucking 3-minute candle on the video. What the fuck is this bullshit, man? Fuck is this walnut candle? Oh my gosh, IWM2. HOD roof divergence clear into 355. That's motherfucking, that's what you call fucking big whales. Divergence cleared. 355. 930. 355. All day bullish. That's what you call motherfucking whales. Stacking in what? 1, 2, 3 minutes. I'm scared as shit. Nvidia about to go crash that into tomorrow, 183. Oh wow. I'm still in on SPX as well into tomorrow on Nvidia into this week. Wow. My 670 perfectly hit too. Purple box didn't hit on Nvidia, that's the thing. It's some bullshit. I was waiting for this shit on the video, but what the fuck? Do it now. 2 minutes left. Market dumping. Divergence cleared. Divergence cleared. Market dumping. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy. Divergence cleared at the roof and market pulling back into close. This shit is crazy. Oh my god. It's fucking nasty. It's so fucking nasty, bro. Oh my god. Yo. If I see this shit roll into 415 now, I would not be surprised. And then they make people bearish from 4 to 415, and then they go bullish into tomorrow. I don't know, but wow. Fuck me. The video. Get this fucking dirty ass push at last. HOD broke on that too, actually. So HOD into 355 as well. Nasty ass game. Look at that one. Spike candle to trap everything. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Nasty with it. I'm still in Nvidia and SPX into tomorrow and this week, but fucking nasty with it. Alright, there's 2 minutes left until 4 p.m. and then there's 4 p.m. into 4:15. Alright, they spiked up nice. I think they're about to spike down crazy into 415. I might be. Market is closing in 40 seconds. I guess we'll find out in 15 minutes. What the fuck? Man, that's some bullshit ass fucking push too. The fuck is that candle on the video, man? Huge green. Market close. Time is 4. Oh my god. It's wild. Why did Palantir drop like that? And Nvidia fly, that was... What the fuck was that? What? You see this shit though? I've seen this shit multiple times. You know what's crazy? I've seen this shit happen into 358, 359, signifying 355, and then they do it into 4, so... I've seen it all. I've seen them bear trap this as well. Just because this happened doesn't mean this is the top into tomorrow, clearly, you know. Clearly, it's so damn bullish today. It's been pushing HOD into 355, so... And the video is close to that purple box. That is scary. Technically, we're playing inside this big, big red candle. 198, 180. Bottom of that Thursday candle is 180. That's why it's a very important level, critical level 180. see a fucking $8 drop in 3 minutes. Now I'm fucking kidding. Come on, let's see VWAP. Just want VWAP. Look at that 3-minute candle pump and then fucking dump 3 minutes. Like, what the fuck is this shit? It's so fucking nasty with it. Look at that pump on Nvidia into close. Like, what the fuck is this shit too? $240 IWM. Pushing to close. Close. And then after hours. Damn. They got my ass. They got my ass in 4 contracts in for tomorrow, bro. Damn. What do we say about the SPX put to call ratio tomorrow now? That sucks. All right. What is this shit on the video? I don't fucking know. Fuck. Let's see what happens with this fucking gap. Alright, bye-bye. Gotta go. Fucking... taking another put into Tuesday. For 3.1K. I'm getting another one. Fuck it. 6,710 into Tuesday. I'm gonna get. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.